look at that smooth glide in. Ladies and gentlemen, or gentlemen, I shall say, welcome to EGC's first day here of Masters Fall. And today we are joined by the legendary Paper Cut.
I don't know legendary, but I appreciate it. Hi, yeah, first time casting EGC TV. Very excited. And I get to do it with women? Like, immediately putting me with a pro. Like, I'm going to step my game up for sure.
A pro. Well, you should see me on ladder recently. I would inspire you to go back to diamond. I actually highlighted myself as the Godot, the greatest diamond player of all time. So
I did catch that first Malian game against English that immediately became like what, a 40-minute game right off the rip. First game in. That's what you love to see.
Yeah. Sometimes you just don't know how to end games. But guys, the people we're watching today, they probably don't have those issues. Actually, I feel like that could be the case. I've heard the tales of the legendary ramen, delicious to eat, but also a Chad in the Norwegian scene, Mr. Ramen facing off against Kamiknule all the way there from Deutschland, yeah. So, Paper Cut, what do you know about our players?
Well, I know they're both Conk 3 players. I know they're definitely, if we talk about like ranges of players, they're considered very good, but still outside that like high level pro area. And it's the level of player that we want to see keep improving and keep pushing to get into that top range and keep trying to increase the player base of really good players. And they've both been grinding. They're both really good. And we're interested to see how they play off today. And already this first matchup on this first map, Whammon. This is an interesting one. Lancaster versus Malian on mountain clearing. It feels like usually you don't want to do Malian on a small map like this, but it's gonna be a difficult one. What do you think about this matchup?
Now, looking at Malian's stuff, you already put yourself on a civilization that needs that gold that's pretty close, safe to your base. You're not gonna really get that shut down, which Lancaster on another map might see as an opportunity to rush. Where, you know, both of these civilizations, they have landmarks that secure the middle a little bit. Of course, Lancaster doing that a little bit better than Malians, and Malians not necessarily going for said landmark at that stage of the game. So I feel like with the longevity of the gold for Malians, they can last out a bit longer. But guys, we're ready to hop on in, and let's go see what these boys are planning.
Let's get it.
But hell yeah. Now,
all right. Oh no, the colors are flipped.
Oh, they're flipped, guys. Okay, for all of you Twitch chat who is panicking right now, don't worry. We have the best of the best players going to be putting this together for ourselves. But now, taking a moment to talk about the civilizations on this map. This map has a ton of food in your base. And with House of Lancaster, you love that. You love being able to just put down a manor, live your best life, and go on about your day. But where's that gold? Just take a quick look on the bottom side. It's actually significantly further than I expected. And Ramen, this man is going straight for the ball, boys.
I mean, you have to as Lancaster or English. I mean, the whole point of grabbing Lancaster or English on one of these small maps where the boar is so close is that you get a free boar. Malians cannot go out and contest that. The Lancaster villagers have the short bow, which means if any unit from the Malians go out to try to fight over the boar, they're just going to short bow them down. So that means he gets a boar, which is a massive food boost for him, and that he can use that to potentially either go into an immediate attack. Maybe he'll parlay this into a fast castle all in. This just gives, and this is why it's really hard to play against Lancaster or English on this map. Just this bonus of this boar pull.
Now, the boar pull, even if he's not on there for an extended period of time, he's going to be on there enough to get the value he needs. Because with Malians, you do need a little bit of extra time to actually get there and shut it down. With your scouts, you usually have a pretty good timing with putting down a stable early and forcing them back off. But by the time that lands, the boar has paid off already. Just that little bit of investment of a short walk is already showing you exactly, hey, this is the income people dream of. But now, my question is just, do we go for a defensive landmark here just to make sure that we can already get a grasp on the middle and secure that boar for that fast castle you mentioned?
I think, so Lancaster has been a flavor of the month a little bit on the ladder. I feel like a lot of people have been testing out the more defensive landmark, the House of Lancaster. At the same time, though, if you watch pro play, I feel like Lancaster players still are sticking with the Lords. the health boost is just so good in these small skirmishes. The healing's a big deal too. Anytime you can get feudal healing. So I think it really just depends on what Ramen wants to do. Does Ramen want to take this into a hard feudal push? He's going to go lords. Is he trying to sneak a castle age and then maybe do like a white tower on the center and just hold center? Then a Lancaster castle makes sense. He can use it to protect his Borevilles, or he could use it to protect his gold. And it's Lancaster right on the center. He's going to protect the Borevilles. He does get the stone to be able to drop a manor as well. He could then manor into the deer right there, or personally, I love putting a manor on the wood line so that you can save wood on a lumber camp, and then your villagers are right there boosting it. Comic Nodal is already dropping down his landmark as well, and that's kind of the key you mentioned. Other civs might age up faster into feudal, but Malians have to drop the pit mine, drop the houses. Their age up's a little slower, which means this entire time Ramen has been just feasting on the boar, though he is slower a little bit because he's using some of those Borevilles to build the age up. And I'm curious, if we watch his Ville splits, we're going to see what his opening plan is. Still pretty heavy on food, only 4 on wood. That could suggest a tower on gold. That could, oh no, he's pulling off gold completely. This feels like he wants to do some sort of pressure. Like pulling off gold completely, I'm curious. He's not going to gather at all.
The thing is, with Lancaster, you do pull off of gold. You see he got survival techniques. This is critical because he's going to be snacking from the boar for so long. But you do have to pull off of gold because you need that stone. You want to get a manor or 2 out at least before you start thinking about going for the fast castle. And leaving those villagers out there can sometimes just mean it delays it even more, and you do not want any delays when you're up against the Malians. So 2 of those villagers from the boar already going to the stone he needs. But with only 2 there, I don't know if this is just a temporary plan or if he's just being slow about this. Because with this timing, a lot of players, they want to be able to get that first manor out. Like you mentioned, saving on a lumber camp, but also saving on a house here.
House too.
But with that split, he is just not in that position yet.
I'm just really curious what the Malian player is going to go for. Is this going to be, is he going to just, I mean, like, I feel like on Mountain Clearing, you just have to make units. The map's so small. If you get caught being greedy, you can get punished immediately. So if he's going to make units, the issue is if he makes units and Ramen's able to get off a fast castle of some sort, you get caught. It's tough. This map, and this is what makes this map so interesting, right? The size of the map means that any sort of misstep can be punished instantly. It also means that the spacing of your army is so important because, especially if you're trying to take one of the middle deer, this puts you in such dangerous situations. But already we see Ramen back up on the gold. We see the stable drop as you predicted. You can upgrade that scout immediately, and that scout can just start beating villagers' brains in, or you can go straight into a sofa, and he's actually going another scout immediately. He's just going to use the scouts to pressure here, while Ramen's dropping the archery range. We're going to see some
archery range. Yeah, this is a surprising decision here by him. Oh, and some of those villagers needing to run the far way around. That's the problem when you have 8 on the ball. The 8 on the ball, it sometimes feels a little clunky when you start running around. But the thing about Malians now, you see that first manor being pretty on the wood, it's gonna be able to get the villagers on food. It should be able to, as well as those gold villagers. So the income is going to be nice and stacked. But this is what I would call then a responsible castle. This man only going for enough stone for that first manor and not, oh, was that even a second one? Let's just take a quick look. Yeah, just 1 manor, and the rest of them gonna be units just as he needs to defend. Not overcommitting on this whatsoever.
I'm curious. He's still 9 on wood. Is he waiting for a tower potentially? Like I'm curious because it's still a lot of villagers on wood. He might just be going for the tower. Malian player still only 3 warrior scouts and getting that second pit mine down. The timing in that second pit mine is always really interesting. Do you focus into units or do you rush the pit mine? He's got the second pit mine. He's got the houses first. Actually, he's still waiting to get the pit mine down. But that will be a huge help to his gold income, and he can basically get plenty of gold without even being on it. And here comes we have the warrior scout versus the warrior scout's holding its own there against the yeoman. I'm curious if Ramen's going to just keep doing yeoman, or if we're going to see a barrack shop here. And then we already have he's mustering the nobles. The nobles are on their way.
And the nobles are going to be so spicy to deal with because those things actually need something to stop it, especially when you are trying to defend your mining camps. And Comic Noodle here, only getting those 2 scouts, then stopping, now going to sofas. But one important thing is, he prioritized getting wheelbarrow over getting those extra cows in the early game. Those cows in the early game provide such a huge advantage for players because you're already putting yourself a few villages ahead. But with him not going for those and rather going for wheelbarrow against someone who isn't really doing anything to you, you're just kind of delaying yourself. So these minor differences in decision making can change the game for any player here at the top. But those nobles, they've been mustered and they're ready to launch. But they have one victim, and that victim is going to be a pit mine. With the yeoman numbers, he's still got to be careful, but the spearman to support is going to make this a little bit easier.
And here's the thing about demi-lancers. As just a straight-up fighting unit, they suck. They have low stats. They're barely a lancer. Like, the demi is not heavy enough on the negative part of their name. Their purpose, though, if you think about what you're using them for, one, their charge damage is pretty good. So you can use them to charge, snipe a vill, get out. Two, it's the annoyance. Them running around the base forces the opponent to chase. That's why I really like the demi-lancers for this style if you're trying to go castle. Ramen's not, though. Ramen is committing to units. He's got 10 on wood, 2 on gold. He's now adding in the spears, and maybe I think he feels like he actually has an opening here. There's not a lot of units from the Malian player. He's greeted out on a wheelbarrow and a second pit mine, and he's feeling like he already has the ability here, and these demi-lancers are great for burning. They're not going to do damage, but they're burning well. He's already sniping villagers, and already Ramen has turned this advantage into some really good pressure. And if I'm Kamek Noodle, I feel like I got caught out of here a little bit. Already 17 units for the Lancaster player. Just a really strong timing. Use the boar to immediately get into a muster the nobles, and already just has a massive army. What do you do here, Women, from here on out if you're the Malian player?
Now, usually as a Malian player, you have a few cows in the pen already, so technically you are keeping up with the economy, and these trades don't feel as bad. Your biggest goal here, I actually got coached in this matchup yesterday, and the whole point of this is keeping that second pit mine alive. If you keep the second pit mine alive, you are ahead, but those cows need to be in, and he just put those cows in the pen. This means that economic lead that he needed hasn't been ticking for as long as he needed it to, and he needs to keep making units. The problem here is now we have 18 on wood, and we don't have a way to spend that wood. All of our resources need to be spent on something, and there's just nothing for it to be spent on here. You see the horses trying to do a little bit of a chase, and they get a collapse, but they do need to pull back very quickly.
And this is when, if you're Ramen, you do wish you have the lords if you're doing this style. The health bonus would be huge, but the Castle Lancaster is providing the protection of his boar villagers, which that boar has been such a massive use, and now he goes straight into the deer. So his food has been amazing. Now, my question for Ramen is he going to do this into a full dive? Or I could feel like any second we could see Ramen immediately pull into a castle timing, because fighting under TC is always a little difficult. Cam McDonald is getting down the cows. The second pit mine's down, but he is getting the cows down. We can't, right now the UI is a little messed up, so we don't know how many cows he has, but it looks like he's starting to invest into that. And this is the issue of the Malian player. The biggest thing of Malians, how greedy can you be and live? And so right now you feel like he needs more units, but right now he's got to get the cows in. He's got to build that passive eco to then eventually catch up on the unit count. But I think he's feeling the pressure right now from Ramen. Ramen's now going to pull back. I feel like the goal of killing the second pit mine has been successful. He's not feeling like he can dive yet. But, you know, if he gets that massive yeoman, I mean, this is Age of Empires 4. Mass range is always going to be the winner. But man, that's a lot of spears too. And these Lancaster spears are good. I don't know if he's got the upgrade yet, but Lancaster spears have the upgrade with the Billman upgrade, which allows them to reduce the armor from their attacks. If we click on a barracks, we might see if they have it or not, but they don't yet. But that's something they can get that really helps against the sofa. It makes his yeoman even more effective against the sofa. Nice quick wall to stop the raid as well. But that's a lot of sofas. That's starting to get a scary amount.
Yeah, and you can see Ramen pulling back completely to try and stop these sofas. And Ramen, so with this is now where we can analyze exactly how this is different from the top players. Ramen pulling back here is giving Kami the information that, hey, I'm aging up. This tells Kami, okay, I have two choices here. I can either now try to send it, just make a ton of units and push, or I'm gonna need to age up myself eventually, especially depending on the cow amounts here. The food eco from Mali is still going to be insane, but isn't going to be enough to actually keep up with this. You see the horses trying to chase in, trying to find a bit of damage, but the spears are so scary. Now, Ramen pulling back again. He pulled back, he tells his opponent, hey, I'm aging up, I don't want to lose any units. But that pressure could still have been on those pit mines, surprisingly enough. And that could have put Kami in a position where he's going to feel like, oh, I still need to make cows so I can eat them, slowing him down even more. So Ramen now ready to already go up to castle, but already the mind game difference that you can notice, this is so critical to see if Kami can actually prevail. Desperately getting that thing up now.
White tower coming up. It's going to be right on the deer. And this is a really important fight. Ramen cannot throw his units away. He desperately needs these units to be aged up for a good castle push, because this is the timing he needs. So the window he's going to have here is, can he push and kill Kemiknodal right on the age up? Because he lets him get the cows down, then lets him age up himself, the eco difference is going to flip immediately. And this is why we have to be careful. I think this is why Ramen didn't want to stay near the base, is that he knows that he's forcing Kemiknodal into massing units, and he's stopping making units. He's aging up. So if he doesn't play that carefully, he's going to lose his army before he ages up. And now the army numbers have flipped. His eco's a little messed up. He has way too much wood. And now that timing that I think he wanted is not going to be as good as he once thought. So I think that engagement was a little unnecessary. I agree. He should have kept the pressure a little bit earlier, pulled back just as this was hitting, so he had a majority of his army still. He will get those 3 Earl's Guard off the White Tower drop, though. So that's nice.
Yeah, it's a really nice bonus to have already. Now you have your castle age units ready to take this on. But Kami getting himself a nice old siege engineering. He doesn't feel too scared about this, and they are moving very far forward. Sofa's charging in along with the scouts. Archer's going to get a few shots off, and those Earl's Guards, they look like they're made of very, very strong paper, but paper nonetheless.
Yeah, he's got to wait. He's got to wait to take this fight. He needs his upgrades. He's actually going to push out here, but I don't know. I like. What's nice is the Demi Lancers automatically age up. They're still not amazing, but Castle Demi Lancers are tanky at least. They can eat some shots. On the other hand, his other units are still feudal. He's aging up his spears first because of the respect to the Sofa. He hasn't aged up his yeoman yet, but that archer mass from Kemiknodal is building. He only has 3, 6, 9, 12. That's right. I can count 12 cows. And an option for a Malian player here is just to age up on 12 cows. Because sometimes Malian players get stuck in this mindset of, I need all my cows before I age up. I don't think he has the room to put all his cows. But 12 cows with the landmark will produce a lot of food. So the issue is, how long is he going to wait for his castle age? It feels like he's trying to get there. He is making Donzos, though. I think he's afraid of a night switch. But it just feels like he doesn't quite know if he wants to go castle now. Dropping a lot of barracks. The
Donzos are going to be critical here. If he wants to age up, and honestly, he probably could have clicked it by now if he did not make all these Donzos, but then what happens? You're just going to get completely overrun by these Demi-Lancers, or in his case, could be a night switch. He already knows about those Demi-Lancers, so at the same time, he's got to tell himself, is this going to be worth it? Is it worth the risk? And those boys are flanking, going straight for the wood line, but the Sofas here at the bottom also providing a little bit of distraction. The problem is distraction is on both sides, and Kami gets tackled, thereby yet another lance.
This is just, I'm curious here. It feels like Ramen's best bet against mass archer especially is just mass Earl's Guard yeoman. That's a classic comp from House of Lancaster. It's great because the Earl's Guard have the throw dagger, so when they engage, they can do some damage for the engagement. It will struggle against Sofa, but if his entire plan here is just to play near the sacred site, as long as he's playing near keeps, those Earl's Guard and Yeoman do a great job. And the Yeoman can act like little mini mangonels. Once the Yeoman get their sync shot upgrade, then they're just going to be amazing against any of the archers. And it would have been interesting here if the Malian player had gone for Mansa Musafati to get the extra health and armor, but he needs the food. So he's going to go Grand Fulani Corral. It's the right technical move, I think. But man, already with this sacred site control, it's all going to come down to these next 8 minutes. Can Kemiknodal break the defense of Ramen, or is Ramen just going to play this down to the sacred site and hold here? And it's going to be hard to break. The mass Earl's Guard, mass Yeoman, very good comp.
And two defensive buildings right next to each other. Malians is so good at just zerging their opponents, completely overwhelming them with a huge amount of units. But the problem is just, Ramen is that guy with the huge amount of units. The thing is, one thing about the House of Lancaster that they do really, really well is actually go for a fast Imperial. So Ramen has that option of just switching out when he feels like, hey, I can hold this for the next while, switches out, and then just keep producing Imperial units, which has been something we've been seeing a lot from them. Not on this map, though, because, you know,
no.
don't see
I was going to say, this map's a little too small, I think, to go for that. And immediate Siege Workshop is going to become a trouble war.
And building that Siege Workshop now tells you he's not hoping to go too long into this. He knows this is the best time for Malians. When you've hit castle, you slowly, I say slowly, you so quickly get those upgrades. And those upgrades, they're coming in fast. but he needs to make more units. That's still an insane amount of units that he doesn't have an answer for. Those are a ton of Ulsguards, and the units that he has does not do too much against them.
Once he gets the poison arrows, they'll be better. But it's still like what Ramen cares about is just holding the sacred site. If he was pushing into Kemiknodal, this might be a problem because then the archers can just play within the defensive areas of TCs and just slow down, take really good fights against melee units. But like he doesn't have to push. Ramen doesn't. He just has to stay near his base. And if Kemiknodal is going to push into him, those Earlsguard are going to play out a lot better. Good catch in this point. This is another issue with the Malians. He needs his third pit mine. All of the golds are on the map that Ramen can easily stop. So this is going to be a huge hit to his eco. He won't get that third pit mine. He's not going to have the max amount of eco he could. I don't even think he could fit all his cows. Can we check the Malian base real fast? Can he even fit all his cows around his base? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. No, he's missing one. He's missing out on 3 cows. Technically 5 cows. And like that's a pretty big deal when it comes to food from Grand Fulani. And so this is why this map is a tough one for Malians. You're not getting your full eco bonuses, which with the style of play you play as Malians, with the type of units you have, you need that full eco bonus. And Ramen is just sitting pretty mass Earlsguard Spear. He feels good enough to take the food on the map. No fear at all. I mean, I feel like this is Ramen's game to lose. I would love to see a little bit of siege from him, especially if you start seeing mass trebs. What you could do is make your own trebs and treb the trebs. It's not efficient, but it's possible. Knowing that Kemiknodal's doing mass archers, his own Mangonels would go pretty hard here as well, especially as a defensive Mangonel. But you know, if he just keeps making units, it's going to be, I think, hard. He also got the mass. He also got ranged armor. Does he have... Can we click on the blacksmith for Lancaster real fast? Does he have the ranged attack? That's what I'm curious
Take a look at the resources. Take a look at the resources. We have a sneaky shenanigan about to happen.
Oh, is Kemiknodal going to rush him? No.
It would be a crazy idea. As we say that, he spends it. I was going to say, but that's a lot of food. And the problem with those resources is that's resources he hasn't spent.
Yep.
Those could all be units. And the problem is this timer, 5 minutes left, it's getting real close. And with him floating this much food, you have to ask yourself, did he think about this for a second? Was he like, okay, maybe I just drop my keep in the middle of the base, try to get control of this. It would be crazy. But now he's just stuck at a point where he needs to make 1 million units. He can't spend his food. And honestly, I feel like this is the moment you just get a market and sell it so that you can make more stuff.
My one worry, Ramen invested heavy into crossbows. He expected Sofa. Kemiknodal's not making Sofa. He's making Musafati. He's making Donzos and archers. If Ramen had mass yeomen, this would be amazing. If Ramen had mass Springles, this would feel really good as well. But he's making crossbows. Crossbows have high base damage, but they don't do extra damage. And especially when we talk about those Musafatis engaging into the spears and into the Earlsguard, Musafatis take amazing fights against those units. And without the yeoman mass to back them up, they're going to shred. Now, another small thing is Ramen doesn't have his white tower. Does the white tower cover the entire sacred site? Can we get a click on the white tower real fast? It does. Okay. No, it doesn't. Though, so the front of the sacred site is not protected by the white tower. So there is a sliver of hope. There's hope here for Kemiknodal. This fight's looking better and better. But now we're getting Mangonels in, so this is kind of slipping again. But I think Ramen, and now Ramen's got the mass yeoman again. He immediately, you know what Ramen did? Once again, shout out to the Castle Lancaster. He did the mustering of the yeoman, immediately increased his yeoman count by 20, and now this fight's gonna go a lot better for him. Castle Lancaster paying off here. This is amazing.
Yeah, and especially with yeoman, you're up against so many squishy units. So synchronized shot, which is almost there.
Does he have it? Oh, he's researching it right now. Okay.
And this is going to go big. It's so hard. Just the fact that you have 41 yeomen, you're already prepping for something that most people are very much unprepared for. 41 is going to one-shot.
Vodka, get ready. Vodka, get ready for this sync shot zoom in. This is going to be the moment. Are they engaged?
Oh, he fights a clean fight first, and apparently...
where is it?
He feels confident enough to take it.
Mangano going forward, trying to find a good shot. He's not doing the... Oh, there's whoa. Sync shot going in, not as good of a sync shot as we wanted. I might have used it on the front line, but I can't tell whose front line is winning. It feels like Ramen's holding. I think Ramen's holding. The mass yeomen are doing their job. The Musafati and the Donzos just completely fall to the mass yeomen. And these archers from Malians are just not cutting it. And this is why you need the Sofa so bad, because the Sofa can then gap close onto the ranged units. But once But now it's just yeoman on archers, and Ramen's got this. Just what use of the bonuses of Lancaster from Ramen here? The early Demi Lancers to create pressure to open up his castle timing. The use of the mustering of the yeoman to get his yeoman count up right before the fight. Just well played by Ramen there. Just using using every bonus of Lancaster on the way. The early boar pull with the villagers, the defensive landmark to secure the middle, the Demi Lancer and the yeoman pulls. All of that just used really well by Lancaster to create this win against the Malians.
Yeah, with his resources, he was able to spend everything effectively in the end too, because at the end of that fight, you saw the Earl's Guards was getting on top of the archers too. So like you said, the Sofa here could have been game-changing, but Ramen reigns supreme. And on the next map, guys, he gets Byzantines though. And Byzantines, this is an interesting pick, because I think for a long time people were saying Byzantines is S tier all the way. But even in practice games, I'm not seeing Byzantines shine as we have seen them before. Feels like the meta is kind of missing the Byzantines a bit, but I say that, and then we look at HRE. HRE also not a civilization that, you know, I'm not seeing Vortex pick HRE on Gorge anytime soon, you know?
Biz has lost its luster a little bit. I think there's a difference between, especially now that we're at over 20 civs, there's a difference between a civ being so good or simple that anyone could pick up and play it. And then there's Biz, which is really good, but requires a very good understanding of their PowerPoints, how to play them. So I think you see some pros who are very good at maximizing Biz and some pros that are good on Biz relative to each other's skill level. I think it's also interesting is that this has also opened up Biz to some experimentation. We've seen Canadian bros really try to make the Keshik contract work and the Hippodrome really work. And I've seen a lot of experimentation with the Keshik side, the Javelin sides as well. But it feels like everyone kind of knows the game plan for Biz. You're going to go Cisterns, you're going to try to do Cataphracts, Longbow, still very strong, but if you're expecting, you know how to counter it. HRE, I think, just suffers from a lack of like something that makes them really good. Like, what's the unit that you make? You know what I mean?
It used to be those beautiful Minotons, but we've been actually seeing some people advocate for the burger life.
I love
just
the burger.
Crazy. See, there's an interesting moment here that you can think about as when you're playing against the HRE. I'm playing against the Byzantines. You guys are saying it in chat too. With Byzantines, it's an insane civ. If you're given the breathing room, Byzantines can get shut down by a lot of things early on. And we have seen this a lot where players rush in Dark Age. They shut down that bonus of the Byzantines that keeps them going. But with that being said, now HRE is also so much more comfortable going for the Minework Palace so that they can get that special unit that you need to actually outlast. So, Kami Canoodle, I'm hoping that we can get to see a little bit of that Byzantine shine, because standard old Byzantines with a nice little chapel on the back, hopefully getting a good gold spawn, it just doesn't hit the same way. At the same time though, if you let Byzantines just boom and do their early game, you're giving yourself time to make some other crazy plays with the HRE.
Yep.
But yes.
I was going to say, I feel like while HRE struggles, this is a good matchup for them. I think a lot of what HRE has going for them early helps. They have a great Dark Age. I think their Dark Age eco is amazing because they have the Prelate. That's like one of the best times for their eco is Dark Age. So they can do that Dark Age spear. They can heal the spears if they take damage during the Dark Age. As you said, push them off berries, slow down the cisterns. There is a play into Men at Arms in Feudal, which aren't amazing, but like you can catch them with it if you time it right. And Byzantines don't have a direct counter to Men at Arms. They couldn't go the Longbows contract, or they can do Kesha contract to counter it. But like there is a timing there if you're catching Byzantine going greedy. And lastly, there is a burger timing as well. Oh, my entire camera just changed. Like
it's okay, you have a beautiful back screen.
I'll fix it in a second. But the point being is there's also this burger timing. I think there's a legitimate Dark Age into some sort of fast castle timing. Get on a deer pack, get into castle, get the burger down, and then just follow up into Men at Arms. I love that style. I'm a little dubious of a Minework into burger because the eco issue of that is a pretty significant one in my opinion. You're putting everything into the dive at that point. You're getting the double ranged armor. The dive has to work because your eco is going to be trash after. Byzantines just has to live. That's it, because the eco is going to just out trounce them.
That's what I was about to say. Byzantines has to live. An HRE, they don't let you live if they have a playstyle such as that. I want to point something out though, because I spotted something in that. I was about to say they didn't ban Zushi instantly on the side of Ramen there. And I was very, very surprised at Zushi not being banned instantly, because on the ladder, I believe that Zushi right now is seen as a BM pick. He
banned those Rus. Interesting.
Which, again, I have not seen a Rus being banned in practice games either. These guys may be playing a whole different world from what we have. You have to keep in mind, Ramen, I believe, also was at a boot camp recently. And they got some intense working through to make sure that they can get trained up for this EGC.
The Vest boot camp?
Yes. Cow was there as well, apparently. Yapping in our ears.
Are you slapping Vest next to your name, Cow?
So, as we roll on in, we see a nice little opening here from Mr. Ramen, and it's not a standard one, guys.
So, real fast, why go berries early, Whammon? Why that's not efficient. Early? That's not efficient. You want to be on your sheet. Why go berries?
Because you want them oil, and you also know you might get rushed. If you get rushed, you're not going to get the berries anyway. You get the oil you need for the first batch, so even if you do get rushed, is no problem. But a lot of people then follow it up with a Hippodrome, though.
No.
So, yeah?
I was going to say no Dark Age Rush?
Yeah, no Dark Age Rush.
I'm sorry.
Because
I'm agog. I'm aghast. You have the Byzantine player oil rushing right now, and you're not going to rush him with spears? I don't know. I feel like when I play Churi, and I'm just a lowly Conk 2 player, but like I got to put some pressure on them. I think it's interesting. He's also opening really heavy on gold. Four on gold.
It's a big... Oh, no. Is this telling us he wants to get an extra prelate? Okay, so hear me out. There's a thing here. Yeah, this is where you get that extra prelate. This is where you have enough gold for your extra prelate so that you can inspire villagers in 2 spots so you feel more comfortable going out on the deer so that you can go fast castle. There's a lot of things happening at the same time. But what Ramen is doing is he's getting himself the oil to get the units to shut this down. They're 5-head, but they're like outplaying each other without even scouting it. It's crazy.
Schemes within schemes, Whammon. Schemes within schemes. I could totally see that. I mean, that's the issue. If you go on early deer's HRE, then you have no prelate at home. And so an early quick second prelate into vacuuming deer into a fast castle definitely could be the play. The key here is just going to be for Ramen scouting. Like if you scout that, can you put any pressure on to make sure that castle isn't as clean as you want it to be?
Yes.
But I mean, he's gathering so much extra gold. This has to be an extra prelate. I think that's the right read. Now, I'm curious, is he going to go mine work or... We're going to see. Mine work or...
No.
And it's chapel! No, wait, what?
That is a chapel position.
Why is it there?
This is the most standard old HRE play. Guys, I don't know if we got into a time machine here, but we are going back in time to just enjoy a nice old play of HRE in Feudal Age. Now, the Hippodrome coming out, I'm wondering if Kami has scouted this. This makes sense. You want to get the horse out. You want to shut down HRE from going for that fast castle. So now he has the oil for whatever he pleases, most likely longbows, you know? Or he's just going to go for a horse. And the horse is going to land wherever he pleases.
Wait a minute. We're not freaking out about this chapel enough. Why is it not on... he wants the gold, right? It has to be so it can be on the gold.
It's on the
gold.
But
like, you got to put it on the wood.
Wood.
It's not on the wood. He's gonna have to build another lumber camp to harvest the I mean, I guess if your purpose is just fast castle, which it looks like just a pure fast castle, then this is the move, right? It's just interesting. Like it's so purpose driven. It's like my dumb brain would just go, I got to put it on the wood line, But like he's like, no, I want to expedite this castle age. I'm going to gather gold early so I can't get pushed off gold and not be able to age up. I'm going to put my Aachen near the gold so I can get there faster. And then I'm going to boost my early wood gather and the wood gather of the straggler trees. Just no units at all. I don't know, man. Like I'm kind of feudal pilled. So I think I would have just gotten units immediately.
He sees it now though. So Er hat einen Plan, aber he had a plan, but this was not what he planned for. So now, finally getting that chapel down, he's going to get enough wood to be able to get that lumber camp too. Prelate going to be hopping on in, but instantly getting that barracks out, he realizes, hey, I need to make something to defend against this. So the cost of the lumber camp is worth it if you can get the gold you need. But now he has 300 gold in his pocket. The rule is, if you have it, you have to spend it.
That's the rule.
What is he spending it on? He needs to spend it on something. 300 is too much to just let it lay around.
I wonder if we're just going to see a lot of upgrades. Spearman. I mean, he's read the Hippodrome. Well, on Ramen's side, immediate investment to Ecotex. We got double broad axe. We got wheelbarrow. The weakness of this opening is their lack of cisterns. So there goes your eco advantage, but your tempo is so much better. So he's doing this tempo Byzantines, which requires really strong unit control, requires really strong, location of units, being at the right place at the right time, the timing of your triumph, because the triumph boosts your horsemen's or any calves attack, healing, stuff like that. So you have to be really precise with that. But Tom McDonald, he's going to spears now. Men at arms. He's getting his upgrades. No, this is just a feudal play. He's getting all his upgrades, and he's just going to make units. It appears, or at least make units to make it look like he's fighting. I'm aghast. I'm agog and aghast at this opening.
Exactly. That is a very plausible play here because you want to force your opponent to just make something. You do see him opting for his first contract. What's the
contract?
One it is.
What's the contract?
Longbows, boys. Off.
Longbows. Okay.
And he's already starting with the vegan build. No, you have to understand, he's running out of food. And yes, there's a deer that he can go for, which I'm honestly a little bit surprised to see he hasn't gone for up until this point. But knowing that there are going to be horses around, you want to play this a little bit safer. Now, more spears coming on out and another farm. This man is just trying to play it safe, not moving out on the deer. But it still feels like a castle.
You won't find a bigger supporter of feudal farms than myself. I love some safe farms. I love some Aachen farms. I'm an OTD HRE enjoyer. My background is OTD. But this is just fascinating. So like there's some style of HRE where you open like a bunch of farms and then just do mass units. He's doing, and he's going castle now, but this isn't interesting. He's doing a slower castle age, making some units to delay the push, not mess up his units, get a re-push onto Ramen a little bit, punish his greed because he has no tower on gold. He doesn't have a lot of units to defend the gold. And now he's dropping these farms and then he's going to go castle. And what I like about this is a slower Burgrave, but it will be a more sustained Burgrave. I love doing Burgrave with the Aachen Chapel because the Aachen farms allow more consistent unit production, which allows you to then push the opponent back and then get out onto deer. And then with the extra deer, you can then make horsemen and other units. So I much prefer this style of a slower age up with some Aachen farms to back it up. So you have a much more consistent push into here. And it's not that much slower. He's still aging up at 730. But that's still a pretty good time for making a bunch of farms and making some units as well.
I was going to say, even if he went for the cathedral here, it would have been a responsible way to do it because he would still have the ability to pick up some relics. But cathedral.
No cathedral. You have to do Burgrave. You have to. It's Byzantines.
I understand, but yeah, you're right. But him getting the blacksmith out as well, this man, he needs the food. And I love these farms from Ramen also coming in.
These are the saddest farms.
Yeah.
You have your Chad Aachen farms, and then you have your weak, petty little 2-cistern olive groves that have been nerfed. No way. That sucks. This is such a bad. Like Ramen's now trying to get the castle. He reads what's happened. He knows he has to get the castle right now, and his eco's not as good as it should be. The cistern level 5 is what allows Byzantine to get into castle and immediately make units and live to a push. He doesn't have that. So even if he gets the castle, it's going to be slow. Nice little early men at arms trade to delay the gold gather. He doesn't have 600 gold. The age he's about to be, but like this men at arms is so annoying. This has been so well played by Ken McDonald. It's amazing. And the last thing I want to add, the reason you have to go Burgrave here, not just because you're playing against Byzantines, but like you don't have an amazing castle unit. The Burgrave charge is pretty legitimately important for your infantry army for HRE, and if you're able to get pressure and still get relics, 4 to 5 relics is still really good eco, even if it's not chapel level eco. So overall, I feel like you have to go Burgrave here. This is a really nice gold denial, though. Really well-timed gold denial. He's aged up, and he's going to get pushed back. The men-at-arms are coming, but Ramen's going to have to play his heart out here. He's about to age up, and it's going to be a really quick response, and Chemicnoodle needs to get across right now. What Ramen's going to try to do, he's going to try to run his units up and around to force the chase away from his own base. Chemicnoodle's got to chase just enough units to do that, but then get across the map.
Now, Ramen also needs to get himself a production building or two, and this is also where the difficult part comes in. But the horse around, ooh, almost.
Yeah, nice delay. Nice
Villagers
delay.
get out. Yes, get out safely, luckily for them. But now he has to get a production building or two out. And with the wood being gone, I assume he put down an archery range knowing exactly what's on its way. The problem is just, like you said, those cisterns are not connected yet. And it is not an archery range. Where's our production building, Chief? This is not the Macedonians.
It's immediately, he's just going to go cataphracts. Cataphracts to save the world. Not enough vills on gold, though. He needs like 12 vills on gold to consistently make cataphracts. But cataphracts with Triumph, he hasn't used, I don't think he's used a Triumph yet. Can we click on the Hippodrome, see how many tickets they have in the Hippodrome? 28 tickets. So if he gets like 4 cataphracts and hits Triumph, like, that's going to be pretty legit. That's going to be really good. I feel like Ramen's putting his all the eggs in the Triumph cataphract basket here. Now, the issue is his eco's pretty bad. So he's not going to be able to make the mass he can with Winery, but the Triumph is going to make those units a lot better. So this feels like, can he get enough for that Triumph to carry? Can Chemicnoodle get enough men-at-arms? He really needs the maces. He needs maces really bad. But man, that farming eco around the Aachen, that's juicy. That's very nice.
No, it's not boosted just yet, as he's trying to grab a relic or two with his stray little prelate. Now getting an extra one. Just making sure that he gets that bit of an HRE boost, because the beauty of getting that is, even though you went for the burger and it feels like, hey, I invested so much and I'm not getting my double gold, like you said, it's so nice to just have a few of those relics anyway, because they inspire the towers to shoot even better. But beautiful here by Ramen to just keep it engaged.
Interesting engagement. And the cataphracts after, that's just too many men-at-arms. And does Chemicnoodle realize that Ramen has snuck out to the northern berries? How many vills are on those berries on the north side? Only 5? Okay, that's not bad if he loses that. I mean, it'd be bad, but it's not like he has all his vills up there. Ranged armor coming in for Chemicnoodle. He cannot die till he gets that ranged armor. It's very important. Where is the maces? The maces are coming in now. Once the maces are in, he can take that engagement. But that's not all his men-at-arms. Ooh, he's engaged without the maces. He has to, though. Is Triumph going to be hit? No Triumph yet. Ramen is holding the Triumph in reserve. It's good work, though.
These men-at-arms taking a few shots. They are going to be pretty okay under the TC, though. They've got that +1 ranged armor, but the +2 could hit so hard. But you do see with all those resources, he's not spending it, which I'm a little confused about. Are we just...
Yeah, where's the men-at-arms? I think he's...
Are we going Imperial? Or are we have to be building stables, or we're going Imperial? There's only 2 choices here.
He could be going Imperial, actually.
Let's go take a look at that base, please. We need to see what the man is cooking.
I mean, that's a lot of arms. And he's got the monastery on the other side of the wood line, which will boost woodvilles. He's forgotten to put a prelate back in the Aachen. But you're right, he's not making any more men-at-arms. He's on deer as well. The lack of boosted eco is pretty painful here. He has 4 prelates, but I don't think any of them are boosting right now. But you're right, Wyman. I think he's going Imperial.
Yeah.
Kind of blows my mind.
Yeah, you have to understand, you have to get into the brain of these players, and they are, the brain is pretty big, but the Triumph has been pushed, and it looks like these men-at-arms are made of paper. When they're not all grouped together, they get obliterated.
Oh, man. Just destroyed. Oh, God. And now this Imperial can't happen, in my opinion. You're going to have cataphracts just running into your base. And you're gonna have what, 5, 6, 7, 8 spears? That ain't gonna cut it. This is why I was really big on just like keep making men-at-arms and dive. You're giving Ramen space to have this really nice attack, and I don't know if getting an imp is gonna fix this. But it's gonna be tough. Here come the cataphracts.
Imp could be fine if he had the stone already set up for this. So if he had a position where he had a little bit of stone and getting those towers upgraded, this would have been a very different conversation. But right now, he doesn't have his towers set up. He has 1 tower total. Ooh,
And he might have a villager there at the back. What? No,
Wow.
no.
They boot scooted right out of there.
For now. But now Ramen is also in a position where he has to decide, where am I going to attack? Can I even attack? He doesn't realize that, hey, this will be an age up. But Palace of Swabia coming on through. And while this is coming, he needs to keep making spears. And I don't see enough spears in queue. I see 0. I know you want villagers, my boy. I'll put another spear in there.
We need some spears ASAP. Because you're right. You're a big thing. No towers. Nothing to upgrade to cannon placements. He has a lot of relics. But that's 13 cataphracts with Triumph. Oh man, here it goes. And he's attacking just at the right time. He can sense it, right? He hasn't scouted it, but he's like, there's no units. There's no units. He's going Imperial. And here he comes, and it's, oh no. He is showing up at the best moment for him, worst moment for Cam McNodal. And oh wait, does he not see it yet?
He didn't see it in that moment.
Ramen,
and now that he does,
my god, that's not speeds on the speeds, Ramen. Just kill. Oh my. The fates have blessed Cam McNodal as Ramen has decided to back up against 7-9 spears and some men at arms. Wow, Cam McNodal. Thank your lucky stars, Cam McNodal.
This is more of a mental block. Usually when you're up against spears, you feel like, hey, this is going to be, tragic. And I say tragic, it's definitely tragic. These cataphracts need to get a charge off or something, but they go for the men-at-arms instead. And these are just useless cataphracts at the moment. They're just running around taking damage, and Ramen...
Oh my gosh, the game is flipped. Where are the longbows?
Even without the longbows, he could just have run right on top of them, but no, he's just bleeding them one by one, longbows, and now making their way out.
I would not walk this far out, Cam McNodal. Yep. You saved your base. Don't walk this far out. So this is the push and pull, right? Like, he felt really good about the amount of damage he did. Now he's gonna run out, and this might kill his army. Both these players keep flipping the narrative back and forth as they both keep like overstepping or understepping just a bit. Here comes the Triumph. This is the push. Ramen's got to get in here. And he's holding his units back while the Triumph is going. The longbows are not stepping up to hit. Oh, the longbows were not doing
about to hit.
Oh, the cannon placement is. Oh, wow. Oh, man. And that cannon placement is just. Oh. So, for those who don't know, HRE can put relics into towers. Those towers then have extra range, extra damage, extra armor. He then put a cannon emplacement in that tower, the best emplacement you can make in the game. It has AoE damage, and cannon emplacements with relics in them, HRE relics, just kill everything. And so that's your that's your survival condition in Imperial as HRE. You get to Imperial, you get the Palace of Swabia to pump villagers, your eco takes off, you put down a bunch of towers, each of a relic in them, so your opponent can't dive. You have this Aachen eco. This is old style HRE, but instead of doing the chapel, he did Burgrave for more unit presence. And it also meant that when he really needed spears to defend, he could pump those spears out super fast. Now, he does need to secure this next gold. And the next pain point is, can he secure this next gold? Because he needs that desperately for all his Imperial upgrades.
I mean, even with just spears, he's doing a wonderful job. And those are still veteran spears. No upgrades on them just yet, but he's also not constantly producing more units, which I am so surprised about. Usually when you get to this point, you're either like just making a bunch more spears, but this usually signals a little bit of a transition. He knows what his opponent has been going for, lots of cataphracts. Are we going to see a few crossbows out? Are we seeing horses of our own? But as I say that, a few more spears get queued up, and the gold has been secured. Spears. But with all the relics he's already got, 4 relics, he is still going to be in a wonderful position to keep this going. But Ramen's going to ask himself now, what do I do? Can we take a quick look at that cistern level? It should be at least at level 3 by now. Chief's a level 3. Very nice-ish. But it's not the HR, it's not the Byzantines that we're usually so scared of.
This is the weakness of this style of gameplay from Ramen, in that it was a tempo style, and he had it.
And it does seem like we have a little bit of a connection issue there, but a villager does get picked off here by Ramen and got a nice kill. But you see, the problem is, this is the HRE, and the HRE, they are not planning on stopping anytime soon with this economy. You can just see, he's got resources, he's got units, he's getting upgrades. This is going to be disgusting. And most importantly, he keeps making prelates, which I'm really happy to see.
Yep, you gotta boost that eco. There's no special economic bonuses for HRE. It's only prelates. So if their villagers are not being boosted, their villagers suck on eco wise. There's no special bonus besides the boost. But they can get that boosted eco setup. It's amazing. I kicked my mic cord, so my mic had to reset. The point I was trying to make was that in the usual Byzantine style of cistern, with early cisterns in the winery, you have the eco to make these massive longbow or any mercenary mounts because you have the olive oil income. Without the olive oil income, this Cataphracts never had that mass of longbows that really makes that push good. So he tried to replace that with a timing attack with Triumph, with the boost from the Hippodrome. He had that moment. He just missed it. And that's what's tough about these tempo styles is if you don't catch your moment and maximize it, it feels like the game's lost for you. While if you play a more macro style, as long as you don't die, you're going to have the eco to keep fighting. And so Chemicnodal went from a tempo style of the Burgrave all-in into a more macro style of he went a lot of farms, he got his imp upgrade down, and now he's fine with trading out. He's fine with continuously throwing units at Ramen to try to delay his age up. The Ramen isn't going to get this age up in. The problem is that the eco behind it is not that great, while Chemicnodal's is exponentially growing.
And Chemicnoodle is very far away from stopping to his villager production. So he's still very happily sitting there. Gonna be going to like 120 vils by the time Ramen hits 80. So this feels like a really good spot here for the HRE to just sit back and relax. They don't need to make a move. They don't need to make any mistakes. But Ramen now getting a nice little attack here on the gold, but a handful of villagers go down. And then what? Now there's 20 more that you need to kill to try and equalize this. Palatine School coming out too, but you are not in the same position to just produce units and force mistakes out of your opponent. You're still giving him that breathing room. But Chemicnoodle, he needs to make units at the same time. We do see a few Lunchknecht in the mix here, and I know that they were probably just mass-produced by our little landmark there at the back, but they could actually be quite spicy in this composition, especially considering it's just Spearmen and Men-at-Arms.
Yeah, it's just I mean, like, this is classic HRE, right? You either do mass infantry with siege or mass infantry and horsemen. And horsemen, I think, would actually go pretty crazy here because there's no walls. Neither of them are walling. So mass horsemen just running through the base constantly at Byzantines would be very good. But he's really dedicated to this mass infantry comp, which if Ramek can just get a big enough range mass or a mass of Springolds, that will fall pretty fast. But it's now like he's looking for a chance to try to get in there, and I like these little men-at-arm raids attempts, but he's trying to find a time where can I push. But if he waits too long, Ramen's gonna get up his cistern levels, which is still only 3. That's just not good enough. Similar to how the HRE villagers only have the inspiration from prelates, Byzantine villagers only have the cisterns. So if you don't have the cisterns, your villager gather rate is awful. But both of them are not really maximizing as much as you'd hope for in this stage. But I think for HRE, you have to attack sooner rather than later. You don't want this to drag out and let Byzantine catch back up.
Now the villagers abandoning that area as they should, but the problem is the other gold is all the way on the other side. This means no gold income for Ramen for quite some time here. But I love this. Still so many Lunchknecht in that mix, but it looks like this is going to be a fight. Mangonels backing off here for a second, and we do see a Culverin in queue here by Cammy. Now, that's still a ton of men-at-arms at the front line. The problem is just, I feel like Ramen has the response for this. At least for this fight, Cammy has to be so careful. A lot of unspent resources here as he has reached max pop. But he's got to ask himself, is this the ideal army comp that I want? Or is it time for me to actually try and do damage of my own? Because the...
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Keep going. I got excited.
Now, so with Ramen, he's been the one attacking. He's been the one making Kami respond to his own presence. Oh, these guys are running all the way to that big gold. But see, that is the opening that Kami might need to actually try and do some real damage. But again, Ramen is the one on the offense, and he's constantly doing those raids. So props to Ramen. He is constantly aware and present on this map.
Yeah. And that's the thing is that, like, HRE, you do not want to go late game with Byzantine, like super late game. Like, you have this window here, and you have to use it. Like, you have to get in there. And if you wait and let Byzantines just continue to get their eco together, it's going to get worse and worse for you, though he refuses to add more cisterns. I will say real HRE enjoyers know that Inspired Warriors with this sort of comp would go really hard. But my biggest thing is he's finally getting a men-at-arms raid in, but there's been no real raids from HRE, which is why I think you need to go Horseman with a Burgrave comp. Horsemen just give you presence on the map, you continuously raid. Men-at-arms can play that role, but with Cataphracts on the field and just normal infantry, he can chase it down. But I just feel like Cammy's just giving him more time. I do apologize for butchering the names. I struggle with pronunciations of names sometimes, so I apologize. We'll call him Cammy so we don't keep messing it up. But the HRE player's got to go, and I agree. He should be trading out more, in my opinion. Like, he should be taking fights again and again and again because he knows his early imp eco is better. He should be trying to take these fights, trading out units, not letting Ramen just sit back and get caught back up.
Just so you know, for all the non-German viewers, like, Cammy sounds like a shortening for like Cameron or something, and Knödel is a German food. So you could just switch to Cammy the Dumpling if it makes it easier for you. So, but Mr. Dumpling has got to make a plan here, but his keep is in a great position, and Ramen is not ready for that attack. You see, they are just going to need to back off. And you can see this is now a very different push. When there's a keep backing you, Knödel is going to have a great time pushing out.
Do you want to play Sacred Sites here? I mean, you could play Sacred. He's about to get his full army upgrade. Oh my god, I'm dropping the name in the university now. That's some long gather. Those villagers are getting their late day,
villagers,
and he's finally getting elite spearmen. He hasn't had elite spearmen this whole time, and he's getting his imperial tier 4 upgrades. Elite army tactics, thank you. Elite army tactics. So now I kind of get why he didn't want to push. He's been waiting for this elite spearmen, which make up half his army. I'm curious why that wasn't one of his first upgrades. I wonder if he missed it. But like, he's so far ahead, he just needs to finish the game. You just don't want this to drag out. The pain points though, Ramen's on his last gold. If he just keeps raiding that gold, he has no gold.
Yeah, this is usually a big question mark for Byzantines. Oh, and he's getting a few villager kills here, and just those few is already looking so much more serious. But the spears are going straight for the landmarks as well, and they're getting a burn pretty quickly here. The problem is there is a surround.
Protect the mangoes. Oh, but those mangoes really have nothing to shoot. There's not a lot of range. There's 25 crossbows, but they're all spread out. Ramen has done an amazing job spreading his army out. These mangonels have no good shots to take. What an amazing surround. Oh my god. And he's just crushed him. Look at all this Lanchenek, all the crossbows. The men-at-arms are starting to make some purchase, but that was just not the engagement you wanted from Cammy. Wow.
There's a difference here, though. You might be saying, okay, that was a great fight by Ramen. He got this around. Ramen did a great job at cleaning that up. There's a little bit of a resource difference between these two lads. And, Cammy, he's going to remax in a moment. So, guys, we see all the units in queue. He's got 6,500 food as well. He's like, maybe that wasn't a big fight or the best fight. Let me just do it again. And Ramen is definitely not in that same position. You can see food per minute exactly half of what Cammy has. And unfortunately, the gold is looking very dire.
This is
even without a chapelle.
No, this is exactly right. Like, Ramen won this first fight, but is he going to win the war? Like, Cammy can just remass. He's going to start running into his base because there's no walls. If you look at what Ramen's remassing, he's remassing spearmen, which aren't even castle spearmen. He's upgrading them now to feudal. Then he has to get him to castle, then he has to get him to imperial. So while the numbers look same, they're not. These are a fully upgraded imperial men-at-arms for spearmen, crossbows, and a few streltsy. And all Cammy has to do, don't take your foot off the gas. Keep adding production, stream across the map, run through his base constantly. Never give him idle time. I mean, the Vil difference is massive, and as you said, no gold. So Ramen cannot make gold units anymore. So in this point, Cammy set himself up for success, but he just can't slow down. Like, I think he has to just keep going. And he is now playing Sacred Sites. He controls all 3 Sacred Sites. He's getting a wall up. And it feels like Atri has this in the bag because Ramen cannot make any like superior units, which means this mass trash men-at-arms army of Cammy is going to go really well. But these are just keep pushing, keep going, go.
The thing is, Cammy can just walk into the base, lose the whole army, and make it again. Because as we can see, all the resources are ready to replenish 200 supply if needed. Mangonel this time gets a much better shot off, but you do see Spears at the front line here. They are just doing work. Lunchknechte doing an amazing job in return, but the numbers are very far and wide. Crossbows need to kite backwards, but it just feels like this is never ending as we see that purple line streaming across the map and just absolutely...
He's pop max, and he's in the wood line now.
Disgusting. He's everywhere.
This is insane. I mean, and this is gonna be never ending. This is game over. Unless there's a massive throw, but Ramen literally cannot make the units to counter what Cammy's making. No gold, no units, no win.
Oh, and the man-at-arms behind the base. Now it's 49 men-at-arms. This is not something you can deal with in any universe. Oh, even the Streltsy getting surrounded. You know, once your Streltsy gets surrounded by a bunch of very fast men-at-arms, they're gonna have a bad time. Crossbows, made of paper.
This is just classic macro game versus tempo game. Ramen was gonna win off tempo. He's gonna win off this big cataphract push with Triumph. And if it didn't work, he was gonna struggle because he didn't have the eco to remass. Cammy read that perfectly. He played into a macro game, got down his farms, got down his Imperial Age up, and just knew, man, my eco's way better. As long as I don't take an awful fight. I disagreed with how he went through it, but I mean, he won in the end, and I'm a dummy in the end. But like, he played that macro game perfectly, and then won just by pure eco strength.
Now, you have to ask yourself, that one decision that Ramen made by backing off at the age up, was this the moment that Ramen gave his opponent another fighting chance? And it looks like that is exactly the case because, ladies and gentlemen, this means game 3 is upon us. But you can see that military count up and down, up and down. But when that age hit, it was, oh, look at that exponential graph. That is absolutely disgusting. Poor little linear one there for Ramen. Just having a linear outlook like most of us on life.
Women, I was going to ask you the same question. I was like, it was what moment turned it? And I agree with you. It was he was there. He was going to stop the age up. And now I think one thing, this fight right here, he should not have used Triumph on that fight because he used all of his 30 tickets basically on that fight, which meant that when he dove the Imperial, he didn't have, I don't think he felt comfortable with the amount of Triumph tickets he had. That's my now reflective thought process on that, is that he threw his Triumph too early on a group of men-at-arms when he needed it for that dive.
Luckily, this means that we get another game.
Our
German Chad finally getting French. He wanted to play French last game as well, but it got sniped. And instead, Ramen says, I don't want to deal with English, which I'm a little surprised about here. You don't usually see English sniped out, but when you do, it's in a Vortex game and you're very confused every single time. But also Jin being the civ of choice here. Finally getting some action.
Yo, okay. I have a lot to say on Jin. One, this fight we're watching, this is just an amazing fight. The issue, there's no eco to back up the post cleanup. But Jin, I think, is going to quickly... I think people are realizing more and more that Jin does have some real strength. But you have to play them so weird. You have to play them so weird. There's just a lot of quirkiness to them. But some people have been putting in the time to figure out Jin. And if you play them on ladder and you've seen some pros play them too, there's some real juice. I think Jin and Tuklok. I'm excited to see how much Tuklok's played in this, if at all. But like, I think some people are starting to wake up to the Tuklok menace as well. But
please no.
It's gonna be ugly, I think, once people figure that out. That's my personal opinion, okay? But I'm so excited to see what he does here. So let's talk about, in your opinion, we know what French is gonna do. Jin, it could be anything. What do you think Ramen's got to do here is Jin?
Oh, no, you're asking the wrong person. This is usually where I ask Crackety or Myriad and I'm like, hey guys, so tell me about this Jin, because they actually practice these things. For me, Jin is like that black pit that you meet on ladder. And you're like, okay, if I don't kill this guy in feudal, there's going to be horses popping out everywhere. All of a sudden, there are things spawning on the market. And you're like, great, I killed that. Why is it alive again? And you realize all these things are passive. They just happen. So French is that civilization. French is the civilization that can be inside
your base when you are still a little bit weak. So, based on personal experience and some observation, I would say in this matchup, it feels like French has the answer to this. But we did get Chum chat here in the back here, and he says he's very glad that we get Jin on Silk Road, because Silk Road is the only new map that we've had in the qualifiers. And it's already in the first set.
I was gonna say, I need to see how Silk Road spawns. I don't know Silk Road. Because here's the thing, Jin actually has a surprisingly good Dark Age Rush, which could be great against pushing French off gold, especially if this is one of those maps where resources spawns really far away. That's an option. Now, pros don't like doing Dark Age rushing a lot because they're really good at defending it, but that is an option. You're about to say something, Cal?
Okay, we're getting information here from the back that you guys might not be hearing. We just look like we're listening to an alien. So, basically, he is telling us Silk Road has preset spawns in a way. They spawn as the same every time. So you know where the gold is, you know where the wood is, you know where everything is. So it makes it a lot easier for you to make them decisions.
So Jin has a pretty sick 2TC. Because if you 2TC into castle, then you drop the free defenders landmark, and all of a sudden you can't be dove. And it's actually specifically good against French, because French doesn't want to make spears. French also makes knights and archers, and so those castle defenders can just pop out of the TCs and fight French knights and win. So you can play a very annoying style where you're just around the map, towering, denying resources with the defenders. It's so annoying. Another style you can play, I had Mio Micah do this to me on the ladder. It was brutal. He opened 2TC. I'm trying to fast castle. He uses the mounted villagers who gather faster, move faster, all that jazz, drops the castle landmark in my base before I even do anything. Now, French, you have to play a little bit differently, but there's options here. I'm so excited to see what Ramen does. I'm so excited to see what he does. And we're entering the game, and let's check it out.
Pretty bold statement of yours, thinking that French lets you go for a fast castle.
I don't think you'll fast castle on this, but there's an options.
I was gonna say, Ramen, he might get lucky in that department, but my goodness, is French annoying. And what makes French so annoying on this map is, ladies and gents, let's take a quick look at the wood lines. So you might be asking yourself, what wood lines? Exactly. That wood line is in China. And going for a 2TC, it actually feels like a decent enough idea if you can protect some villages on your wood. But French is really good at dealing with 2TC usually. So I am a little worried for anyone who needs to step out on this map and chop more than 3 trees.
I can see why you want to go French on this map. One, the early deer gives you so much tempo, and you don't have to even leave your base. But same for Jin. Jin gathers hunted meat with the mounted villagers faster than any other civ in the game. So they can just vacuum that food and boost their eco lot as well. But man, the issue is, you're right, these wide open spaces, no walls can help you here. Woodline's completely exposed. I'm curious then what Ramen does to help secure wood. And it's also interesting, I think you also see why they potentially didn't want to play against English, because the pressure on those wood lines from English, like, could be immense. So I'm so excited to see. One, is he making mounted villagers or is he making normal villagers? Can we check that from Jin real fast? Is he just doing pure mounted? It's pure mounted. Interesting. So there's a thing with Jin where you can actually age up faster if you do normal villagers. But if you want to kind of be all over the map, or you're trying to rush something, you do the mounted villagers. So it's interesting he's opening pure mounted and not doing a faster age up with the normal vills. But just look at this map. Everything's so far away from the main base. You get that nice close deer pack, though. Cammy's deer pack is much closer to his base than Ramen's. Why is Ramen's deer pack so far away? What is this about?
Because he's playing against French, so the French gods are watching over him and making sure that.
I was told this map spawns the same every single time. That's all I'm saying.
That's true. That's actually true. We were told the same thing, so I wonder there, Deer is apparently.
We came in late. Cammy spent the time pushing the deer. Okay. Nice.
Oh, wow.
Wait,
Cammy is just the MVP.
Okay.
That is a lot of deer pushing. Oh my goodness.
He's going Flower Pagoda.
Okay. Take us through that. School of Cavalry. We're going to be running into our Flower Pagoda. What happens?
So a Flower Pagoda is both your defensive, or it's both an eco building and it's also a military building. What I mean by that is you drop this flower petal that has an AoE effect. And if it's on villagers, it causes them to gather faster, 25% if I remember correctly. So if you pop that on gold, you pop that on food, you're getting it really, really fast. Same with wood, but you want to focus on resources that are like more static. If you pop it and a fight happens, so you put that petal where you're fighting, it gives your units more attack speed. And it's kind of sneaky. So it's one of those things that can be hard to use because if your opponent sees it, they'll just back away. But if it's one of those fights where you have to stand your ground, that flower petal can provide a lot of value. And so this, once again, he's going 2 TC. We got 2 on stone. So my opinion is he's going to try to 2 TC and then use the flower petal to boost his eco and just defend. Because if you make spears in feudal, their spears in castle are really good with the lightning upgrade. And he's just going to try to get this eco pump in. And with these mounted villagers, he can build faster, so he can get that second TC down really quick. And since he didn't kill the deer, now Cammy's going to push him, which is unfortunate.
Putting them this far away, it's a pretty smart move here, because he knows those villagers are eventually going to run after them if he doesn't pay attention to them instantly. Quickly gets upgrades. I love this from Kami. He's making sure that he gets those upgrades clicked up instantly.
And while Cammy was pushing deer, his deer and then his opponent's deer, Ramen went and took the camps. So he's getting those merchant camp eco value as well, which is pretty big. He got both of them. Like, that's not insignificant. 15 wood, 15 gold, 15 food every 60 seconds. He's gotten 30 because he has both. And look, he already has the second TC coming down because of the mounted villagers. Like, the knight is not going to get there to stop it. Where's he putting it? Is he putting on boar? Boar and gold.
This far out?
This is what we're talking about with Jin. And you know how fast you're going to gather that boar? Insanely fast. It's going to be gone before you can blink. I actually tested stuff with Jin where you would go steal your opponent's boar because 8 mounted villagers on boar can eat it in like 2 minutes. So, especially with the flower bonus. So he's going 2 TC and he has the gold and the boar secure. He just needs to make spears. If he can rush that age up, he doesn't even need that many spears. The defenders will protect him. This is just classic Jin gameplay. And I think Cammy's head spinning a little bit. He's on board with a second TC already. It's wild. It's awesome.
And you can see, these mounted villagers getting dangerously low, though. The problem is now there's a knight that loves to charge. Oh, they're not attacking. Waiting for better days. Oh, and the flower has arrived. Oh, going to be disgustingly good. But the knight's not really attacking something that you want to be attacking as a knight. He's trying to get more and more knights here to just make sure that this is something he can sustain. Now getting double broadaxe as well. Has every upgrade in the book. But the problem is we just have knights here. What now? We need to find a way to actually get under that TC and do some work, and that's exactly what he realizes. And looks like he wants to be moving this way.
This is an amazing example of like preparing your civ for a map. He knew this spawn style, and this TC gets some wood, gold, food. My question is, I mean, like, the issue is he already has 6, but also that's what mounted villagers help too. Mounted villagers means you need less of them. They can run away like this, so he can delay the killing of them. This is just Jin things. Hashtag Jin things. I'm telling you, it just requires, Jin requires just a brain that's built a little different. And that's why I love it as a civ. That's why I love it. I think it's such a fun civ.
We do see a little production building coming out, so Ramen realizes, hey, I might need to make a unit or 2. These villagers are great, but maybe a unit would be nice. Let's go see. I would love to see what he went for instead. We looked away on second TC.
Spears.
Second TC, sir. Barracks. Okay, there we go. Spears are coming on out. And it makes sense. You're up against only knights, and Kami seems to be a player who would not be afraid of just going for more knights, because of course, eventually, resources are going to mean them running out, and your opponent is going to need to start moving away. Now, resources collected, we're trying to see a little bit of the stats there, but
he's almost castle.
Ramen is in such a good spot.
Ramen's almost castle. And here's the thing. Once again, because mounted villagers are so fast, and this map is so big, he could sneak those mounted villagers out and drop it on another gold somewhere. And I don't think Cammy would ever notice. Like, Cammy has to have perfect vision right now to understand. And his scout is tracking where the knights are going. So, like, I could understand if he just puts it next to the TC, honestly. But he has options. Cammy has dropped an archery range, but he's made no archers yet. And it's going around the wood line next to the TC. That's the right spot. He needs wood so bad. But this has just been textbook Jhin gameplay. But I mean, the textbook is like a weird online forum that you have to find through multiple links. But textbook Jhin gameplay here, and now he just has to. I'm curious what his next move is once he ages up. Iron pagodas are surprisingly like not bad against knights, against other knights, but I think he's just gonna do mass spear crossbow. But then you lose the map control. I don't know. We'll see what he does when he ages up. But this is just classic. And now Cammy has to protect the trade posts, but he hasn't even stopped the trade post income. He's still getting the income from the merchant camps this entire time.
And this is the problem when you're playing one of these newer maps. It's not something you're used to handling all the time. And now we see those just popping out ready to attack. But oh my goodness, they do quite a bit of damage here.
So much
Luckily,
damage.
with these knights, they do have chivalry. So going to be taking a few hits and pulling back and going straight for it yet again. Now a farm transition coming out of Cammy as well. And this is not something you like to see from French, but you know your opponent, he might just be the one moving out on the map. The problem is just, there's so much food on this map. I'm so surprised to see him going for farms this early on.
Well, and that suggests he's worried to go out on the map. Like, I think he thinks maybe some knights are coming, or horsemen, and so he wants to keep his villagers protected. But you think he'd be on board. What is interesting about this map is that there's no second deer pack. There's no second deer pack on the map. There's just boar and a lot of berries. So food is also kind of lacking on this map. Like, there isn't a whole lot of it. So French's tempo is pretty heavily reduced compared to some other maps where there's more deer packs. But okay, so we have Ramen getting Spearman upgrade. He's now getting the Wood Gather upgrade. He's super heavy on wood right now. 18 vills on wood. These are mounted vills as well. He is taking, I think he's just taken yeah, that one over there. And that's going to get him food. And then he's going to take the other one on the other side, and that's going to get him food. At some point, he's probably going to go pretty heavy on stone and start getting defender upgrades. How does Cammy push this? Like, where does he go?
Even if he now goes castle, for him, this is now the question mark of what am I supposed to attack? And of course, you want to shut down the second TC. You want to be able to kill something, right? But the problem is, there's not much to kill. And he does pick him up. But with that being said, now he still has that income just constantly. The knights, though, they're going to be healing up. And that second TC is going to be under duress for a bit. Now, the boar, most likely, yeah, boar is gone by now. So he has to think about other food. But with all the villages he has on wood, food is not going to be the biggest of struggles here. And I love that. You can see that TC is now completely unguarded. He knows now this is a bit of an opening for my opponent to actually be able to do damage.
But it's not unguarded. There's some fellows sitting in it. He's going storm. Well, he's got the defenders in the TC. Ding 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 ding.
That's just 3 of them, though.
3 of them, but they buy you time for the spears to get down there. Spears now have the lightning that they just shoot out of their spears, and on top of that, Jhin farms some of the best farms in the game. If you put a mounted villager on a farm, it is one of the best farms in the game. So he's going super heavy on wood because he's going to hit a farm transition soon while gathering these berries, because he doesn't want to leave his base. He wants to stay nice and safe with the defenders. Legitimate Jhin strategy is just to keep dropping TCs. Every TC has defenders, so you just farm up around the TC. 8 mounted villagers on farms and the same amount of food. He's just going to play this macro game. Cammy, on the other hand, what did he age up with? He aged up with the guild hall, right? I think you just play a classic French Imperial, where you make some knights, you keep pressuring, you drop your red palace on resources, and you play it that way. And force Grommen to have to, like, come fight you somewhere. But, like, oh, dude. And now these spears are almost sniping knights every time they show up. This is just, oh my god. This is, like, it's so frustrating to fight Jhin when they're playing like this.
Jhin playing the safe game. I'm absolutely loving this, because what I mentioned earlier as well is French is the one who usually raids, who can punish you for being greedy and feudal, who doesn't let you go for a fast castle. But honestly, it doesn't look like this was the French needed for that type of push. Now we also see him trying to get a little bit of a defense upgrade in here too, but you can see all these free resources just coming on in for Ramen, and those farms slowly starting to form around the TC2. We do see one villager on there, but the spears are in position to try and stop these knights if they actually find some damage.
And now we also have the stables coming down, so he's gonna do mass horsemen, which is really important because he needs pressure on the map, right? Like he needs to start getting horsemen so he can start poking Cammy's side of the map and put the pressure back on him. These knights are taking a beating right now, trying to go through here. Now, Cammy, on the other hand, is saving for his keep. For those of you who are a little new to AoE 4, the keep placement is key for French because the keep reduces the cost of all ranged and cav units. That's right, just ranged and cav. That's why he's building his buildings in that circle in that way, because he wants to put the keep right there. So French does have a little bit of base building thought process. Once he does that, it makes his knights cheaper. So while the French eco doesn't have a lot of eco bonuses, they have cheaper eco techs. The key is that once they get the keep down, their units are a lot cheaper, and that is what powers their eco in a way. I am curious how Jin takes this across the map, because the biggest issue when you're playing this style is if you leave your base, the knights show up. Now, he does feel good, I think, because he's just done a lot of damage to the knights. So I think he's ready to cross. The thing that you really want is Jin, though, he really wants to get that second market. Because the second he can get the second market, he can get even more mounted villagers. That's so much value to your eco. But the longer this game goes, the worse this really starts to feel for Cammy. Unless he goes for that imp timing. What's in the guild hall? Can we get a guild hall check real fast?
Usually food by this point,
300 food. Yeah.
So 300 food is going to be great eventually, just not anytime soon. He has 17 on gold though, so getting every bit of upgrade that he can, but at some point those upgrades are going to be completely finished, and the question is, what then? But with these knights still trying to show a bit of a presence, and Jin, Ramen is just having the best time of his life. Just more spears, he doesn't feel like he needs to transition, but he hasn't seen the 24 archers that are waiting for him though.
Yeah, he really needs to get his horseman numbers up. But the thing is that, like, okay, you push, I'm going to walk by, I'm going to hold my near my defenders, and then I'm just going to keep re-engaging whenever my spear cooldown comes on so that his spears can keep shooting lightning at his opponents. And he's trying to get that big wall up on the right side. Just hear the gold, the berries. He's just playing this really, just trying to play this really slow. And now we're in this weird part of the game where, like, both sides know they can't push the other, so both are trying to, like, survive until their advantage. We do see, oh no, actually, I'm sorry, Ramen's pushed across the map a little bit. I think he views this fight on gold as a critical one. If he expects the Imperial timing, he's gonna try to deny the gold, because they always want to drop the red palace on the gold. So if you think French is going for the drop, you go and push gold, which he's doing now. And Cammy doesn't think he can take this fight, though I think he can. This is gonna be interesting. I don't think there's enough horsemen here for Ramen.
Horseman numbers, they need to be much, much bigger to deal with all these archers. You still have a huge amount of knights that can actually try and flank this, and that's exactly what he has in store. We do see the knights pushing out, trying to get a bit of a hit here, but playing it safe at the same time. The horseman numbers are scarily getting increased now.
And what's critical about these horsemen are not your normal horsemen. They're, thanks to the pasture system of Jin, as they collect more and more horses, the horsemen actually have extra health. And it's small, but it does help take one extra hit, one extra archer shot. And when we're doing these chase downs, every little bit of extra health is massive. Can we click on one of these horsemen? How much extra health do they have right now? 8. So, like, that's one more archer shot. Now 10, because as every horseman that comes in increases that. And what it also means is that if Jin ever needs a pop of horsemen, they could spend these pastoral horsemen to immediately get horsemen on the field. And they aren't reduced costs. They're not free, but you get them instantly. And so that's another mechanic Jin can use where I'm waiting. Oh, you're pushing me? Great. All of a sudden, here's 10 more horsemen on the field, and that can swing fights. Here comes the second TC from he needs it. His eco is so far behind.
It is, but you also have to see the food income. The problem is there's no food income here for Cammy. Right now, this man is barely scraping by, and Ramen is constantly producing. 23 horsemen now, 53 spears, and Cammy is nowhere near trying to answer that. You can see the knights now moving out, and They are just getting a little bit tickled a little bit here by the lightning
The spears
bolts.
are so silly. They're just oh, the pathing. Who doesn't love AoE4 pathing? The only thing that's fair about it is that it happens to everyone. I'm kind of surprised Ramen hasn't gone and taken the second the second trading post, but at this point Ramen has a few options. He could just push in. He could rush stone, drop a keep, and then play off the keep into a push. But I think Ramen's realizing I am way ahead. Like the village numbers are deceiving. 24 of those villagers are mounted villagers, which are basically like 2 villagers. And that's another thing. Jin, Eco, and Imperial is surprisingly good because they have these amazing villagers that count as 1, which means their village numbers are just better than yours. They can either use that to have a bigger Eco or have more military units because they can have less villagers. So it's just all these little things to consider about Jin. They're fun. People start liking Jin. That's my opinion. Takes some time to learn it, but he's also now going to crossbows and men at arms. So this suggests to me that he is kind of wary about the knight mass, but there's only 12 knights. Like, Cammy does not have an army, and I think if Ramen realized these numbers, he would just int. He doesn't have to. I mean, his eco's much better. He can just sit and wait. But like, honestly, we're kind of waiting for Ramen to make a big mistake, or else this game kind of feels like it's his right now.
Cammy is, with all that gold he's floating, is definitely feeling like, hey, Imperial is going to be the safe bet.
Oh, you're right.
And that second TC that you get, the second TC you get, it gives you a bit of a catch-up time, but the Red Palace is so powerful in securing you the area that you might need for this gold. I would love for us to take a quick look at the relics as well, just to double check if he's going to have any gold income later on. So
Jin has 2.
They're
yeah.
2 to 3, okay. So pretty evenly split, but with 12 knights, you feel like there's a lot missing
run
here.
past the tower. He didn't burn the tower. He's gonna get on the villagers. Oh, he almost had the full surround, but this is gonna be a lot of villagers going down. Oh my Lanta. Oh, get on top of him. I'd say you gotta run on top of the villagers. Oh.
And he gets that surround.
And it's archers coming to help. This is archers coming to help. Oh no. And Cammy's going into men at arms. He's given up night massing and is going into men at arms. That's how much he knows he's lost the spearman count. And he says, F it, I'm just gonna throw my horsemen. This is mostly ranged. You're trying to stop a raid with ranged units.
His horsemen, luckily for him, they are falling a bit. But the problem here is men at arms are still pretty expensive. The reason for this, though, I believe, is just because the gold access is not going to be forever. He's going to need to hit Imperial, then be able to get the upgrades, and without the gold access he's going to need on the map, he is not going to have that for very long. Now these horses trying to find another spot to raid, and luckily for him, there's a lot of spots to raid. But Ramen also floating a lot of resources. This man might be thinking about Imp pretty soon as well.
He might be thinking about it, but he still has 41 vills on. Okay, now he just pulled a bunch of vills off wood. I think he's going to go gold. So this is an Imp from both of them. French is going to go Imp thanks to the guild hall, while Jin's going to go Imp because their eco's insane. So how does each side win this? Ramen can win just by playing sacred sites. Now there is a timing to try to catch him dropping the red palace, which you can tell he's scanning the golds. Like, he has the horsemen running around the golds constantly. He's trying to find that red palace is going down. If he can deny the red palace from going down on the sacred site, where the gold and sacred site meet at the top side, I think that's going to be really important for him. And it looks like he wants to play sacred sites, which he can. Once he takes sacred sites, drops a bunch of towers, he puts defenders in each tower, so any fight that happens, you have the defenders advantage, plus you have all of your units that are fighting better on a stationary fight. Like, making him have to fight into spears is going to be a big deal. Second, the red palace is going down right where he wanted to deny it. Oh man, he was playing a little more south, but he had a chance to stop that. And that means he can't play sacred sites. He can't like just fully take sacred sites and hold that. He will get some vills, but that was a really good win condition that I think Ramen's going to miss out on here. He is going to go Pagoda Forest. If you don't know Jin, Pagoda Forest, it basically allows you to put monks in them, and then they can do this super massive, huge Wololo, but it has a huge timer, like 5 minutes or something. But it also produces forests that provide you passive wood. And the Red Palace, of course, is a massive keep landmark. It has these arbalist emplacements, which just basically mow down everything. It puts him on his TCs. So Cammy's TCs are like almost unraidable now, basically. And now we're going to hit like the stalemate portion of the game, where without the being able to hold the sacred site, it looks like Ramen's win condition is going to be just a slow trap down. He's going to keep raiding horsemen. There's no walls. But as I said, the arbalist emplacements are going to do a lot of work. And then he's going to just play probably siege.
And now we see a little bit of a switch here between the two, as Kami was last time the guy with all the resources, able to throw away his whole army and remake it. This time, Ramen is in exactly that position. Doesn't look like there's the fear of anything in his heart, even under that red palace, but he does decide to play it a little bit more carefully. Pulls back a bit, realizes, hey, I'm not going to be able to hold this just yet. But at the same time now, with him being Imperial, with Kami being Imperial, it's all about having access to resources and re-maxing. Right now, that is 500 food per minute in an Imperial age. That is not the amount anyone dreams of.
That's not the amount you want at all. The eco difference is really stark. And this is the thing, like, the same thing happened last game, where one player's eco is just so much bigger. All they have to do is just not throw the game away, and just work down the opposing player. No defenders in this? Oh, he never put defenders in it. Okay.
He's trying to at least get a little bit of a shutdown to buy himself some time, trying to get the army to be led back to that side, and it's working. You can see that yellow dots just moving their way back onto that side, but these knights are going to get the damage and get out at the same time. Kami, though, he is also going to get raided by a bunch of horsemen. Problem is just that small gold is not going to last forever, and Kami has to think about what does this look like the longer this goes. So gold-wise, the map has tiny golds everywhere. Kami is not going to have access to these for too long. How does he sustain himself into this? Is it just where you go for archers, horsemen, and hope for the best?
I mean, Ramen is playing a very heavy non-gold comp as well. So he could just do, I mean, men-at-arms are super cheap gold-wise, and it looks like he's doing pure men-at-arms, archer, arbitrary. The issue is that he has no bonuses for men-at-arms. He doesn't get them cheaper from the keeps. So it's just a pure frontline where his investment's better in range. And now we have an engagement coming through. Ramen just decides it's time to push, and the key is that he's pushing the non-red palace. Like, he's not going against the red palace. Another key is that no, don't want to do that. The second thing is, the men-at-arms aren't even imp. They're about to get imp. The second thing is he's getting his 3 ranged armor, and also at this point Ramen can just trade out. Like, Ramen's eco is so good, he should be looking for fights. Like, look at the eco differences. It's massive. He should just be throwing his units into fights again and again and again and again until he can break Kami, in my opinion.
Honestly, this is such a beautiful flower here as well. Nice bonus all around. You just see everything melting. I love this with the spears, though. It just looks like they're shooting rockets the whole time. Initially, not looking like they do too much damage, but we see as a Ramen with 11,000 food in the bank gets a beautiful surround here, and he might lose a bit of the front line, especially with the men-at-arms, just able to tank while the archers are hoping to do some work. And sure, Ramen is losing most of the army here, but Kami, he cannot replace this. Only 570 gold in the bank here behind it. So even if Ramen loses the whole pot, he's just remaking it. Look at that queue.
Wait a minute. I'm going to say, wait a minute, look at the unit queue. It's just very different. Yeah, Kami won that fight, but like, is he going to win the next one? Maybe. He's going to win the third one. Is he going to win the fourth one? Like, that's where the issue's going to come. And just the eco differences, like, not, he has 10,000 food. Like, like, the thing holding him back is actually like his other resources, but he's just instant remassing. Really, Ramen just needs a lot more production, but the walls also make this tough. There's no place to raid. And not that Kami can even raid. He has no cav, but this is just going to be continuous remassing. Do these have defenders? No. Okay. But Kami feels like he has to push here. He really does, because he can't let this game elongate. He basically needs to win off this massive units, or else I think the game's just over.
Oh, but we also hear the alarm bells going off and the free boys coming out. They get a kill. Wonderful. I'm actually just really surprised at you saying that sentence earlier. There's no cavalry from Kami. And seeing that on the French, it feels so strange to experience. But, the spear hits coming all around. A keep drop is exactly what he's hoping to just close out this game with. He will lose a few villagers, but at this point of the game, it's something you can do. The men-at-arms being a beautiful frontline here. And honestly, Kami right now looking good with this push.
Yeah, the keep also has the Arbalest emplacement, so that keep is doing a lot of damage. And Ramen's just been caught off the wrong foot with the Men at Arms switch. The Men at Arms switch has changed the tenor of this game. And here comes the big Wololo. He doesn't have any monks in it though, so it's not as big as it could be. It could be like 4 weeks.
Yeah, that worked. Oh my god, that's the first time I see it. That was...
Did Cammy forget? Did Cammy forget what that was? It wasn't even the mat. Like, if he had 4 monks in there, that would have been all of it.
Wow.
Oh my god.
And just like that, Cammy looking like he was about to win the game, and
what?
Ramen's back, boys. Even with the queue being that long and units just not coming out, he's back in it.
I didn't even hype it up because I thought there's no way he gets caught in it. But that hit faster than I anticipated, I feel like. That was crazy.
And as we're looking at these, we can see 26 basically just Men at Arms converted. They keep helping though.
No, yeah, finally drops the Flower Pagoda. That would have been great if that had been used a little earlier. Cammy's unit switch has been on point. So he immediately switches to Mass Arbitrier in the face of the Men at Arms, and it's holding. The Keep's not dying. We got Horseman and Spear coming again, and finally Ramen's adding crossbows, but the crossbow ad's going to be huge here. The landmark did pay for itself. That is for sure. But Mass Arbitrier is one of the most annoying units to play against in the game. Especially once the issue is that he really needs Fire Arrow on these Arbitrier, but he's struggling on the gold count. But this push has opened up the map for Cammy, which has been really important. His eco's gotten a lot better. His villain number is still pretty low, but at least he's actually getting access to gold.
Now, those knights he sent at the back while this was happening was magnificent. Getting out one of those bombards, just making sure that he can actually repair this keep, and it looks like Ramen is now falling trapped to this keep. Like we said earlier, he didn't fall to the trap of the Red Palace, but this keep has been his biggest nemesis. He just keeps fighting into it, thinking that he is going to outlast it, but it just doesn't feel that way. Could we take a quick look at his production buildings? How many production buildings does Ramen have?
Feels like he's not remassing.
Yeah, it feels so
7.
slow, right?
He needs double. He needs double of everything. And he has the resources for it. Right now he's suffering from, like, he has the resources to do whatever he wants. I think he's just kind of surprised of how strong this push is. Like, I mean, like, raise your hand if you've seen a Master Arbitrier and they just don't die. Like, they're honestly one of the best units in the game. And French just casually has them with their knights. Oh, this is a good fight. Oh, this is a good surround. Another great surround by Ramen. Wow.
Oh, and it feels like this is the way that Cammy loses his army every single time. But he does those PVs, and they are doing a lot of work. The problem is still just Ramen's army is replenishing, and this time a little bit closer to the base. Get some Wololos in.
Oh, no, those aren't Wololos. Those are the taxes. But he thought they were Wololos. No, so those weren't Wololos. Those were the taxmen. So what that is that the you can, not the taxman, you can produce the guy from the castle landmark. I forget the name of him exactly, but he can do this bribe mechanic where he doesn't turn the units, like, he turns the units into neutral units that will fight who they're working for. So that was a really good use of them, getting them caught in there, and then he doesn't convert them. You don't convert them into your units, they become neutral units. So I think he just deleted them, honestly.
Yeah,
but they looked like mini Wololos. That was weird.
He could have made, I don't know. This is.
I know, but I thought I swore maybe I heard the Wololo in my mind, but it makes like a poing curse shaking sound whenever it happens. But
he definitely
I
was
think,
traumatized though.
Oh, now the horse, and this is the thing. Cammy still has no walls. Cammy believes in no walls. He doesn't want to waste the wood on it. While Ramen has walled the entire map, and this is like, and that's why I said earlier, Cammy had to win off that push. With the eco differences, his best chance was that timing push where he had the right comp. Ramen did not have the production to counter comp well, and he needed to win there, and the Wololo saved his life, honestly. I think because Ramen was looking like he wasn't holding that. So, but he pushed, unlike Ramen, who avoided the Red Palace, Cammy pushed right into the Pagoda Forest and paid for it.
Now, Cammy having one cannon and nothing to defend that cannon with just yet is going to bode a little bit bad, especially because Ramen now completely maxed out again. He's got his optimal comp: horsemen, crossbows, and spears. which Cammy just doesn't have an answer for. He's got the men-at-arms, he's got the arbs. Arbs do great in essence, but you need so many more. With 134 supply, it feels pretty tough. Now finally getting those arrows. So the arbs are going to do a little bit better, but it's bombard against bombard action, and this is still just going to take forever.
Hey, Wayman.
Yeah?
Have you looked at the Vil kill count at the bottom?
Oh my god.
73 Vil kills.
Definitely made those horses work.
And he's still only behind by 20 Vils. Once again, a lot of those are mounted Vils, so his eco's just off the charts. And now this is just, I think we're just going to see a slow push. This is going to see continuous raid, slow push. He's adding the crossbow, so the men-at-arms won't work anymore. The arbitrary are great, but he has mass horsemen. Does Ramen have his tier 4 upgrades in the university? I saw him get fire arrow. Does he have the other ones? Does he have elite army tactics in biology? Where is the university even?
Observer is like, what does the university look like?
What does it look like
from this one? I love that. Ooh, there we go. We have the shortcut. Ladies and gentlemen, the shortcut has been discovered. I like that he's only getting plus... Wait, that looks like a plus
and then
attack.
tab through. Tab through to the university. Or click on it.
Press tab.
Or there it is.
Almost.
Click on it. He has them. Okay. He has them. Okay, good.
But Cammy doesn't look like he's giving up. He's got a little bit of resources now.
It's game point.
Finally,
right to the end.
But he does move this. Oh no, the cannon. The cannon is extended, and now -1 cannon, and the wood is not looking like it's going to be replenished anytime soon. And this is
French
the problem
spears.
with this map. No wood.
No wood.
No wood.
I mean, and this is why, like, the lack of walls. I mean, walls have been difficult on this map, but like at this point, like everywhere Cammy goes is going to be horsemen. I mean, Ramen's very aware that his eco has to be spread all over the map. He has to keep sending horsemen left, right. And yeah, guys, they actually, I think in the recent DLC, they added spears for French. French didn't have spears for most of the game, but recently they patched in some spears, and Cammy is using them to full effect. Here comes the R push. No, the cannon!
Don't worry, the cannon will live. These orbs are not...
Are they? Will they? Oh.
Yes. We bless them.
And then
just like the flower is blessing.
The flower is blessing them.
Now, quickly cleaning up the front line, as we can see. But, is he traumatized enough? Is he traumatized
Here's the money.
enough?
Here's the money. Here's the money. They've been bribed. They saw the money and they couldn't resist. Show me the money, they said.
I think he just learned about a new mechanic. The fact that he deleted his units earlier tells me that traumatization the first time, but this time he really saw how they work.
Yeah, a very key upgrade is coming in for France. The arbitrary stirrups will make them will improve the arbitrary a lot, and they're also getting improved price reduction on their units as well near the keep. So this keep is about to go down, and with this keep down, I don't know if Cammy can hold this corner anymore. Like he's gonna ignore the red palace completely. He's gonna push through this right side. A lot of Cammy's eco is located on the right in the wood line, and then while this fight's happening, he can just keep raiding the left side with horsemen. And I mean, once again, if you look at the snapshot, you're like, it doesn't look that bad, but the eco, like the amount of banked resources Ramen has just means he can keep this fight going forever. And he just needs to keep adding production. I'm curious, he probably has, just looking at the mini map, I think he has a lot more production now. But he's basically full maxed. Only 8 stables?
This man does not believe in production buildings. He just believes in efficiency of production buildings, yes.
Hey. And only 6 archery ranges for Cammy. These guys are not playing Imp a little unique. Here's the thing, I also forget to add production all the time, so that's big. But I mean, like, if Ramen just had, you know, 20 of each production building, the remass would be crazy on this. But the keep down, he's gonna run in. Now the TC will still do a lot of damage. That red palace is hitting the horsemen as they're going in, but this just feels like a slow but inevitable push. And this is where the flower comes in well. Every time Cammy has to hold a spot, he just drops the flower, and the fight goes so much better for him. The PVs has been dropped. He's holding here, but these arbs are dying fast. And those are gathering some wood.
There's no more income for poor Cammy, and you can see he's still just trying to make orbs, trying to get every single orb he can afford. But he must know that this is overs. And that TC, a few villagers inside to just try and make it hit a little bit harder, but it's gonna need to shoot rockets and multiple, and it's definitely not doing so now. Everything just getting slowly eliminated, and still Red Palace being avoided. Very smart move here by Ramen, not just throwing away everything. But you can see the lines of units just coming as everything is being replaced. So, destruction here. And Cammy, our German Chad, he's playing French. This was the betrayal all along.
Well, he does have the Rebaldiquin coming in. Can the Rebaldiquin carry? Can the Rebaldiquin save the day? Where is it? There's the cannon. Rebaldiquin online. And the cannon gets thrown away. It was a distraction cannon. He threw the cannon in to buy some time. Here comes Randy. Here it is. Big shot. That was actually a pretty big shot, to be honest.
You only need like 20 more of those shots. That Rebaldiquin needs to do some miracles. He's getting ready, pulling back into position. The flower has been placed, and he pulls back for a second here. But now you see the TC under duress. One single cannon to rule them all.
I mean, he just needs like 2 more cannons to speed this up. But just look at the production queues. Like it's looking pretty sad here. But I think overall, like whenever we look at games like this, I think a lot of time you can think about who maximizes their Civ strengths the best. In the last game, and I think both games of this series, we saw a lot of the Pearson who won tended to maximize their Civ strengths a lot. Jin was just played to amazing usage in this one. From this quick second TC, the use of the mounted villagers, the defensive capabilities, the unit choices, all of it just really played into what makes Jin very strong. Just looked like Cammy had no idea what to do against it. Like, I honestly wonder how many times Cammy has played against Jin, to be honest, much less a Jin at this level. So, and I think that's the value of learning these weird civs. They might not be technically good, but if you have these special strategies, especially on maps that are like spawned the same way, you can really catch people who don't play against them very often.
You can see him just trying to keep that TC up and running for as long as he can. I love the fact that he's not giving up for it, but at the same time, for the viewer's sake, I'm a little bit surprised at how long he's holding out. He's like, I played for this. Next round is tomorrow. I gotta make this work. And you see, oh, that poor Mangonel just getting deleted in a second. And now, got the landmark. Next up is going to be the Red Palace. Ramen, honestly, with all those resources, he can do anything. If he had more production buildings, of course, then he would be able to do anything. You could just rally all your units into the Red Palace and kill everything. But no, he's just going straight for the base. Still, again and again, taking the landmarks out one by one. And honestly, Cammy, he held us hostage there for a while. But he put up a big fight.
That was some amazing Jin gameplay. Folks, we got a Jin tournament win. This is huge. This is big for all of us AoE4 enjoyers. That was just a clinical macro game. Again, very well played. I love seeing it. Love seeing these new civs get a chance to shine.
Especially on a map like this, you would think that French would absolutely dominate in their position of just being the raider, where the map is so open, the woodlines are everywhere. But there was that moment, again, where it felt like Cammy could have won, and he showed us that in an earlier game as well. But it feels like there's just a little bit of practice between these two. But Cammy definitely showing some promise. I haven't seen him in a lot of these big tournaments. I know he plays a lot of like the Rising Empires tournaments, but I haven't seen him in an EGC tournament at all. So excited to follow the name. Good showing. Like really fun. Each of these games was really fun. And you're right. And I think every single one of these games, both players had chances to win it. This was not a stomp in any direction in any game. But like, that's the point of the AoE4, man. There's these moments where you have a chance to win. It's like, do you recognize that moment? Do you then maximize your moment to win? Same thing with the cataphract charge in the last game. This one was the Wololo. He had him. Like, he pushed right into the Wololo landmark and paid for it. Apparently now he knows what the landmark does, and there's no shame to that, because honestly, I think a lot of us did not know that that was about to happen. Man, just imagine though, if he had the 4 monks in it for the supersize, I think he would have got the whole army. Like, that's like, oh, that would have been so cool.
We're about to see it again. It felt like I thought he had like 1 more second to get out of it, but those men at arms, they're not moving fast. They're not known for their speed.
Oh, and they are trying. You can this around every single time by Ramen has shown us he knows how to cook, but sometimes the cooking just needs to be constant. And Ramen did a perfectly well done on the steak here. Cool. Oh, actually, we said earlier the knödel. So the dumpling has been cooked, boys, and Ramen will be the one moving on. But after this, we'll be taking a quick... Oh, there we go. Oh, disgusting.
It looked like they were a little bit outside. It felt like that was a little bit wider range, but I might just be coping.
Yeah, I think all of us need a moment after that. Now, what is happening next, guys, is we're going to be taking a quick look at what other potential series we will have and have a short break before going into our next match. So get your snacks, get your coffee, get your tea. Let's go back here and watch more EGC in action and see who's going to qualify for those first 4 spots today.
Fun first series. Wait a minute, I need to apologize. I was going ham a little too.
Rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Gully. Mr. Gully and Mr. Starflock coming all in. And Zushi is banned again. What a surprise. Guys, Zushi banned? Oh, in this economy?
And Ottoman and Malian. Ottoman and Malian are also... Malian's been winning a lot of games recently, so that's not surprising at all. And Ottoman's just been the forever boogeyman of pros.
Oh, I can totally see why. It is just an absolute domination of these civilizations. I'm really hoping to see them switching it up a little bit so that we can check later on what these civilizations could look like without being in the position they are. But Gully opening up with the House of Lancaster and opening up with the barracks that we talked about a little bit earlier.
Into French. Once again, we're seeing French in this map where we saw French struggle our last series. The lack of a second deer pack, the lack of gold, honestly, no big golds. Golds are really spread out. Kind of make French potentially tough on this map, though they do have the advantage of a lot of raiding space. Gully's going to open Spear Rush, which as House of Lancaster is a great option. Your Dark Age eco as House of Lancaster is amazing because you gather deer fast, and not deer, you gather sheep faster, and you have extra sheep, which means you can be very aggressive with your early Dark Age and still have plenty of eco to age up.
Now that first spear going on out. See, this is the beauty of this map, though. The fact that you can go and actually get both points.
Love it.
And you can do a little bit of harassment if needed. And it puts House of Lancaster in such a nice spot. And again, we see the deer this far forward. Can we take a deer and look at the other side of the deer? I just want to make sure they are even.
They are.
It still feels a little bit closer.
But I mean, like, Cammy did push it last series, but he paid for that because he wasn't able to get the
win.
The points of interest. But great Spear Rush delays the gold. He also secures extra resources, and honestly, what a great start for Lancaster, honestly. And really strong macro into a good feudal timing. So even though he's Spear Rush, he's not that far behind on the age up, which is crazy. 3 spears and still really close.
And now very comfortably going out on the stone, as you do with House of Lancaster. But what I absolutely love to see is School of Cavalry now is an empty School of Cavalry. That is purely going to be a horseman production building or waiting until some semblance of normalcy comes on out. But the wood he's got in the bank already is going to make sure that an archery range is an easy follow-up the moment he hits feudal.
I'm curious why I mean, it was only 1 spear. I'm surprised he didn't just have some villager hands being thrown and continue gathering gold. Like, I feel like you usually wait till like 2 or 3 spears to actually leave. But he just left immediately. I don't know. It felt like he gave Gully way more value than he should have got off 1 spear on the gold.
Yeah, expecting it to be more spears makes a lot of sense. Oh, I like that. He built it and cancelled it because he knows that was just outside the range of a TC
Nice.
and could bode for some problems later on. But I'm surprised to see the house drop down at exactly the same time, because usually with you getting that out, you're not really in a position where you need to build a house too. So now you're getting double the population space, but all of a sudden it's just 50 extra wood that you're now further from making the production building that you might need. But another spear in the queue, and we already have 4 on gold.
Ooh,
so
good spear.
he's happy.
So he goes Lords, gives him the health, gives him the healing. The House of the House of Lancaster would have provided him a lot of defensive presence, maybe completely protected gold. He could have put it on deer and got a safe deer, but he's going to value the Lords a little bit more. I'm interested about that decision. What do you think about that? Do you think it's just Lords every time if you're playing feudal?
The thing is, it depends on the situation. I'm not a huge Lords enjoyer. It always depends on where you are and what your position is. Lords, especially when you're not up against knights, you're not really dealing with things that can kill you. So Lords can go in, do damage, you pull back, and you heal them up. So that's the beauty of having the Lord. It's like a nice little men-at-arm that you have available to you for many, many reasons. Now can go in, be annoying. But you can see he's not making Lords. He's rather spending these resources on getting upgrades. And that makes sense. You don't want to be investing more onto them. I think what we have here is purely for the healing. So the fact that he's now getting these things that will be able to heal up, that is the difference maker here. Lords, they come in a little bit later.
I have to say, the quick spear, the quick archery range has allowed him to pressure him off gold way earlier, because Gully's really slow on the stable. No Hoblars yet, which means the lack of knights has been fine. and his archer's been able to do a lot of damage. No Vil kills, but pushing him off gold is nice. At the same time, small thing to pay attention for later, goalie did sneak a spear down and take the vision point of interest at the bottom near the boar. So he will know when Starflock goes down and takes boar immediately, and he could potentially punish that later.
You know what I love about playing against French is just the fact that you know your opponent is going to be all the way out on the map looking for food pretty soon, and you get to use those very fast hobelas. But you can see these archers, the problem is they are going to be able to pepper your villagers down the moment, or not your villagers, your spearmen the moment they step out. And hobelas, they're not horsemen. They're not basically free with wood and food. You have to have access to gold, and right now the poor man does not have any access to gold. He is going to struggle keeping to make this.
That's a really good point. The gold cost for Hoblar can make it so painful, and these early archers once again are heavily punishing how extended these wood lines are. And Hoblar also, they're an S tier rating unit with their armor. But when you want them to frontline a fight, like you need to when you're doing like spear horseman against knight archer, they just fall so easily to knights, just paper thin. So it makes this sort of back and forth a little tougher as House of Lancaster. Though that's why you kind of need the lords. The lords give your Hoblar and your spears extra health, which do help in these fights, but a strong French player will just keep avoiding those and keep backing up. Though Starfleck has gone into spears immediately. So he wants those spears. It looks like he's caught the Hoblar in a raid here with his spears. I'm a 1-1-1 from Starflock. That's crazy. I was not expecting that.
Oh, and the Hobelas need to pick off those reinforcements. And as this is happening, we can see the trade has been taken. This little archer exchange here is so critical because this is the one moment you have to actually do a decent engage. And that's exactly what he gets. The problem is villagers are pulled all the way here by accident. That's 5 idle villagers for ages, and spears, they're making kebabs right now. Gully, the German man, is just making kebabs. He's a happy German player, just snacking left, right, and center, but the archers are going to be able to kite and eventually take down most of these.
Oh, goalie is so happy with that engagement. That was a dream engagement. You caught the knights away. You caught your opponent on spears, which didn't really help in that fight. You then immediately got, 4 knight kills? And you delayed villagers. That was a crazy engagement. That was so value. And on top of that, he's also summoning the samurai. If you look, he has 1 samurai. Where are those even located in the group? Sorry, a Ronin. Sorry, a Ronin.
Yeah. Thank you,
Cal. I apologize for all the Ronins in chat. I apologize. And he's using the Ronin to raid the wood line. The creativity. I thought it was a vision one in the corner. It's actually a Ronin. That's my fault. But smart use of the Ronin to then raid the wood lines while this fight's happening forward. He also used that engagement to drop a tower on gold. Just Well,
and he just
he just gave him 2 vills.
It's just because the attention focus. Usually when you're in this position, you're being attacked on 16 different sides. You're like, okay, where do I go? And then all of a sudden there's pings everywhere and you're cooked. But now the archery range, also another one being added in for Starflock. And this is that conversation you asked me about. Do you go for the kings or the lords? And this is where the problem comes in. When you get raided and you have that, your manners don't fire back. So when they secure an area, it's so hard to make that comeback. But with the Hobelas, he forced that army apart, and he's shown us exactly how you're supposed to handle this.
And now, Gully also got some safe eco set up. So he was able to get some farms around the manor. Feudal farms aren't amazing for any civ, but having the farms near the manor does make them a little bit more worthwhile. Starfleck's now going to go out onto the boar. But my biggest thing is with the early spearmen from Starflock, it really killed his knight numbers, and then he threw 4 of them away. And by this point, you'd be in mid double digits with your knight count, and he only has 3. As French, this is not where you want to be in the situation. Goalie feels so safe, he's going to go out and take deer. And this is where, as Lancaster, you're curious, could you get a castle in at this point? Can you have a good unit mass, you've taken 2 good fights, you have Hoblars raiding all over the place. I feel like this is the chance where if you feel safe enough, you just try to get that castle in.
And him going for castle is still going to be very costly because you have a small gold in your base. Not super small, but small enough to already feel a little bit thinner. But after that, the access gets thinner and thinner. So do you invest into something that is more defensive? Or are you actually going to be able to survive if you go for your other landmark? Because a lot of people, when they're up against the French, they do like having that bonus damage, but it's so much defenses to just forgo. And with these Hobelards, again, getting another villager, ooh, not a kill, but a lot of idle time at least.
Yeah, tickled them.
Send it.
I think that I think as someone who likes Lancaster, I really believe in the college. Like all the techs are really nice. It makes your techs cheaper as well. It's huge. But when we're talking about a wide open map like this, where no big golds and every little bit of gold's gonna be really important, I think you white tower the gold near the deer is gonna be the move for him. But actually, he's not going castle at all. He's still making units.
No, but also because he invested so much in his upgrades already. I think that's also usually a pretty big indicator on whether they want to go for the King's College or not.
Yeah.
But that's a really good point. You need to secure the gold, especially as the House of Lancaster. You just need to have enough gold to get to Imperial, and then you're kind of chilling and pumping out 600 spearmen per game, and without blinking an eye, without even spending a bit of gold. So it feels a lot better. Now, Gali's army composition is still pretty strong here, and now it's reaching that point where we can see the lords are going to start buffing them significantly. With the +1 range defense, you have already a good answer to your spears getting all the way on top of your opponent. I like that he stopped making Hobelards, but he still has a few in his bank to be able to do those raids if needed.
True. True.
Now, I love this with the yeomen. The yeomen numbers are starting to get quite scary. And remember what we said in another game? If there's a lot of squishy units with a lot of yeomen, it feels good.
Yeah,
But they
with the
are
building
standing
upgrade.
a little forward.
The thing that I think is really interesting that we've seen a lot against French recently is how players will open Spear Horse, then they'll reduce the horse count and use them as raiders, but then go into mass ranged. At this point, you're just playing my range units shoot your range units and my spears kill your knights. And that makes the chase a little bit easier as well, especially if yeomen are faster than archers. So they can chase down the archers, continually get hits in, and then use hold these spears back to tank the knight charges. And with your lords, your yeomen have extra health. So your yeomen are just way better than the French archers, and he's showing the power of it right here.
The problem is those knights are so expensive, and every single time he loses one, this feels like something that is going to run dry pretty soon. The food is getting less and less. You see him out on the map everywhere for food, and another set of units just getting impaled. These knights keep chasing in, but he keeps exchanging a knight or two every
so
single
low.
time. Yeah.
The knights are getting so low.
Do they have chivalry? I don't think so.
That's a good question. I don't know.
These guys. Ooh, yeah, we
He's
go.
getting it
He
now.
wants that chivalry. He realizes these are dead knights if I don't heal him up.
Honestly, this goalie, I think, should have pushed here. There's no vills near the TC, so the TC wouldn't have done much damage. He had so many knights low, but he's going to do the safer and probably smarter decision to go back and get all his units healed at his healing area. And now we see the castle coming in. He's done damage. He's reduced the knight count. He's forced Starfleck to stay in his base. The Hoblar are back out raiding again, catching him on berries, knowing he's desperate for food. He feels safe going castle now, and this is just a perfectly timed castle from Gully.
Even if he doesn't get a kill here, he idles out that economy. He forces his opponent to just be useless for a little while. And useless he is being with all these villagers just running for their lives. And these knights not getting themselves into a spot where they're actually doing damage. And a Hobelar again, getting more idle time. This is such a difficult part for French, where you are just letting your opponent get that control because you have no way of getting the resources you need. French has a timing. The timing has been missed.
He's white towering the boar and the gold in the back. His units are not there to protect it, and he's the Hoblar are actually bringing the French knights to the age up, but he then pulled away. Luckily, because there's nothing protecting those villagers. If those knights get back there, he's now running his military back, trying to protect it, but he doesn't want to show. Oh, okay, his army's gonna get there in time. I think. That was dangerous.
Yes.
Ooh, that was dangerous.
It's surprising to me how he just kept on pushing. It's like he knew. He had this instinct. He was like, hey, something's happening here. This is the most secure or the biggest place where you're going to get resources from. This is probably where I need to be. And now the few little spears deterring them completely. And Gully knows his base is going to be a little bit
bit open for raiding for a moment here, especially with the knights now being almost healed up.
This is the issue when you white tower so far away from your base. You might collect a lot of resources, but it does leave your main base open for a dive like this. I think Goalie has enough units to hold this. That's a lot of yeomen. That's a lot of yeomen, even if they're feudal. And so all he's going to do is just snipe out the archers, and then he's going to put some vills in the TC to hold. And this is a desperation dive. Starfleck knows he has to dive here. He has to get some sort of damage. If he doesn't, then, I mean, Goalie already has 6 crossbows queued up. He has Earl's Guard coming in. This feels over. This feels tough. I mean, Starfleck might be able to get, yeah, GG.
Valdy looking absolutely solid here. And I love the way he used Lancaster in this moment. So with his Lancaster decisions, making sure that he goes for the Lords, not over-investing, losing a few spears in that early stages can be completely a game loss for most people against French. But it felt like he kept Starflark under control with the other actions he was making to just make sure that he doesn't get overrun by this constant French, I don't know, presence of fast horse that destroys everything. Like, losing a spear here is massive. Just, you don't have your ability to defend when there's horsemen on the map absolutely everywhere. The archers getting picked off as reinforcements. Gali showed us he's a master of multitasking.
Yeah. And this catch here, like the French is an extremely strong civ, but they're so dependent on like early game, nothing bad happens. Like you need that tempo. You need to stay near their base. The second he lost that fight, the game flipped. All of a sudden, Goalie has this massive army. He gets some Vill kills there, but then he sends the Ronin into the wood line. Then his army gets too big. And at this point, it was just about Goalie hitting the steps. I make an army bigger. I pressure to force him back in his base. I take deer. I then age up. And now you don't have enough units to push and kill me. It was just very, very well executed game plan here from Goalie. And good use of the map. He had the merchant stuff the entire time, and the use of the Ronin was cool too.
By the way, I heard a noise, and I don't know if you heard that noise. Twitch chat didn't hear the noise, but guys, we actually don't have a lot of downtime between these two games, as these two chads are firing it up real fast, with us having our next matchup almost ready. And it's going to be Rus against China. Oh, I'm so excited to see this on Gorge. Rus used to be an absolute menace on this map, and they are yet again.
My dog is welcoming someone into my house, so there is some borking going on behind me. But already we got the Kremlin drop on the deer. I think Kremlin has been popular again. For a while, Kremlin was dead in the dust. They made the change to the militia, added some castle hand cannoneers, and all of a sudden here comes the Kremlin again. And the use of this Kremlin to secure the deer pack is huge against China, because women, what does China do every game?
China, wait, what do they do every game? They kind of have options. We've actually seen some people go for Pro Scouts. We've seen people go
there
for...
we go, yep.
Pro Scouts has not been a given as of recently. It has been adjusted a little bit, and especially when you know your opponent is already securing one of his deer packs. Let's take a look at the other one. Okay, no, this still feels like you would want to go for Pro Scouts in this scenario, especially with them still having 2 on gold.
Yeah, China doesn't always pro scout. Sometimes they make units, get gold from making units, and then they pro scout.
That's true. There's a transitional pro scout. Responsible pro scout versus pro scout.
Really, what it feels like, I was watching some pro games recently. Shout out to Night Shift for the tournament this week. A lot of the pros played to warm up for this one. And as China, as long as you don't play insanely greedy, and just use your eco to make units, secure your deer, and like make your counters, it's really hard to lose. Your eco is just so strong as China. Your flexibility, thanks to your imperial officials, is top tier. So you can immediately switch comps, and it just feels like China loses more because of the person making mistakes, rather like a weakness of the civ. While I do love this early take of the deer, because this is going to power Goalie's early eco. And I'm curious, is he going to pro scout as well? Is he going to fast castle? Is he going to just all in and deny pro scouts? This version of Gorge is much wider than the latter version, so those deer packs are very far away after the initial. And so there is a lot of possibility to deny that second deer pack because it's so far away. It will be hard to deny the first, the second, very deniable.
We do see that pro scout coming in quickly. You know, that's the beauty when you play against Roost. You don't really have a place you can do damage to. And that's why you usually make a unit. You usually make a horseman or a spear, something. Just so that you can force your opponent a little bit back. But this man, he's just going to be snacking on deer, bringing them home. And I love that he's starting with his deer pack. He's not going to go out and try yoink from the opponent's side because there's no pressure for it. These guys are going to get them back pretty quickly. He's going to get all the food he needs, and he's going to have the time to do the rest of the map as well.
And here comes Castle Age from Gully. And the flavor, yep, Abbey Trinity has made a massive comeback on Roost. It used to only ever be the Great Wolf Lodge. I don't remember the name of it. The giant hunting cabin on the wood line you would put. But the Abbey Trinity has made a massive comeback because people have found out some interesting techs with it. One, securing relics is really good, but also the Saint's Blessing really turns your army into an unkillable machine. It's just so good.
Players have been using that so well, and especially compared with a bunch of knights, you feel like you can take more risks as well. We've been seeing a lot of players go for a combination of handing in a few knights in there too, so that when you do send them out, they come back, and since you've already captured all the relics, have all the sacred sites, those guys are going to heal back up and then be sent out with the full army, inspired, blessed, if they may.
Hashtag blessed. This definitely feels like the game plan is going to be, as you said, get all the relics, and then there's going to be a timing attack. Starfleck's going to invest in getting all the deer packs. His age-up's going to be slower. He can transfer into units, but if Gully can get a nice mass of horse archers with the gold boost, as well as the passive gold he gets from hunting cabins, turn that into a massive horse archer army with some knights and some Saint's Blessing, that's a really hard army to kill. It just depends on the timing if he catches the right window.
Now, Starfleck staying in feudal and going for a Song Dynasty, I can see the use case here. You want to secure yourself a nice little area here, and we do see
That's
all of
beautiful.
the units moving down onto the deer, though. Wait, where are they going? Wait, where's the... Oh, no, Barbican's on the gold.
Yeah, he put on the gold. Usually... It's a Barbican. Usually the use of the Barbican in these games is that you gather your deer packs, as deer running out, you send 8 vills out, secure the boar, because 8 vills can fit in the Barbican. But he knows, okay, castle. That means it's going to be units. It's probably going to be horse archers. All of my deer is on this mill, and my gold's here too. If I just drop a Barbican here, I'm safe. And it's once again, the map spawn sets up this perfect little change. So I love this flexibility of putting the Barbican here. I think it has a lot of value.
This Barbican, now, you called it perfectly right here, as the horse archers are the main weapon of choice. And honestly, working with these... Oh, and I love this horseman play. This just shows you exactly why Starflock was not too worried about staying for a little bit longer. But now with the horse archers, you are always under pressure of like, hey, I'm going to lose a villager here and there. Now, you're getting villagers faster. You are not losing any villagers, and this is just going to be a constant bleeding of the horse archers. But also, it doesn't look like he's committing too much into it just yet. He's slowly producing them, not overqueuing whatsoever.
I think it's he put everything into aging up, so he didn't do any production, and then he put everything into getting out his monks first to get relics, and now you notice he has 17 on wood. So now he's transferring it into that mass horse archer. But he read like, Starfleck doesn't have units. I gotta try to get these relics now. And Starfleck responded with horsemen, which was really smart. He's real for that, but I'm ching. But
real star.
He's a real star for that one. But also it's like, man, these warrior monks are so annoying. Can't catch them. They're so tanky. They have so much health. And if you get 2 of them, now they're healing each other. So it's really hard to deny these relics, even with this horseman. But how many relics has Gully gotten so far?
He's only gotten 2 from what I can see. Oh yeah, one's coming in now. That's
wow.
Beautiful. The fact that
don't touch the sacred site! Oh, now he knows.
The warning has been let off. But instantly picking up that relic as well, he's not most likely going to be able to bring this one back. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter. He's definitely got the presence that he will be able to pick this up eventually. And we do see him chasing it again, but this is going to cost him dearly. No relic for you afterwards. And now he has to kite. He is going to lose 1 or 2 of them. But, oh, the knight. Oh, no, not the never mind. It looks like a knight there for a second, but the blessing is back. Everyone's blessed. Hashtag blessed, as you said.
Hashtag blessed.
And
hashtag blessed.
Now they're just melting. And +1 finally coming in. The horsemen are going to meet their match.
Too blessed to be stressed. And this is like, I think the most interesting part of playing this horse archer style, which if I ever try to use horse archers, it's an auto loss for me because it's such a micro load. Like for them to be effective, you have to have really strong micro. You have to know where you can take your fights. If you do have that, they're amazing. But like, even right there, okay, now we have the knights. So here's this interesting thing, because sometimes you can see with China, there's also this timing where if your opponent doesn't have the horse archer mass he needs, if you can pump out these knights, which you can as China using your Imperial officials, there's also timing where you just take a really strong knight dive with +2 ranged armor, which he's getting now, dive into the roost base and kill him before they get that horse archer mass. And that looks like that's something he's trying to prep for. We'll see if he can get it, but that's a huge possibility. The Kremlin, though, does deny that. Thanks to the pop, you'll get immediately hand cannons in the militia. So I don't know. We'll see how that plays out. But also, Goalie's not getting all of his upgrades.
Now, Gully with that +2 is going to make this a bit harder, but Starflak already has his +2 defense. He knows where the value is at, and the value is in surviving. But getting a Jugunu in the mix is something I have a big question mark about. Is this something that's going to handle your horse archers at all?
Hypothetically, yes, but the chance for overkill is there as well. It kind of depends how they micro them. I think the Saint's Blessing also affects that as well. I mean, a big, massive Zugnu should beat a massive horse archers, but horse archers can just run away. They never see a fight they don't like, they'll just leave, which is the biggest issue with fighting horse archers with other archers.
Now, Starflak's floating quite a bit of resources here. This is a very easy food income for him, but also this runs dry pretty fast. As you said before, that Barbican is in a wonderful spot, but it's a temporary spot. It's going to need to be transitioned into farm, so the food may look good now, but he is going to need to think about this as time goes on and slowly needing to do that transition. No fights have been exchanged and 5 relics on the side of Gully. Gully is in a pretty happy spot here. Sure, Starflak has got a villager advantage. I say that and then it is quickly losing a horse or two, but he does pull back. They've got 4 legs, the whole army of Starflak doesn't, so this is still going to be an okay trade for him as he gets that blessing in and tries to kite.
Those knights are not taking damage. Now they are kind of, but ooh, this is tough. Gully really needs some knights to front line. Just even a few knights to front line because they're really struggling to hold this. On top of this, during this, a kind of minor goal of Starflak is while this is happening, he is taking Gully's second deer pack. He has sent scouts up there. They're traveling across the upper part of the map right now. And that's going to be massive food for him. At the same time, though, Gully has taken his boar. So Gully's on boar. Starflak is taking his opponent's deer. And is there a tower on the boar for Gully?
Yes.
There is. Okay, I have to say, Knights catching
irresponsible.
that. Knights catching that would be a real big deal. He does have vision. He has map hacks. Watch out, guys. Starflak has map hacks.
Because because he finally got his landmark in place. A monastery coming out now, probably in this case just for the sacred site, the sake of the sacred sites, because now we're already up against 5 relics, boys, unless we're planning to make a dive. But now with all the Jugunu, initially I was a little bit skeptical, but when you start to reach these numbers, it feels like you are the one pushing out confidently. Knights now coming in for Gully as he realizes that front line might be critical.
He needs that front line so bad. But Gully does have one stopper in the holster. He has he's getting the horse health, which is really important. The horse archer health is super important. 2, he has that Kremlin militia pop for when it gets really dangerous. So if he ever needs to, if he feels like he can take the fight, run back to base, pop the militia, that'll buy you some time, but he really needs that knight mass. And the knights with the knight health are going to be absolutely huge for this as well. He's also getting his upgrades for his monks, and I guess 18 knights is a big deal. He has almost as many knights as horse archers. So, and this is just China in a nutshell. Like the amount of passive resource he's getting from production and how fast he can make these units, it's brutal.
And it just shows you, when I talked about that timing of the food running out for China, it doesn't become an issue when you have half of your opponent's deer as well. And sure, these things don't carry all the way home, but it's still extending your lifetime and just making sure your army is that much bigger. Gully wasn't able to really land any damage, and while he has all these relics, he doesn't have a massive army. So this might be a little bit problematic as we see those pink dots slowly moving forward and most likely not going to be wasting their time on the Kremlin. But let's take a quick look at what the food situation is.
Raid on the north. Raid on the north side. He's coming in. No, back.
South.
There it is. Oh, but he was ready. He was ready. Oh, but the villagers are still running out. Oh, he has to pull the villagers back. Okay, that was very close. And that's the thing, like, he needs to be getting these horse archer raids in. If he can't take the fight, he needs to do this because he needs to pull Starflock's army back, which Starflock is now bringing his entire mass back to his base. This is exactly what the horse archers need to do, and he needs to keep doing this until the walls come up because he needs to buy time to build his own night mass, or else he's just going to die when Starflock pushes in.
And
this is really good idle time.
Yeah, the delay is amazing. Now with the gold also running out, Starflock is going to be out on the map, and we do see him going to that southern gold. Now, of course, this doesn't feel too scary for China usually, but when you're up against this many horse archers, there's always that fear of this. But the Lancers are in position, and catching this out is imminent.
Oh no, he's not paying attention. And this, I mean, like, your horse archers can die so fast. So you have to, like, be watching them very carefully. Goalie does have 3 sacred sites now. His gold income is massive, but Starflock is on the board, and it feels like Starflock is just trying to hold until the food runs out. But even then, if Starflock gets up his farms compared to Goalie's farms, that's still going to be good for China. So I'm trying to personally figure out what's the win condition for Goalie. How is he going to have the amount he needs to actually take a fight and win that fight is my question.
And you can see he might not have that answer just yet. That's why he's still raiding with these horse archers. And he's doing a decent enough job at it, but unfortunately did reveal them out there. Now, the horse archers are doing their best at keeping the army busy, but unfortunately they are dragging him downwards. Starflock now, he's in an awkward position with the food though. So as we said, the food will run out and now the boar will be the next target. With the 2 raid groups that are split, this gives him a bit more opportunity to find some real damage.
At the same time though, Goalie's also out of food. He just burned through his boar. He has no more deer. He has only 1 berry pack left. So his food's also going to be an issue, I think, soon. And I don't know if he has Goalie set up a lot of farms. I have no idea. There's a lot of action on the field right now. But right now, you can tell Goalie realizes he will die if he gets pushed. And he's just raiding as much as he can. This is the classic, like, I got to buy myself time. I got to just keep running my cav around his base. Because if I let him get anywhere close, he's going to realize he way outmasses me. I'm going to die. At the same time, Starflock has switched into 21 crossbows. Like, I honestly do not see how Goalie can hold this. He'll have the 1 pop of militias, but that will only get him so far.
1 pop might be enough, though, especially with the food running out. You have 1 big fight that usually decides this. Ooh, and that front line is beautiful with a blessing coming through. And the horse archers in position to pick off everything low. Gets 2 beautiful pickups here. But you can see, pulling back, Starflock getting into his map hack range. But it is just going to mean that Gully needs to back off for a second and keep on kiting.
Okay, he decided this is the fight he wants to take. I mean, all his range units are here. He has the Zugnu shooting the horse archers. He has the crossbows shooting the knights at the front. And I think Goalie is not taking this. He has to run away. There's just too many units from Starflock. And now it's the thing. Once you take that fight, the mystique is gone. Starflock knows that he can just keep pushing. He's going to keep pushing. Now, this did bring down Starflock's numbers a little bit, but Starflock still has a boar. He's on the berries, and this is a really nice window for him to go in and try to push. I think he's going to wait for 1 more little remass and then go in for a push here. He needs to at least decap sacred sites, because right now Goalie is getting 700 gold a minute with 0 vills on gold. That's crazy.
The micro on your army is so much more strange when you have to deal with the warrior monks as well, and you saw that with that last movement too. Gully, he made it look beautiful, and then at the end just throwing away 4 of them, but it's so easy to do because they are just so wild to control. I'm showing us that it's not that easy. You actually need to pay attention to all sides. But now with this army, he's still got a decent enough chance to kite things back and forth. He's not investing more into getting more horse archers. He's noticing that in a straight up fight, which is exactly what Starflock wants, this is not going to be something he's constantly going to be able to do.
I'm questioning why hasn't Starflock decapped the sacred sites? He had the moment there and he's let them all sit. Onto the gold.
They are not reinforced properly. Those guys are going to burn down at the speed of light, but luckily for him, those are mostly horse archers and just a few horsemen, so villagers will pull back and it will be one man up for grabs. Oh, never mind. They are going straight for the burns. Yeah.
That's enough to burn down a tower real fast. And this is what goalie has to use. His army is all cav. So if Starflark's sitting in the middle of the map with a bunch of infantry, he has to take advantage of that by attacking these sides. Starflark has not put up any walls and opened himself up to... This is a massive raid. If goalie can keep this up, this is his way to kind of really wrest control of the game here. At the same time, Starflark knows he can't back up. He has to push himself. All of goalie's army is on near his base, so he's going to go in himself. But the problem is, infantry don't chase down vills as well. So goalie does have this option of just trying to delay, run away, and buy himself time, while Starflark just keeps losing vills.
The problem is he's on the side of the farms, and all those farms are now exposed. So we do see the raid there happening on top of the farms, and the Jugunu are doing an amazing job at doing the damage needed.
Oh, he won this fight on the right too.
The army is destroyed.
I mean, it's just like, can Starflark really get in there and do damage? The vills are gonna get away. 1 vill down, 2 maybe, but these vills are so exposed, and these are cav. They're gonna catch them.
4 legs, better than 2 in this case, as we can see them just sniping down absolutely everything. Horses falling, villagers falling, and finally the villager count has been equalized. But this is not just villager count equalized, this is a Rus with 5 relics. So there's still a villager advantage.
That was just what goalie needed. He needed that so badly. At the same time, he did throw away his entire cav army, and Starflark has a push here. He has a push here if he wants, but will he take this opportunity here? He does. I don't think he realizes how little army goalie now has. I think he's assumed that goalie's remassed a little bit, but if goalie can somehow remass well enough, then he might be okay. His bases are so exposed right now, and Starflark has not taken advantage of it.
I don't think Gully realizes how little army he has. This is a rough position. He's got all these farms very far forward. See, I feel like these are war crime farms. They are so far forward. This is not something we ever allow in our games. Because the moment they're there, they're going to get raided constantly. These farms cannot be this far forward. They cannot be this exposed. But Gully realizes this. And with all those villages on stone, he's desperately trying to get some level of safety to just remax. But he's remaxing with warrior monks because it's the only thing he can afford.
Oh, here comes the Rams. Oh, he's just dropping Rams. Alrighty. And this is the thing, though. With the mass infantry army, he has to choose like one spot to push, while the entire right side of goalie's base is just completely wide open for raids. I'm curious. Now he's getting spears in, I think he should break the knights off and go raid around with knights while he pushes with his infantry army. But goalie is going to really rely on the militia. How many militia tickets does he have?
There's a lot of villages migrating. Hold on.
14.
Oh. That's still enough.
He has to go to war. I mean, he knows the pushes. He knows the push is coming.
So now do you just abandon ship on all these farms, drop your keep a little bit lower to make sure it's safe? But you still... Yeah, but now he's also moving out at the same time. He's getting pushed, so he knows I need to do a push as well. But we saw how that push went last time. And you pushing out with your army again, they are feeling a little bit not replaceable.
There's this weird tension of like, you want to raid, but if you lose too much army during the raid and you get vill kills, you've kind of shot yourself in the foot, which has happened here. The issue is that Starflark's been on Song Dynasty this whole time, so he's getting a lot of vills, right? So goalie's now dropping that second TC, but this is a bad time to drop a second TC because there's an entire army in his base. So it almost feels like he's dropping the second TC because he knows he's going to lose his main, but and now the knights are finding the exposed villagers. So now the infantry can just sit and do this ram push while his knights just continuously charge. And this is goalie's only option. He knows he can't take this fight, so his only other option is to raid Starflark and to either enact as many vill kills as possible to even things out, or try to pull Starflark back, but he won't leave. He knows he has to do this push. He's not going to pull his entire army back. But I feel like this is just more of a desperate raid thing. Oh, here's the militia.
And he pulls the boys. The militia, though, they are going to be able to push some of this off, and even though the TC is barely surviving, you just see villages dying on each side, and he cleaned up a significant portion of the Starflark now having a lot more army lost here on the front lines to basically 3 units, but at the same time those rams are peppering away at the TC. The TC looks like it will survive, but more villages are pulled. He's bringing in the big guns to try and keep this alive.
What's crazy is I think if Goalie's raiding army was there, he just wins that. Like, just straight up wins that if his raiding army's there.
Oh, the TC is struggling. And that one ram to rule them all, 7 HP. We just need one good hit, guys. Just one good hit, but the horses are everywhere and they're just killing everything. The problem is just, this is a Song Dynasty man. He doesn't mind a few trades here. Oh, and again, the ram finally getting burned.
And all these villagers dying to save it. And this is once again the like desire to raid, I think, needed to be ignored on that one. He's getting a lot of vill kills, but the army's not cleaned up. So the question is, has he killed enough to stop Starflark from making more army? And he has. If you actually look at Starflark's eco, his eco is shot. He actually can't make more units.
I love that
the finding the farms was critical.
The TC just fired back so hard. I feel like the TC was that MVP here. It definitely staying alive. Oh my god.
Wow.
But he realizes it.
Goalie.
The Chad finally making his first round through, making it to round of 30. Oh wait, is it round of 32? Oh, it's a round of 16. There we go.
Goalie making me look like an absolute fool. I criticized the raid, but that raid saved his life. The key is the militia. The militia were so important, and then he found the farms. Finding the farms made it so that no more units could be made, and then he was good to go. I mean, your prediction from the start, Whammon, of like, if you can just wait for China to run out of food, China ran out of food, but he caused it through his raids.
I'm honestly just surprised that Starflock wasn't able to really use the advantage he had when he killed everything. The Rams came in at a great time, but it felt like he committed to killing things that weren't really free. So going for the TC that deeply, he just completely overcommitted instead of actually trying to kill everything else on that side. Would have probably put him in an okay spot. He would have still had his army, and he wouldn't have been in a situation where he would now be counter-pushed. So even just killing all those farms is so many wasted resources. But at the same time, these guys, they're the best of the best. They can do this a million times around us, and we wouldn't even be able to kill a villager between all of us. So that's why they're here, and we're sitting on the desk, guys. But they're putting up a prime example for us on what we can expect for the rest of this set. But guys, we have our next game ready for us. Myriad and Creator. So...
Ooh.
As we're pretty big one.
That's gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, Myriad for a while. I was actually, guys, I'm gonna leak this because I was standing behind Beastie yesterday and I saw a little DM from Myriad because I was wondering where Myriad was because Myriad didn't compete for a bit there, and he mentioned that AoE is like a drug; it just keeps pulling you in. Competitive play is like it. So
can we take a look at the bracket? There's been some interesting
yes,
there's been some interesting movement on the bracket. In my opinion.
Yeah. We have to make sure production.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, of course. But production's really good. Don't worry.
Production's amazing.
Oh, that was quick. They really make it go. Oh, we see our top boys.
Alonia lost to Ayamasato. I'm saying that name wrong. I apologize. Some other interesting games. Kiljardi has dropped a game to Innocence. We can't see it on here, but Innocence has taken a game off Kiljardi, and they're in game 3. It's 84 minutes in. Jif Music and Lotsky are both 1-1 on a 95-minute third game. Not 95-minute third game. There's 95 minutes into their session. My bad. And YZY beat Scarlet Devil, which I think is an interesting result as well.
Kiljardi losing a game to someone, Kiljardi being our second seed for the tournament, or for the qualifiers at least, against Innocence, who's 34th.
Dropping a game, that's crazy.
That's already a huge upset. But yeah, with the rest of them, we're expecting to see, there's a lot of big names that are up against one another to qualify for these final spots. So, as we hop into the next one, ladies and gents, it's time for a stable Mr. Myriad with almost 5 minutes in. Myriad playing China, and what do you think China's gonna go for?
Well, they have a lot of options.
Yeah, such as?
You can make units in Pro Scouts, or you could Pro Scout. from the rip. So
wow.
yeah. Now against Delhi feels like the type of civ. Whoa, is that what I think it is?
It is. I've been seeing this on ladder. I thought it was a fluke. I thought it was just because I'm trash. But apparently, both of those things can be true.
So we have the Tower of Victory, which has been recently buffed. It now acts as a blacksmith. So you save 150 wood on a blacksmith. You can immediately get your blacksmith techs coming in, which is a nice extra like tempo for Delhi. And of course, the Tower of Victory boosts all infantry attack speed. So Creator in this case, who is a creative player. I love watching Creator's games. I think the thought process is, I know I'm going to have to go mass range at some point. I want my range to be better, especially if China's just going to have a lot of units. Myriad is going to go straight into the Pro Scout. No worry about units. I think part of that is seeing the Tower of Victory. He knows there won't be the extra Scholar, so maybe the units won't come out as fast. So he feels comfortable going into an immediate Pro Scout instead of opening units into Pro Scout. So we already have the first Deer Pack coming in and Spears coming out to counter the Ghazi.
The problem is Ghazi numbers are pretty quick. We have prelate problems, you know, those things help produce at the speed of light. So your scouts aren't going to be able to do this for free. You will most likely need to split those bad boys up, go for a sneaky one here and there. But that single horseman, that is the MVP here. That is the thing that makes your opponent look away and makes him have to pull some of his units to chase it down. So now we see the horseman just rallying around and going to do it again. This gives you time to put your spears in position and get those scouts pro scouting.
And Creator on his side is also opening spears. And I'm curious, do you feel like, what do you think this matchup is like between these two civs? Is there one you feel like is more favored than the other?
See, there's only, between these two civilizations, there's one that gets banned every now and again, and that is China. And I don't think it's just necessarily because of this matchup, but also it's just the constancy of being able to produce units and keep up with the production of Delhi. What makes Delhi so strong is that they have a lot of units very quickly. They can produce so fast, but you can as well with China. I say that, and looking at that production queue, I feel like Myriad is not having the same idea. This man is actually like, I don't need units. I can just live without them. Spears are enough. But now archers coming out of Creator, Myriad should be able to transition pretty quickly and get what he wants out here. Now getting a few archers into. So I feel like all in all, this should be Chinese favored. But I stand to be corrected, Twitch chat.
This feels like, this is an interesting move from Creator. So he opens Ghazis for pressure and to force spears. And then he just drops Ghazis completely. He's going pure spear archer because he wants to lean into that Tower of Victory attack speed. I think he's putting all his eggs into this basket of, I have to attack early, and now he can potentially even deny the second Deer Pack if he crosses soon enough. That's a little dangerous because of how fast China can produce, but it really feels like he's going to play this mass infantry, secure sacred sites. If he has his own pro scouts, it's going to take a while, but he's researching it. And if he can take these sacred sites, that kind of combats the extra resources. But Myriad looks like he might just be going castle. He already has the food to get there.
He does not have the gold for it, and it doesn't feel like he's making any moves to get there. And sure, you're using your taxes, but that's still 300 gold's worth of taxes that you're missing. So him not producing anything with that food in the meantime, this is usually the death sentence. If you are just not able to keep up with the amount of units that your Delhi opponent is pushing out at you, you really struggle, and still no movement on the gold. It might feel like he's trying to do this very methodically, very slowly. There he goes and gets an upgrade. So not going castle, just floating 1,000 food instead. And not really looking like he has a plan for that just yet. I was thinking maybe he goes song or something.
Yeah, this is like, I'd rather he just go castle. I mean, he's still going to get there, but is the ranged attack really needed right now as opposed to delaying your castle for a little bit? Now he's putting 3 villas on gold, but he's floating so much food. And this is the thing, like, what if Myriad had just made a lot of units? I think he could just overwhelm the Delhi player, even with the attack speed advantage. But now he's going to take this fight where he's floating a bunch of resources. I feel like he feels like he has to because he needs to deny one of these sacred sites. This fight does look good for him, though. And I don't think all of Creator's units are here. So this is a well-placed fight for Myriad. But he still hasn't clicked castle. He still hasn't clicked castle.
And finally putting some villagers on the gold now as he's decided, okay, now is castle time. But it felt like Myriad was committing and then not committing at the same time. He just wasn't sure what he wanted to do at that moment, so he did a little bit of everything.
Yes.
So now the problem is just the timing here. The horsemen able to clean up a few of these archers too, and that's wonderful. But the problem is just these Ghazi numbers are scary, and there's a difference between these two guys. The one has been making units constantly, and the other hasn't. So
Yes.
Myriad, he's going to age up, but it's still going to be a little bit riskier because the food is going to get more and more barren, and Creator is just going to keep on producing units. He's out there on the map now, so it does feel like there is some kind of an opening for Myriad to attack, but Myriad needs to attack the sacred sites first.
Myriad has 2,100 food. He was going imp instead of castle. And this is the thing. It's like, it feels like Creator's game plan is much more straightforward. He's like, I'm just going to spend all my resources, make a bunch of units, take good fights, secure sacred sites. Myriad was like, I want to go castle, but I actually need to make a few units. I'm going to deny the sacred site. It's like everything took a little bit longer. Like, he should already be in castle by now, but I think he was afraid of letting Creator have too much of the map control. But it just felt like his eco was more in balance than he wanted it to be. And at this level, timing is everything. Being off by like just a few seconds could be the difference between winning and losing. And he's now castle. He needs to really push the issue here because Creator's been on 2 to 3 sacred sites for a while now. And Creator's going to try to go castle himself here. He has enough wood. He can just pull off wood completely and go castle.
That's exactly what he's doing. 29 on food right now. That's a man who wants castle urgently. The beautiful thing about Delhi is you're not thinking about re-rallying any of your gold villagers. You have enough. You have now 3 on gold and 2 sacred sites sticking. So you're a happy camper. You can just stop making units for a few seconds, age up, but your upgrades do take a while. Myriad now, he has those lancers coming in, and with the amount of Ghazis, which is only 3, you don't really have an answer to this just yet. Myriad being a sneaky goose, yoinking a few of those sheep away. Oh, deer away.
Not the sheep!
Not the sheepers! But now bringing home a little bit more food to just survive a bit. But as we said earlier, China is that timing with the food. And sure, he's got the advantage on some of these extra spicy units, but that looks like a very barren base.
It just felt like Myriad has just never had enough gold to do what he actually wants to do. I think he tried to lean into tax gold a little too heavily, and now he's kind of paying for it. Like, he should be in Creator's base at this point, trying to get a push in. But instead, Creator has aged up successfully. He's grabbing relics, where I mean, Delhi's gonna go for relics. Why? Where's the relic denial that you'd expect at this point? Pro Scouts is coming in, though. I don't know if Creator's gonna have the space to Pro Scout. And yes, these are archers against knights, but he has such an archer mess, and these are fast archers. Look how fast these archers are shooting. Those knights have to leave, and those are feudal archers. So imagine once those archers are castled. This game plan is really starting to come together for Creator. And now he has the War Elephant coming out. If he just does pure War Elephant and Archer, that's going to be a tough comp to beat.
And finally, now that counterattack is landing, and the few Ghazi Raiders is just going to cause a bit of idle time here on the goal, which Myriad is severely lacking. And you can see him still making archers, still making lancers. Problem is just Creator is ready with a nice little elephant in the mix too, and I'm so excited to see that. I see a lot of people at the moment just underestimating the value of these elephants. Creator putting every bit of gold he gets into more elephants, and they've been showing us time and time again, you need to deal with them with crossbows, and Myriad is just, he's banking on these lancers to do the work.
I mean, just look at this. Like, think about how Creator's balancing his eco too. Archers are super cheap, but with his landmark, they're really good now. He can put all his golden food into elephants, which he can heal and keep alive with the archers. And lastly, he got 2 relics somehow. Like it's crazy. And so the upgrades coming in as well. He has the extra range from the House of Learning. He's getting the arrow attack. He's getting upgraded archers, and then he has the speed. This just feels like an amazing comp for Myriad, who instantly went into Knight Archer. And it's one of those things where it's like, you always go Knight Archer when you hit Castle as China. You have the stuff, but it's like, maybe this wasn't the right move based on what Creator's doing. You see the Tower Victory, you see what he's doing. Maybe you don't do that Knight move because he hasn't really got any value out of them. And now they're just hard countered by the elephants.
And that sacred site in the middle has been ticking non-stop for Creator. So he's got his relics, he's had that sacred site the whole time, just completely forgetting about taking it down, another scout losing its life. But we do see a bit of these lancers moving out, and they do get a little charge off one of these guys.
The damage elephants do. It's just disgusting how much damage elephants do to knights.
They might be slow, but they are powerful. And when they're going to attack one single spot, it does not feel scary at all. And we should see again, Myriad floating 1,400 food. He doesn't have the resources or the units to try and stop this. He just hasn't been producing the whole time.
And now he's trying to make his own ice to defend. He does get some good Vil kills, but how's this fight going? How's this fight going in the China base? Because this push is going to be really important here. He's just going for it. Archers are upgraded, but he still needs the archer range and the archer attack. Elephant is tanking really well, but Myriad's just having his archer shoot the opponent's archers, which is the right move. He has no direct counters for the elephant, though, besides just pure unit mass, and the knights are getting on the war elephant. And this might have been too soon of a push for Creator. I think he felt like he had an opening, but Myriad did a great job getting the units out just in time, and that's what China can do with the Imperial officials. He didn't have units, then he has units. It's just like out of nowhere.
That felt very clunky. It felt like a right click into the base and then just a give up in a way. I'm quite surprised to see him sending it out with only one elephant, especially knowing exactly what Myriad had there. Now Myriad's at 76 food per minute, so there is a little bit of a bottleneck here happening in the economy as the food has finally run out, but we see them migrating towards the berries in the south. He is going to be able to start getting some extra resources here. So there's hope after all, more movement out here on the berries. He knows how important this is going to be, but now he's the one pushing. Problem is still, there are elephants in the base. So even though, yes, he traded a little bit earlier with that, there's still a bit of a risk here if he overextends.
Also, Delhi can also remass pretty fast. It just depends on the eco. Like, China's eco is just way better right now than Delhi. So Delhi has to make up for it with relics, sacred sites, and smart fights to maximize what he has. Also, Creator forgot his castle eco upgrades. He's just starting to get them, but they've been sitting empty this entire time.
Oh, and thinking about those being free, we've all been there. I think
we've all been there.
Like, yeah. I played Delhi that one time, and I didn't get any of my upgrades, and then it was Imperial, and then it took 6 years. But now the Lance is getting a nice little charge off, and he needs to constantly just be present on the map, because for him, he wants to delay this elephant production. He wants to be able to get a little bit more control before taking this fight again because of that unit difference of the elephants here. But at the same time, it looks like the army is equal, but a lot of those are just religious units that are pulled forward now to heal those elephants up.
This feels like this entire it felt like Creator kind of made this build for China, and he had that opening. It just wasn't quite executed well, and now the Knights of Myriad are really paying off. Like, the space in the second that the army crosses, his Knights go in and do a lot of damage. Nice snipe of the relic. But now, does he have enough at base to hold this? He just threw away all his Knights for some Vil kills. He got a lot, but that's good. He's going in, and all the archers just showed up from Myriad, and this is really important. And now he actually has a crossbow mass.
It feels so strange, like Creator is committing to this when he doesn't need to go that deep. Those TCs actually fire so hard and can make this fight, if it's close, just turn it a little bit. Now Creator, he is able to trade okay, but one of the elephants falling down, and now we see the prelates healing they're only healing one elephant, but that elephant again, he's so far forward and he's going to be falling next. He's just letting them A-move, and it's showing the balance difference between these two. With him losing the villages at the back, Myriad's raids just absolutely dominating. It looks like Myriad is showing us China reigns supreme.
Yeah, he now also has enough wood to do an entire granary farm switch when he runs out of food. Yeah, this is I feel like this is now it for Creator. This entire build was based off that tempo push. He has no farms. He's most of the I don't know if he has deer, and I don't know if the deer is taken. He does have relics, but he only has one sacred site. Myriad's now going to be Song Dynasty, so he's going to get extra villagers on top of the village he already has. He's going to be on boar as well. So this feels very bad for Creator now. I mean, literally, Myriad has so many extra resources, he needs to spend them. But the myriad raids were huge, and I think Creator was a little too gung-ho on the first push. I think if he waits for a little bit better mass, it goes a lot better for him. But I think he just misread the moment. He misread the window. But I do really like the strategy.
Now, Myriad getting these farms set up, oh, it feels so good for China. You have a few moments of silence where you're like, okay, can't produce stuff. I need to chill. What can I do on this map? And then all of a sudden you're like, ooh, this is infinite food. I love this. So Myriad is going to be in a very nice position pretty soon. And you can see him just adding more and more. Now with the villagers on gold as well, he is having the time of his life. And the production, hopefully, the production will be constant. I say this, but we're getting at 800 food again. And there's not enough of anything else to make units.
There you go. I think this is Creator's last hurrah. I feel like it has to happen here.
Yeah, those 3 elephants are going to be the front line of success. But it doesn't look like he's sending the prelates out this time. Usually when you're committing to it, you send out the prelates
More
as
raids.
well. But the greediness of not having the right amount of tower.
You've been there before.
I mean, we all have. We all have.
The income line right now is just, it's brutal. Myriad just needs to spend. He's fine.
We should check that income line after the game to see exactly that moment where everyone is just running idly around, because it feels like nothing is happening on the map at this time. With the elephants now again going really deep, and he looks confident yet again, but this is very deep of an attack. He does it time and time again, looking like he's ready for it. And honestly, the trade isn't going as bad as the previous time, but you can see these archers are target firing archers, and the crossbows are facing the elephants.
Yeah, and Myriad's just like so smart. Every time he takes this fight right next to TC, so he's getting the TC attack, the cannon slit in placement. The push is holding up a little bit better this time. These elephants aren't dying as fast, but the archer count's going way down.
And you can now see the upgrades almost making its way through, but it feels like he's already lost quite a bit here. Now, these scholars just trying everything to keep these elephants alive, but again, one of these elephants is going a bit too deep, and the next one going to be following and falling pretty soon as well. Myriad, a lot of food in the bank. Still not able to make constant units, but Creator is going to get there. He's getting dangerously low for this, but another elephant in session, it feels like he wants to keep going.
Yeah, but the gas is going to run out of the tank soon. He's getting some push here, but he needs to get on the farms. Like, the farms have to be stopped right now, because right now Myriad's getting 1,700 food a minute, and he's just going to be able to keep massing. And while Creator has a lot of archers crossing the map, he has no more elephants. He just doesn't have the food for elephants, which means that at some point when this elephant goes down, it's going to be game over. It's still holding, but like, it feels like only a matter of time. And once again, it's felt like if instead of doing these 3 smaller pushes, if he had saved for one bigger, more well set up push, I feel like this really could have worked.
Oh, and definitely attacking from the other side, like I said, getting on the farms. This could have been such a different position for him. But Myriad doesn't have any more units.
He doesn't have any more units.
Myriad has resources in the world. He just doesn't have. How many production buildings does this man have? Can we take a quick look at the Myriad production building? Okay. No fault of his. I'm just Monka steering for him. But the villagers are idle at the back. He doesn't realize.
He sees the farms.
Oh, he pulls
Is this
them
gonna
away.
work? Wait a minute. Is Creator gonna make us look like fools after we just sat here? After at least I sat here and said that this wasn't gonna work? Oh no, he's not using the farms. Oh no.
Finally finds them.
Oh no.
But
Amir just doesn't have any units.
Villagers. Why not? It feels like the crossbow. Oh, he's rallying the crossbows to their death every time. You see them getting out of the archery range, going straight into the archers, one by one, falling like flies. The
The horsemen are cleaning up the archers, which the horseman switch was the right move. Like, there's only one elephant. That elephant did basically kill 5 knights by itself next to the TC. I wonder if his TC had been full, if that had been different. That TC had no villagers in it the entire time.
Oh.
A 15-ville TC might have done something, but oh my god, it's now in. The elephant is in the farms. There's an elephant in the farms.
I don't know what to say. I just look at this and I feel so sad for Myriad.
This is working
so far in the lead. He was doing it so easily.
He took all the sacred sites. He's taking all the sacred sites again. This is working.
Creator,
I'm sorry. Okay, All right,
I don't know what to say.
I'm gonna fill out my creator apology form right now. I'm sorry to creator. I assumed that he didn't have enough food to win and China had too many resources. I forgot about elephants and how good Tower Victory archers are. But even then, oh my god! Look, I'm gonna stop doing it. I'm gonna stop predicting the game's over till it's over because now Myriad, the elephant's down. Okay, elephant's down.
Elephants down, and no more elephants are en route. And 500 food per minute. Okay, sure, Myriad is on 200, but it's just a temporary problem. I say as I see still a ton of archers just waiting in the base to snipe those crossbows out. But the lances are gonna make this a little bit more difficult. But you see, Creator knows exactly where he needs to attack. He needs to kill the crossbows because once he does get his lances here, nobody is gonna be able to respond to this.
Well, and his creator has killed 34 villagers now. Like, the villager count is completely flipped. I think creator's got farms down now. The gold income from the relics and the sacred sites is powering this eco. I bet he's bought a lot of food. And he's still getting some last upgrades in, but these 3 sacred sites are just giving him so much gold. And you know what, Myriad? I think what Myriad regrets, he dropped that he could never get a keep on his farms. The Barbican was used to protect the boar, which was really necessary, but now nothing's helping these farms. Oh my.
There's still a berry at the top that he can fall back on, but that's not going to be enough for this. We see desperately just trying to clean up some of these units, but Myriad being so far ahead this game just was not enough, and Creator being persistent. I still cannot believe that ended up working. He lost so much, but Myriad's units just getting picked off every single time they came out was an absolute death sentence.
Yeah, we were criticizing how deep he walked, but the read he had was correct. He's like, all his production's here. If I can just stand here with my archers, I'll kill the units as they come out. He had that one elephant left that just killed so many knights, tanked the archers, and it felt like Myriad was winning, and then all of a sudden he was like, where'd my army go? My army's gone. And then Creator had the multitasking ability to then go take the sacred sites, and now his eco's great again.
Oh no. I'm just watching these villagers stand idly. Myriad probably also sitting here, already pulled out the cigarette. He's like, oh, I need a break after this one. This is a rough one.
This is crazy.
Yeah, boys, we need a break from this. Myriad just...
But I also understand Myriad not quitting, because it's like if I just push him away, but now Creator's just producing nonstop. You know, it's also probably sad how much he only has one Imperial official, all the gold that's sitting in all these buildings.
That's true.
349, 132. Go to the production buildings. Their archery range 40. Oh, there is one Imperial official I think still alive in that area, maybe, but
yeah,
it's a lot of gold.
Hard.
It's a lot of gold being left on the field right now.
On these villages, as they come out, they die. Myriad, he has had enough. And just like that, can we look at that timeline? Where's that, what was that? The resources gathered. I wanted to see the flat line. Okay, never mind. It did not. Oh, there was that flat line.
I mean, also this is a little bugged because if you queue up something and then delete it, it counts as resources gained. But I just look at the military count. Actually, look at the military count. That's going to be the craziest one.
Wow. Elephants for the win. Apparently, guys, that's what we've been missing this whole time. Just make elephants. But Creator knew that. Apparently, we just need to take some notes. So, ladies and gentlemen, Creator, the biggest, best coach for us, make elephants, boys. Very nice.
I am going to get a big stamp that says "Big Dummy" and stamp it on my forehead because I just sat there and was like, "It's over, it's over." It's like, and it did seem over, but like. I think the beautiful thing here, Creator had this strategy that he's probably tested a lot, and he knows the bounds and how, and like he's probably, it really felt like he knew, like, if I could just get to this spot with even a few archers and a couple elephants will work, and it worked. And it really felt like, even though Myriad has played against Deli 1,000 times, he knows what Deli's capable of. It kind of felt like Myriad was like, I can't believe that worked. Like, I have the farms, I have everything I need. How am I not killing him? Deli, man.
But our next game is a little bit of night-on-night action. And on Dry Arabia, seeing a nice old French, I'm excited. I feel like this is also Season 1, where we all saw Rus
and French just knighting it up, and everyone's like, oh, the French knights are just so much better because they end up healing. And also because of that little bit of a boost after the charge, it felt fun. But now let's see who is the better charger, the better knight producer. Myriad versus Creator on the beautiful, beautiful Knight Civilizations. Loving that. I'm so excited to see that. Now, what makes this a little... Ooh, wait. I was about to say, ooh, why did he delete that? But still going for survival techniques. Now, usually we see a good old wheelbarrow in the early stages of French because you can afford to. But when you're out on the deer, it feels comfortable to just get survival techniques.
He might do both. I've seen French players do both survival techniques and wheelbarrow when they go out on deer. That's why he did 4 to gold. Yep, there's the wheelbarrow. Yeah, he went 4 on gold immediately. Myriad... So, I don't think you want to play feudal against French as Roos. My guess is he's going to Kremlin on the gold and then just fast castle. And then try to do the old hold with gremlins and horse archers get relics and play a little bit of a longer game.
Now,
wait, is he 2TC'd?
I was going to say, this is such an interesting decision for you usually to make. Because when you're up against French, you usually do have a bit of an opening to go for that second TC. You have a safe base because you do have your Kremlin. You can easily just produce a bunch of spears to keep yourself safe, and it puts the French in a spot where their passive villager or faster villager production is just not catching up to yours.
Amazing. 2TC, and he's gonna put it right on the deer, right next to the Kremlin. And here's the thing, because of the survival techniques into wheelbarrow, Creator's age up is slower. Now his eco is going to be more steady and better over time because of it, but it doesn't mean his age up is slower, which gives Myriad potentially the time to get this TC on the right spot. He rushed the stone, now he's trying to get the wood. Is going to wall the southern area. If he needs to, he could just drop TC on wood and just do really heavy on wood, but I think he's eyeing that deer pack. First knight's out. He might be able to secure Kremlins, but then that feels a little too late.
Now, with that Kremlin, you have such a nice position to be able to push your deer, but the problem is, Creator knows that. He sees that, he pushes it away, and getting that safe second TC, that's the smart move. That's the responsible move. And
it's the responsible move.
Whoa. Myriad, he's reading this absolutely perfectly. You want to get the wall, make sure that knight does not have free raiding area. And now you slowly just make yourself a bunch of spears, and you're going to be able to defend this pretty easily.
The other bonus you have is with your extra wood gathering as Roos, farm transition isn't that difficult for you. You also get a little bit extra food gather with your bounty, but his bounty isn't that high. So, I don't know. If he has to go into full farms really early, and that's going to feel really good for Creator, who then gets to just vacuum up the food on the map and just mass nights. But he opens stable. Okay. That's surprising to me.
That's an interesting choice. Now, I'm a little confused as to how this would work, but I have a feeling he's just going to use the night charge and get out. Oh my gosh, is that a farm? That's a farm. I know he needs food. I'm aware.
You gotta do the farms. But is there a tower yet? Does he need a tower? I guess is the Kremlin like semi-buffing the... No, I thought maybe it traveled, but he needs a tower on the wood to get the wood bonus.
He needs it for the ability to hide more villages anyway.
Oh yes, it is extending to the TCs. Okay, that's what I thought. All right. Okay. But now, if you're Creator, you just make a whole bunch of knights and just go for it, I think. Like, you don't want to take this to castle. He's going to go down secure bore. What is nice about the knights from Myriad is this does give him map pressure. He can go out and, like, check the food, make Creator have to defend, drop towers, and play a little bit slower. I'm wondering if he's going to go really heavy knights, though. Or is he going to do just a few knights for map pressure and then just lots of spears? But... This is interesting. The Kremlin does give him a nice raid. But he doesn't have the French extra damage off the charge, so he might he gets it, but he's gonna lose. He might lose this knight for that.
Ooh,
is it worth tossing a knight for a villager, Wayman?
I've asked this question before,
And the answer is actually no. Not in the early game. Not for French, at least, from what I was told. But when you're up against one TC French, maybe. I will go with a firm maybe here. You're already ahead in villages. You have a food economy kind of set up. So I'm going to say yes. Your Rus, you get your gold passively by just gathering more food. So it doesn't feel, and also just your hunting cabins, so it doesn't feel like as big of a loss as it would usually do when you're playing something like the French. But Creator is going castle, and
yep.
I don't know, is that still something that would give him anything against the Rus? What do you go for that actually makes that, how can I say, beneficial for you?
Well, I think he looks at the situation and goes, there is a Kremlin, 2 TCs in the militia. I can't dive this. So I'm going to go castle, and maybe, like, there's a few things you can think of. One, maybe he wants to go relics to boost his eco a little bit more. There's a chance maybe he's already thinking, like, playing this into, like, an Imperial. I just go to my guild hall. I start getting my food going. I keep blanking knights to keep him in his base, and then I red palace and go from there. I can just play this really long game, because he's going guild hall. He's not going to go Royal Institute. Maybe his thought process, if he's gonna go knights, I want to get into my arbitrier really early. But I think this read isn't incorrect. This is a really hard base to push. You could, but it just feels like you're asking to die under towers, militia, TCs, and so he'd rather just go castle and try to boost his eco with the relics and the sacred sites and work out from there.
Now, we do see Myriad still with the knight he's got. He wants to be on the map, because if you're on the map, if you're out on the map, your opponent has to respond to it, which means everything's not for free. But Creator is about to get a beautiful charge and a surround. No. See, that's not worth it. But he does land a counterattack here, and it looks like he picks up a villager of his own. So, in the end,
one archer chasing, get back here! Hey!
Ooh, I like the spears in the tower, though. It's just going to make sure that the knights feel deterred from just constantly jumping. But both of them heading towards that castle, as we see Myriad still making units, but responsibly. I hope this is not one of those where Myriad is like, hey, am I going castle? Am I making units? What am I actually doing, brother?
How do you irresponsibly make make units?
Oh, you responsibly make units would mean that you are responsibly producing them without upsetting your castle age. But irresponsibly would usually go with a castle, like a fast castle that is a bit of a greedy goose move. So that's the analysis.
I want to make sure we're on the same page there. I thought you mean you just keep making it and you never stop. Never go castle. Just forever make units. But see,
that can be the responsible choice. Yeah.
The first thing we have Creator open up is a monk. So he's like, great, you're 2 TC. I have to match that with some relics, gold. His faster TC production as French does also improve by age. So that also gives his TC a little bit faster production. And he then goes, and then he might drop a second TC here. He's probably going to go keep first, but the keep cost reduction also makes his villagers' income stretch a little bit more. And, you know, if he can get 4 or 5 relics, like, I'll put him in a really good spot.
Yeah, it's gonna make it okay for him. But you're still up against the 2 TC Rus. So, Rus, they are insane late game. I know the same can be said for French. You get such a huge portion of the map control. But now, Abbey of the Trinity coming in. And this doesn't feel like the Abbey of the Trinity we usually fear, because this Abbey of the Trinity is not going to provide relics. And another set of charges coming off, and it shows you Creator is a monster, just constantly on top of him.
He is creating so much pressure right now.
Wow. Cal, can we ban? Is that okay? Midstream? Oh, so apparently Jiggy will be banned,
that's what I was worried
guys.
about. That's what I was worried about.
So Creator is just showing us he's the one with the knights. He knows how to handle these boys very, very well. And Myriad not going for any knights. He knows that maybe I just need to defend. But now those villagers on the deer, they are quite barren.
I feel very conflicted about this Abbey of Trinity move, because 3 of the relics are gone. So he could maybe get 1 at this point. Yes, it makes it so you can get more of your warrior monks with the Saint's Blessing and the upgraded Saint's Blessing. That's really important to your comp. But the food offering and the gold offering of the other landmark is so important And as well as it boosts your bounty, which without the consistent deer from the landmark, you won't get your bounty all the way up. So this is a nice dive. This is a really nice dive.
Didn't brace though. I feel like Myriad may have just moved them at the wrong time here, but I've heard about this before where players are saying that the spears are not bracing normally. So that is game-changing. The spears a few times were just not able to brace in the moment, but the Knights getting a ton of kills here.
Myriad slick with it. Myriad slick with the Villa pop out. Love to see it. He just saved like 5 villager lives.
He's gonna need to
Very
save
nice.
a few more because with that French TC production, Creator was able to stay up to date with just getting those few pickles. And now getting the keep in the base, this is a happy Creator. He's going to be very, very happily just moving out on the map. He's got the Knights, he's got the pressure, and Myriad is now making a ton of crossbows. But we saw what Creator did last time against crossbows. He doesn't have a problem sniping them out all too easily.
Mm-hmm. Got chivalry in, and he's maintained his Knight mass. I don't know if he's lost a Knight the entire game. He might have lost like 1 or 2 here and there, but like he's maintained his Knight production. He's getting that good size of Knights, and we know Knights scale really well. I'm curious if he's going to go into anything but Knight Archer, but right now it just makes sense for what Myriad's going. Myriad's out adding Men at Arms as to spread out the tanking ability. Men at Arm crossbow is going to be the move he's going for. No Knights. He is at the healers coming out, and at this point it might be a 5 relic game for Creator. He's got 4 at least. The 5th relic is being guarded, but now he's going to take Sacred Sites, and this is really helping on his eco. With the keep down, his units are now a lot cheaper as well. So even though there's this eco difference, the 8 Vil kills, the relics, the Sacred Sites, the cheaper units, French is feeling fine, I think.
Now, we do see some production buildings getting desperately dropped down here, and I'm just happy we don't see a massive horse archers against Creator, because Creator is showing us he is the micro god, and Myriad needs to be careful. But just as the farms are expanding, you can see Myriad is going to be in a lot of danger when these Knights break through. That tower is going to get burnt down so quickly. With the amount of Knights that he's got, this is still a very dangerous position, but my goodness, those Rus walls, ladies and gentlemen, if you need a safe base, you know exactly what civilization to play.
They don't die. Look how long this burn is taking. His infantry has had time to get there, have a coffee, catch up, and now this push kind of dies. And also the towers are super good too for Rus. So it looks like Creator's decided he sized up the Rus army and he said no thank you. But he has to keep doing this pressure because he needs to make sure that Myriad isn't getting too heavy on the map. Though Myriad's walls have allowed him to secure a deer pack and a gold on the right side, which is really key to his eco. I didn't notice there's a relic on the right side there, so it appears that it's going to be a 3-2 relic split. I thought it was 4-1, so I think it's now a 3-2 relic split. Which honestly for Myriad, that's great. That's great for him. But now, Creator's going to do Sacred Sites. And honestly, a Sacred Site win is pretty feasible. Like, that's a common way to go against 2TC. You have the map control, but you can't push all these defensive landmarks. What's the Guild Hall at? Oh, we're getting close to Imp. If he can drop that Red Palace on the big gold next to the central Sacred Site, he could just play defensive Sacred Sites, keep dropping keeps, and then with the extra emplacements and hold that way. That's a very viable game plan for him.
Especially considering that the other gold that you usually would want to secure is so far out, so when a keep does go down on it, it doesn't feel like you're securing anything else, but that red palace in the middle is going to be so mission critical. The fact that it can basically get both of those sacred sites in a safer position, this is massive. Now he does need to back off. This is still a lot of crossbows.
I think Myriad's reading this. I mean, Myriad knows the French game plan in this sort against a 2TC is that red palace timing, and he knows he wants that big gold in the middle of the map. He's reading it, so his goal is like, I just got to try to deny this spot, and this is an important fight. I think it's a game defining fight right here.
And the Knights getting onto the back line here.
It's a lot of Knights.
They're trying
Saint's
their
Blessing
best.
hits. Saint's Blessing's pretty big here.
And the Knight numbers are so massive. The men-at-arms providing an insane front line, but you can see the archers are target firing the crossbows non-stop. The problem is just the pure numbers here from Myriad. Those men-at-arms, I had question marks in my head about them, but the front line they provided was absolutely wild. It forced Creator to constantly have to micro, but in the end, pretty easy to trade.
Yeah, he held. I think this is something I learned when I was playing Roost recently. Saints Blessing Men-at-Arms are actually insane. Saints Blessing Men-at-Arms are actually really good and allows you to drop spears to do Men-at-Arm frontline against with crossbows, and then that makes the archers for French even worse. So now you've hit this difficult position for Creator where you've now lost the Sacred Site initiative and you lost your best spot for Red Palace. And now this game is going to feel a little bit more difficult for you.
You also lost a lot of knights.
A lot of knights. He's got it back up, but that also means that delays your Imperial because you really wanted to check out the Imperial Age. And now the keep on the central. I mean, this was so big for Myriad. This was such a perfectly timed push out. He just kind of felt, he knows it. I mean, he's a pro. He knows that this is the time that French really wants to get that Red Palace down. They're going to want in the middle of the map. I got to push out. This is the moment I got to win this. And now he secures himself a big gold. And now this game feels very much in Myriad's hands. The thing, he's just going to rush the Red Palace down. 31 vills, 31 vills.
You're cursing him. You're cursing him. But the Red Palace are going to be coming right up next to the keep. The Knights in position, though. They're going to be able to get this around, and it doesn't look like Myriad is in position emotionally.
His military moved away. Creator's going to get the Red Palace down.
You just cursed Myriad. And that's why I said stop saying that. You're about to curse him, and you did exactly that. You destroyed Myriad's chances.
Myriad, and no! And they're getting surrounded.
Oh no, guys, I'm so sorry about this. This is his first time. He didn't know that that's what happens every single time you bless someone. The Saint's blessing was not the blessing he needed. He needed the paper cut blessing.
Poor Riad. Oh no. Creator. This dude has just been, oh man. Creator's on another level right now. Like I in my puny weak mind, I'm like, no, you can't drop a Red Palace there. And he's like, watch this. He's like, watch this. But that's also that's just the delicate nature of a mass infantry army. You step away one spot and it's all gone.
You can cope all you want. Everyone's blaming you for this one, Paper Cut.
No one should blame me for this. I don't control Myriad's actions, okay? I will not take the blame for this.
Oh, this is a rough one, guys. That other relic's still not in the base, by the way, so Myriad doesn't have that extra bit of gold wiggle. He's just kind of next to the tower, chilling.
And guess what, everyone? Sacred Site victory's back on the menu. We got Imp Knights, we got Super Duper Keeps, and now if I'm Creator, well, he now has 37 vills on gold because he needs all his Imperial upgrades. But once the Imperial upgrades come in, you start gathering stone, drop keeps on the other Sacred Sites, and you're chilling. But he also has a timing here. Myriad lost a lot of units on that Knight surround, and I think Creator feels comfortable just diving.
And now the Men-at-Arms doesn't feel like a strong enough play. The Saint's Blessing might help them, but not against Imperial Knights in the same way, as we do see him going for a few spears here as well. He's like, I need the right direct counter, but the dive is here. And the +3 attack not out from Creator just yet. I don't even know if he'll need this.
Not as much militia as I thought. I don't think he had the pop space for them at first. 12 militia hand cannoneers. Oh, do you want to lose your whole army in here? Save the Knights, save the Knights, Creator, save the Knights. Okay.
They are pulling back and just repositioning, I would say. Now, the thing is, there's a... Yeah?
No, sorry, keep going.
There's a lot of units that fell here. Myriad also now thinking about Imperial Age himself, but the Men-at-Arms are cheaper. They're going to be able to sustain this for a bit longer, and you can see he's confidently still chasing these down. There's no walls coming out of Myriad, so the walls are from Creator, and this just means that he's going to be able to hide and get out when he needs to. The Red Palace, it's in the middle. He's got himself such a good position. He's got the Sacred Site gold coming in, and Myriad... He is in a decent enough position now with going Imperial, but there's still a timing here for Creator to try and do this, even though he lost quite a bit.
This is you know, Myriad almost got the surround to save to just flip the game. If he had caught all those Knights in the middle of his base, that was almost it. Creator just saved his Knights, and that Knight mass is important. If you look at the numbers, like Myriad is almost 200 pop, Creator is not. Now a lot of those are militia, 25 to be exact, but that's still a lot of units. Creator is holding on by his defensive acumen right now. High armory from Myriad. He knows he needs a really strong siege to win this game. But we got Royal Bloodlines coming in. We got Tithe Barns coming in, which can be huge for Creator's eco. ranged armor as well. The special lance for the scouts, always need those. But this just feels like, you know, Myriad still has a way to win this game. It's going to be Siege, and it's going to be Mass Streltsy. Because Streltsy are OP. So Myriad still has a way to win this. It's good. This feels like it might come down to a Siege battle, or if Creator can get off one amazing raid somewhere in here. Because the farms in the back are exposed. There is a wall on the right side, but no wall on the left. So there is some potential there.
And that gold running very, very thin. At least he's got 1,300-ish in the bank now.
Yep.
So he's going to be able to afford the upgrades he needs, at least for, you know, 2 units. But the problem is you still need to make Siege, or find a way to make Siege. So he needs to find a way to deal with that red palace. And Creator is already thinking about, how do I handle this keep and keep this push going? Now with these guys, oh, I love this. I love that he's actually using them. I'm gonna go and try to decap the sacred site. But now our first cannon has arrived and it will start firing away. With Myriad having no stone in the bank though, this becomes a little bit harder to repair.
That's not just any cannon, wait a minute. It's a royal one.
I'm sorry, I should have specified.
Thank
The
you.
royalist of the cannons, okay.
Thank you.
And look at him firing. Disgusting.
Got flaming arrows coming in. You got the classic comp. This guys might surprise you, but Creator's going mass knights and archers. There might be an ARB switch at some point, but honestly, an ARB switch would go really hard, but he just doesn't have the resources to do Arbitrary. He needs to put all his resources in the knights. And while these militia are here, they're all 1 health, so they will all die immediately. And I wonder if Creator's going to use these knights to try to do a circle raid around the back of Myriad's base. So this is big push coming in from Myriad. This is near the Red Palace, and the Red Palace just is one-shotting anything that comes close to it.
The villagers need to start preparing that keep because it's going to go down quickly. And I feel like this keep is actually such a critical point to hold because the high armory is dependent on this. So the extra, not having an extra French cannon, or real cannon, it does hurt a little bit, but now those knights are going to feel a lot more confident moving out, and that's exactly what they're about to do. And that keep is going to go down.
I mean, I'm being body checked by chat that it's not a royal cannon, it's a normal one. It's royal to me. Okay.
It's real on the inside.
Special to me. But this is, once again, you know, Myriad steps away for a second. Creator's going to try to take advantage of this. This is a lot of knights. They're fully upgraded. We got the flaming arrow coming in just at the right time. And these knights are on the back line. There are not enough Streltsy here. You wish there was a good chunk of Streltsy. They're not here yet. I don't know if these crossbows, I think, are upgraded. But here's just chewing through this. 40 knights is 40 knights. Like, you can't... You can't deny 40 fully upgraded knights. It's just too much.
But what's really surprising to me here is that Myriad is still on 2,000 feet behind this. And now trying to make a few horsemen. Production building check time. Production building check time. Quick, quick. Myriad. How many stables are... Oh, no. 5 stables.
That's not enough barracks.
This man...
This has actually been an issue for the first few series we watched. People are hitting Imperial, and then they can't maximize their eco because they don't have enough production, which is like, I do that all the time. But, man, he needs a lot of spears or something right now, and he plops the militia, but it's not enough. These are your super-duper strong French guys, and they are not going to fall to a few militia.
And try everything to just shut down at least the archers. Horses on top of them. But they don't even care about the horses. They're going straight for the crossbows at the back and the Streltsy. Crossbows, I say plural when there is a single one in this game.
Crossbow. I mean, the biggest issue is he ran out of gold.
But you could still get away with making spears and horses, right? But in
not
this
against
case,
pure royal knights. He needed the Streltsy, right? He didn't have the eco for Streltsy. He needed to move out because he needed to secure another gold. And Creator was just waiting for that to happen, I think.
You can see the resources between these players. Myriad dying with quite a bit at the end there too. This is a little bit of that bottleneck that a lot of players fall into when you're like, hey, I got this. I'm going to be able to produce. I have a lot of resources for this. And then all of a sudden you only produce 5 horsemen at a time and you realize, hey, this is not going to catch up. So when you have wood, ladies and gentlemen, put down production buildings. I know all of us make this mistake, but it can cost you your spot in the EGC. So now, Myriad going down 2-0 against Creator. Creator just an absolute monster right now. I mean, he's been on the rise for a while though.
There's Creators, yeah. I've watched a few creator games in the past. It's always great to see new blender the scene, but it's also a person who plays their way. Like they're not playing just pure meta strats. He's coming up with like that deli strat. That was unique. It was fun. It worked. And I think I've watched plenty of games where creator just plays Civs his way. Now, French, there's not really a lot of unique ways you can play French. He just did the very classic, I see a 2TC, I'm going to hit castle, I'm going to secure the map, I'm going to get to imp, secure a large goal, deny a goal from my opponents, win with knights. I mean, that's how you play with French. But creator has been on a hot streak recently, and it's really cool to see him get this far in the tournament. I'm excited to see how he does against one of the big dogs.
Now, Creator is going to be up against the winner of Louis and Ayama Satal. And I mean, Louis has been a little bit of a demon. So Creator is going to need to put up a huge fight. Just to note as well, Myriad and Creator, these two, they were 1 seed apart. Myriad was 1 seed higher than Creator. I guess after this, Creator is going to be a little bit of a higher seed, but beautiful.
They were once best friends, and now they're terrible enemies. No, I don't know their relationship together, but that was. I mean, I feel like every series we've watched has been really good. This was a 2-0 by Creator, but both those games were a lot of fun.
Now, we are going to be taking a quick look at the brackets, and you guys can see some of these big games going on. Honestly, okay, so Louis and Ayame, we see them facing off. The winner going to Creator. But Numidan and Gully, see, now that is a match I wanted to see. But the follow-up of that could be a Baltoon Numidan, and I am here for it. If you are willing to sit here for 5 hours with me, let me know so we can go into the Baltoon Numidan game afterwards.
Excuse me. YZY has taken a game off Demu. I'd like to point out. Kiljardi up a game on SAS. Love to see that. And Baltoon a game on Mio Micah. I'm curious. Oh, I'm sorry. YZY just beat Demu 2-0.
YZY. Wow.
It feels like Demu. This happens to Demu in tournaments. He gets to like this middle bracket, and someone technically ranked lower him kind of takes him out. And here he is, and he's gonna go against MSN or Scatterbrained, and I'm excited.
So YZY is definitely not someone you want to scoff at, because this man is, I know ladder doesn't mean much, and all the pro players will say, oh, this doesn't mean anything. He's 13th on the ladder, and he's constantly beating players at the top. So YZY, our Chinese new Chad on the rise. He's been a team game player for a long time, though, as far as I know.
It's fun.
But, ladies and gents, let's go take a quick break. We will be right back, and then we will watch more games. So, go get your snack. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Losky and Valdy about to be going in. Now, I am really happy to look at this draft and firstly see that someone allowed Zushi to make it through. And knowing that you're never going to get to play Zushi because it's going to be insta-banned, you get to pick your civilization each time that way. So maybe Valdy was like, hey, I do want House of Lancaster and Kiljardi. What are you going to do? Give me Zushi. So I'm happy with this. This is a nice matchup.
What's interesting is that he sniped Jin. He said, I'd rather play against Japan than Jin. Hey,
and especially on Kiljardi.
I don't know. Is there a thing where Jin's really good on hybrid? I have no idea. That's something I haven't really seen tested yet. But anyway, we're in the game, and it's a Dark Age. Dark Age from both. Immediately, we got Samurai versus Spears.
Now, I'm actually a little bit surprised to see that matchup already. Now, we know that Samurai, in theory, should beat Spears, but they are more expensive. Looking at the split, though, it looks like Losky is fully committed to this. This man is, like, producing more of the... I love the fact with the armor, it just makes life so much easier. Look at that. Nice little swipe. Their shield gets broken, but number 2 arrives. And ladies and gentlemen, it's off to a fight. And you can see these spears are not trading as efficiently as they'd want.
At the same time, though, as someone who's done a lot of Japanese Dark Age, I'm very about Dark Age Samurai. For their cost, it doesn't feel like they deal with the spears as well as they should. I'm honestly kind of more of a believer in doing just pure spears, or like doing doing spears with a couple samurai, but Lotsy's going for pure samurai. So, but it's interesting. So he saw that Valdy open docks. He just goes pure units. He has no dock himself. So hypothetically, this should give him a little bit of a unit advantage. But if Valdy just keeps making spears, if he can just get a couple more boats out, his eco's going to feel better. While I think still holding out okay against the samurai.
And that dock now is danger, but Valdy is not looking at letting it go down for free. As we do see him making more and more spears. Actually, I say that and I see all of his units are going straight for the base because he knows as some of these are going to be split up, this is now his time to attack. But those spears are getting dangerously low. And sure, the dock gets shut down, but the boat should stay alive at least for him to rebuild it in time. Problem is just, is this enough value already for you to pay off for your investment on the dock?
No, I don't think so. Especially because each boat also costs resources that can be paid back, though. If I remember correctly, House of Lancaster's boats are cheaper. So they only pay, I think, 67, I want to say.
Oh, no, it's 6-7. Twitch chat, calm down. Calm down.
But he actually doesn't finish the burn. He knows a huge mass of spears are coming, and that was kind of the purpose of Valdy's spear push, I think. He wanted to split the numbers so that Lotski had to fall back with his spears, and then he could run his spear mass back to then take on the other 3 samurai. And Lotski knows that he'll lose that fight. Like, and maybe all of his samurai together then be good to go, but this way it's not. Oh, and Valdy's gonna try to block him off. He might be able to. Nope, just a little too slow. But very well played from Valdy. Making it so the slow samurai are now split, and this fight's went a lot better for him, and then he can run away.
But look at his scout. Can we take a quick look at the dock, please? I think he went and he burned down the dock with his scout to try and get a little bit of... try to get a little bit more damage on it, but the spears are in position. He's not going to be able to do so for too long. But you can see with those samurai, he's still trying to find an angle and making more. 2 more in queue, but Valdy is already thinking about the age up. So Losky, he's sticking to this, and I'm a little surprised to see that. But Abby coming on out with 7 villagers now. And honestly, This is exactly what he needed. Rest in peace, that scout. He's going to go and heal up all those spears.
And this is why it's so hard to fight Lancaster in Dark Age. He's getting way more food for... he's gathering sheep faster, so you can make more units while still getting age up timing. Lotski is spending so much on Samurai, and he's over-gathered the gold. At this point, he actually has... Like, his macro got a little messed up. I don't think he expected Valdy to fight this hard in Dark Age. And now he's just way behind on the age up. And you're right, like Valdy with the lords and the Billman upgrade, these spearmen are going to do okay against samurai.
And now
nice
the
catch,
trade
nice
is
catch.
coming, but these spears are the samurai are getting way too low. They try to turn a fight, and some of these spears might be in danger too, but again, there's no healing place for these samurai to go. Once they're low, and for Valdy, this is not going to be an issue whatsoever.
The target firing from Valdy of his spears has also been really good. So he's been focusing down one samurai at a time. And every samurai you kill while keeping your spearman alive, I mean, it's simple math, but it's just less damage coming out.
Oh, and you see now the first lord coming on out, but all those spears going safely to home to heal up. And with 2 villagers on gold, he's going to be able to get to that point. But I love the fact that he went for the villager. The villager went in, healed the dock, so now it stays alive just long enough to get the boat out to. But we do have another samurai on gold, and it doesn't look like Valdy has noticed. Oh, never mind. He has. Pulling back.
And if you're Lotsky, I think you feel like you didn't really accomplish much. And now it's defended. He has 3 fishing boats. He has way more army than you. The Lord's going to boost the health of the spears. So what do you do when you're like, I think you have to go into Yumi when you age up, but is Lotsky going to play along feudal? Is he trying to go castle? Like this feels like Lotsky's in a tough position at this point.
Oh, but with the 11 on wood, we know this man is most likely going to get some archers. You definitely need to find the hard counter when you're up against this many. But ladies and gentlemen, we know that House of Lancaster loves a good archer transition, because what happens then? You just get a bunch of Hobblars and end the game. So Hobblars, they love a good archer force, and that's why House of Lancaster is so good when you open up with spears. You force your opponents to go for archers, and then you just run over them with Hobblars.
This is also the issue we're seeing here about doing samurai against spearmen. The spearmen are faster, so they just keep getting these pot shots off on the. Oh, another boat. He brought the boat down to cut him off. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is some. I mean, it's Valdy's really prepared for this map, and it's the. And he. Oh, he's losing units. And this is so bad. I mean, Valdy's lost barely any spears. His unit count's insane. Lotsky, to survive, has dropped 2 towers, Lord of the Rings style, to survive, and that's never a good feeling because you don't have any units now. He just has towers that Valdy's just gonna straight up burn. Like, what's Lotsky gonna do to stop this?
Well, luckily these spears are not going to be too good against. Oh, and he gets the bannerman out. So okay, this starts to become a little bit harder to push down, but we do see some long distance mining happening there on the right side with the stone, as the villagers are desperately trying to drop off any bit of resources. But Valdy, he pulls back. Let's go see what he makes. He makes more yeomen. Actually, perfectly comfortable with this. Gets another dock too.
Yep, and this is Valdy's A-okay. Gonna go back and heal. Getting up more docks, gonna boost his food eco, and he's in a pretty strong position right now. It feels like Lotsky now is just gonna I make a lot of samurai and, and hope for the best. Maybe get enough samurai where he feels like he can try to make a castle timing by holding near the towers with the samurai. He is getting arrow attack to help boost his towers. He is getting the next gather bonus upgrade as well. But there's no archers coming out of this man. As you can tell, 1 vill on wood. He's got enough wood for his 2 towers and some production. And he's just going to hold the samurai and towers and try to get a castle, I think. But this is going to be so delayed. He's even he has to gather berries. His food is in such a bad position.
And luckily for him, he spots that there's a huge army coming, but the problem is there's no food for him to fall back on. I mean, there's berries at the back. Now, getting onto that house, though, means that he shuts down the upgrade, and he is getting his opponent into a spot where he needs to spend resources on yet another house when he is desperately trying to hold on for dear life anyway. Only having 1 on your wood tells you this man is just trying every bit of resource he can to get to castle. But what do you even go for? The moment you hit castle, you just upgrade your samurai and pray.
It's just he says to A-move his samurai and chase him all the way back to base. But Valdy's, I mean, he now has 7 boats. The second Lotsky ages up, he can probably age up just as fast, and he'll have to chase the army away. So you can't send samurai to Valdy's base. He'll have to chase the army, which Valdy will just chase around the sides of the base. This also means that Valdy just gets all the food he wants off the rivers, and he's just going to keep circling because Lotsky really needs food. Lotsky actually hasn't scouted most of the map, so he doesn't even know where he can seek out the food. And also, since he's pure samurai, Valdy knows he can just circle and run away. So there's no fear of being encircled or losing his army either. So this game feels very firmly in Valdy's hands. Lotsky is going to age up, but unless he has a very good dive out of this, I don't know how this is going to turn for him. Temple of Equality.
Valdy is... Ooh. Oh my goodness. Okay, see, that makes... I'm not going to read into it. This is interesting. Lost Key just showing us the way, a whole new way of life. Now, it looks like these yeomen are going to be very comfortable coming in, but a few will go down with the TC fire, and the samurai are going to provide a really nice refuge as well. But he does get a villager and a little bit of a delay, but Valdy is ready to age up himself.
Yeah, I'm about to age up, so there's gonna be no real advantage to push. And this, he's willing to throw these units away literally just to delay this age up, which he's done a massive delay on it. If you're not a big Japanese player, you don't know what this does. The Temple of Equality, you produce Buddhist monks, and those Buddhist monks have a special debuff where they will debuff opponents' damage. So they will like go unit by unit and debuff, so they do less damage. And they can also pick up relics, and if they Wololo with ally units near them, it will boost their movement speed and attack damage. Oh, he caught him on the White Tower.
Beautiful. But those samurai actually getting their value, just quickly popping in and out. Disgustingly well played. It's like Losky was reading him.
Wow.
And just like Valdy has been denying his age up, so does Losky now.
And there's not enough space for the vills. He's aged up. Valdy has nowhere to put the vills. His army is still around Losky's base, and Losky knows that's not enough army to dive those 2 towers, so he can just send his samurai in and just cause chaos.
That's exactly what's happening here. We do see the villagers trying to fire back, but a few of them looks like they will definitely be going down. But honestly, it feels like Valdy did good damage anyway. He's also fine on the boats. But now the push commences, and we can see more upgrades coming in, and finally those samurais getting their well-deserved upgrades too. A lot of idle time in that TC anyway.
Issue is, samurai are slow. So he just moved his villagers out to different resources. His units are now back to stop the samurai. He's going to get the White Tower up. It was a great delay, and he did get a surprising amount of vill kills. 13 vill kills. Now, Valdy does have 11 fishing boats. It isn't deep water fish, so those fish will run out at some point. But that's still, his eco is still in a fine position. All he has to do now is just go into crossbows. I bet he does crossbow, spear, Earl's Guard would be my guess. On the flip side, Losky has immediately queued up 5 Buddhist monks, and he needs these relics so bad. With Valdy on the water, he desperately needs relics. Now, will he get denied relics? Will he get them? We'll see.
I like the fact that he's actually trying to shut down the fishing here, because shutting down your fishing, it's a lot more efficient when your units can run faster, but you can see he's just trying to disrupt this. He knows he's not most likely going to kill stuff, but at least trying here is going to be so critical to just make sure that he doesn't get all the economy he could ever dream of, because all of this is just more idle time. So with the damage he did, this equalizes it a little bit, and he does get one of the units eventually. But now, more yeomen being queued up for Valdy, which I'm quite surprised about, especially knowing that your opponent is going for pure samurai.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing a crossbow switch here. I wonder if he's worried about a horseman follow-up. Not a horseman follow-up. I mean, he's only making samurai. Yeah, I'm kind of speechless. But at the same time, you get enough yeomen, you can just kite him forever, and it'll still work. So it's not like the worst decision in the world. Especially once he gets his Earl's Guard out, his Joe Guard out. At the same time, has Losky been able to sneak out to any other food sources, or is he still just stuck around his base? I think it would be cool if Losky was able to get a dock down and kind of fight him on the water as well. I think the only way Losky can make this game is turn into a chaotic game, make it super confusing, and those samurai raids have done that for sure.
Now, our big question is going to be whether Losky can actually produce enough to shut down Valdy, because Valdy is going to start to look for a push here. Now, the relics coming in is fantastic, but we do see more pings on the map as the other dock is also currently under siege. And beautiful play here. Again, just making sure that you force your opponent out, that he needs to make more ships. He needs to respond to you in different places, and gets a demo ship and it barely does anything. Wow.
I mean, these samurai are super tanky. And another thing Losky's doing is that he got the upgrade in the temple to make it so that his Buddhist monks passively create gold as well. So I wonder if he's trying to build up for this push where he gets a massive samurai, hits the Wololo, and gap closes with the extra speed and just does one big samurai push. And if Valdy doesn't respond with crossbows, it might work. He still has yet to make a single crossbow. He's just doing pure Earl's Guard right now.
Could we take a quick look at the cost of these monks? I don't think we see them enough to memorize these by heart. Just a quick look, 80. And then how much gold do they give passively?
We need to find
20. One. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, just click on one of those bad boys. There we go. Let's see.
Generate 25 gold every 60 seconds.
So they are going to pay for themselves pretty quickly. Now, already grabbing those relics feels great, but you do need a little bit of time for them to actually pay off.
We just got some info in the chat that Lasky beat GIF Music doing this exact strategy: samurai plus monks plus Yumi. So it looks like he's going to be trying this again, but we have yet to see a Yumi. It's just been pure samurai. And that's the thing. If you don't respect the mass on a map this size, it's a small map. Like he can cross pretty quickly.
Now, it does look like these samurai are ready for a good fight. I love that. Look at those monks just standing at the back doing work. Now, with the tower here at the front, getting a nice emplacement, very important, because you're just going to get constantly pressured here by Valdy. And Valdy getting more Earl's Guards in this mix as well. It's good he's switching away from just yeomen. I was a little bit concerned about that, but at the same time, you're up against 25 samurai. That is going to be quite
I just can't believe it took him this long to start making crossbows. Like, it's I just wonder what I wonder if he's like predicting a switch, so he doesn't want to commit to crossbows and then be caught out. But no, Lasky's just making samurai. Like, that's it. And he just keeps grabbing small groups of samurai and running them around the map, and it's so annoying because they're so tanky. Like, he'll kill them eventually, but he just keeps pulling Valdy side to side. And if this strategy is gonna work, it's gonna be a similar thing that he did early in the game, where he pulls Valdy to different parts of the map and then does this big samurai dive. And I mean, the great thing about the monks is they're healing, but they're also getting him the gold. He doesn't need a lot of gold for samurai. Food's the biggest issue. So I wonder, and he still has 2 berry packs behind his base that he can go to if needed.
I love the gold income here for him. I think he's got 3 relics. Can we take a quick look at the relic count so we can see how many relics this man actually has? 4 relics. Okay, so the rest of the gold is just coming from those monks existing, and I love that. That is exactly what we needed to see. It's like having a second TC, but for the resource that always runs out.
The issue is that monks do cost pop space, but he's getting 700 gold a minute without a single vill on gold. That's definitely making up for the 9 fishing boats. And Valdy only has 9 fishing boats. You'd think he'd have a little bit more at this point. But I think he did get a little scrambled from that man at arms. Here comes the Yumi. Here comes the Yumi. Mass Yumi Samurai with the monks supporting. That has potential. You also notice he spread out his monasteries around his base, or his temples. That's because there's an upgrade that they debuff enemy units that go near them. So if Valdy tries to dive his base, they'll all get debuffed running past them.
Oh, I love that. That is crazy. So with all of this, he's just mixing in a few Bugattis as well. So this is an interesting one, because this could just be to throw him off, to make you think, okay, cool, your yeomans are a good investment, this is my switch, because a lot of Japanese players are doing exactly that. They're just going for a bunch of Bugattis the moment you feel like, okay, I've got the counter units. But could be to throw off, could just be to raid around a little bit, but we see again, Losky is pulling him all the way back. Now a few crossbows in the mix is going to make this a bit harder. I say a few, but 14 is a significant bunch.
This is like, it just feels like there's this like sword slowly raising. At some point, Lost is going to drop it and just push, because he just keeps sending like a few groups of samurai in circles around his base, while at home he's building this huge mass. He's also getting his farm stuff around his TC, so he's going to have a great... So think about this. All he needs to continuously produce samurai is a strong farming eco and a lot of monks. He has the monks and he has the relics. All he needs is the farming eco, and then he could just stream samurai permanently. And I don't think Valdy's respecting this. He does have 18 crossbows at this point, but at some point, there's just going to be so many samurai, they're going to be inefficient trying to kill a samurai. And you add on that conversion at movement speed or mass yeoman, it's going to be sick. I can't wait to see if this works. This is so fascinating.
I'm just a little confused with the 1,000 food he's got. What is our plan here? What are we making? Because he's making more monks, but he just sacrificed 4 of them for no reason. So I thought he was like, okay, I'm maxed out on monks, don't need any more. But the man says, let me make more. Now more yeomen coming, but he's got a solid food economy. This is a man who looks like he's in a comfortable spot. But 1,000 food now. Yeah?
I think the biggest thing, he just spent a cumulative like almost 1,000 gold on upgrades. He got Yumi Castle upgrade, Bagesha Feudal upgrade, and 250 gold Archer upgrade. So he just spent a lot of gold to get all these upgrades. And now he can go back into making his monks, his archers, and his samurai.
And economically, he's in a great spot, though, because Valdy doesn't even have any manners.
No manners? Oh my god. That's actually crazy. No, good. That's a good catch. I didn't even think about that. And look at this. I don't think... No, I was just saying, I'm like, this fight's not going to go well for Valdy, I think.
Crossbows, though, you can see he's trying to move them back, trying to get a little bit of a kite on here, but it feels like these guys are barely taking any damage. Monks just running forward, living their best lives. And these guys just going all the way. It doesn't feel like there's anything stopping them, but at the same time, this doesn't feel like the strongest of attacks by Losky either.
He can't go into the White Tower yet, which is the biggest issue. He really needs to get up that archer count, and he's subtly switching into Bagesha for gap close. He's just not quite ready for the push yet, but it's getting there. I think if he gets enough Yumi to start really sniping crossbows, this is going to get ugly really fast, because those samurai are going to destroy Earl's Guard.
Now the pickoffs are starting. We see a villager coming forward as well in this mix, but this is a very heavy fight about to come in. But you can see he's target firing with those Yumis. He knows what he needs to get, and those are crossbows. More samurai being queued up, and it looks like the Bugattis, they are gonna come, but more samurai in the mix is exactly what he needs to keep this fight going. That villager healing that tower as quickly as he can, but we can see this army is just not big enough to sustain it just yet, but the pickoffs are happening.
That crossbow mask got too big, and I don't think Lotsky should have taken that fight there. He had those temples set up in the back for this exact purpose, and he should have waited, because look at all the debuffs. Like, whenever Valdy enters his base, all his units immediately lose 25% damage. I don't quote me on that. We need to see how much the debuff is, but like taking the fight near the tower instead of the temple was a misstep. But now he's coming back with a lot of Yumi, and like these Yumi are crushing.
It looks like Yumi is the answer to all of this composition, as the yeoman from Valdy is now being the comp switch here, but samurai are still just the thing that is sucking up all of the damage at the front here. But the problem with the crossbows, he needs to find a way to shut those down at the back too. I feel like one solid mangonel shot could change this game completely, but Losky now, you just see that army exploding. More and more and more units, and the gold income is insane now.
Yeah, and once again, that's 7 vills on gold. Like, that's it. Oh, here comes the Mangano. He might catch the Mangano. Uh-oh.
I was actually referring to the mangonel from the other civilization side, but this one works too.
This one works too. This is, you felt like Valdy to push there, but now we're getting so many monks that's like, here's another thing. If he shoots the monks, that's not like the best choice of shot either. Because if you look at the army count, 18 of that is monks. But at some point, it's like, they're also soaking damage, they're debuffing. I wonder if Lotsy's going to start doing maybe a kind of a temple crawl where he starts dropping temples forward so he keeps getting that mass debuff. This is the type of map that can work because it's such a thin map. There's one very clear attack point, so you can kind of keep encroaching that debuff across the map if he wants to.
And Losky is doing such a good job at just shutting down all these extra villages that are being built. But look at those little towers. He loves building a good tower and doing the slow creep with that. Now, a demo ship desperately trying to keep this water economy alive, but we do see these archers are just doing their best at shutting it down as quickly as it comes out.
Yeah, I think Valdy's call is correct here. He needs a lot of mangonels. Honestly, I would move into like a very heavy siege army. Lots of spring ults, lots of mangonels, and just maybe like Earl's Guard to tank. And that should be your army. Because these crossbows are going to start getting hard. That's 46 Yumi. That's this is a strategy. Oh, here we big fight. Okay, attack speed bonus, and look at how fast they're moving.
Oh, the mangonel doing some work, but
those
Losky is everywhere.
Those Yumi are sprinting. Oh my goodness, they're so fast. And this is a strategy that's been around for a while, but people have been kind of afraid to really, I think, let it rip because I think it only works under very certain conditions. But like Lotsy's making it work.
He's making it look easy at the same time. Some of these monks did go down. We can see the numbers are starting to get quite low, but he's got a ton of gold in the bank, and he knows queues up 12 more. This man wants to commit to it, but of course the Yuumi can't just do this alone, as we see the Earl's Guards actually surviving this onslaught. And now the Mangonels doing quite a bit of work here. He might need to rethink this comp that he's got. Maybe a horseman or two?
The Mangonel switch by Valdy was the key here, and at the same time, Lotsky needed to go Mangos himself, I think. And the lack of mangoes is really hurting him here because the Yuumi are just getting shredded. Yuumi are great, but they're also very low health. So mangoes just like tear up Yuumi super easily.
Oh,
and he wasn't killing the crossbows fast enough. So the crossbows were still getting really good damage on the samurai.
It feels like he needs a little bit of something. Like you said, just a bit of siege feels so critical in this moment, but he's not able to build any. I think this might just be a situation of not having the production building for it. But behind it, he's killed a ton of villagers still. So guys, don't worry. He's still fine. He's just being pushed from the front.
And it looks like he heard you, Wetman, because he has added 2 manners.
Oh,
well, they're both listening to you. He's adding horsemen, and Valdy got manners in, but only 2 manners.
Okay. He just wants to get the eco going a little bit, maybe.
Oh, we have the desperation raid on the side here. He's bringing 3 relics with him. This kind of feels like the last hurrah. Like, these relics are so important to your eco, and you're gonna use them to dive a raid. Dude, Lotsky's crazy.
It's not just dive a raid. It's converting villagers. It's getting attack speed. It's and the Hobblars here. Look at that. Now we have the samurais for the front line, and gets a beautiful shot off. Hobbler gets converted, and that's GG with the Hobbler finally being on the opposite side. He goes down. Never mind. Oh my god.
Lotsky is like 180, 180. Valdy's only 140, 200. But 16 of these are monks. It's like you need the monks for the gold. And that's the most difficult part of this build, is that like you need a lot of monks for it to feel effective, but then that's a lot of your pop space gone. Well, that's a lot of mangoes. 5 mangoes. Oh my god.
He just delivered those relics to his opponent's base. He's like, hey, it looks like you need these. Do you want them? Take them. And now... Yeah?
Sorry, I'm laughing at what you say. You just delivered him the relics. That's hilarious. He's like, hey, Valdy, I felt like your gold eco is struggling. I just wanted to hand these to you.
You've got the big gold, but clearly it doesn't matter. Let me just give you a few more things to answer your questions. But the horseman switch... I know I asked for this a lot. Could we look at how many production buildings Losky has? Because that would be very nice to know. 8 stables. We're 29 minutes in and he's got 8 stables. This is an example of a man. We've seen this now again and again. People just having 5 stables by this point. He's showing us he can transition when the time is right. And Mangonels, now they're in danger, but the horses are about to flank.
So much damage. He's trying to save the relics, but everything's dying in the process. The thing is that he's remassing his eco. The thing is that Losky's eco is set. That's a lot of horsemen. Valdy was not expecting that many horsemen. They're gonna get right onto the mangoes and the range at the same time. They are gonna tear them up. Oh my god. That's also 3 melee attack upgraded horsemen, and they're killing the entire army. All of the siege. Villagers going down. Valdy's in shambles. He's at 22 military. Lotsky at 95 minutes over. What?
I feel like I might make if I was Valdy, this is my moment to make a YouTube video.
Wow. I lost to the craziest strategy in the EGC TV tournament. I can already see the thumbnail. Wow.
This should not be allowed.
Oh, wow. My heart's coming out of my chest. That was whoop.
We actually got to see that today, guys. We saw Jin win. That was big. That was massive. We saw Jin win a game. We saw a lot of monks. Love that. We saw relic deliveries and then regrets about delivering it, going back for them. 11 samurais in Dark Age. Lost Key, he needs to change his name. I think Kaiser Johannes got it. He's the Goat Key or Winsky as well.
I like, here's the thing. Lotsky was so patient. He kept taking fights between he kept raiding, and he's like, I just gotta get my TC upgraded. I get my farms down because the farming eco for Japan is so good. And then the second he lured Valdy into this mass range, he hid the stables in the back, mass switched, made it look like he's throwing his army away, and then killed him. Like, it's just insane. Just so well set up. And this is the power of just doing things in silence. Like, that horseman switch, Valdy had no idea, no clue. He didn't reveal the horseman until he had so many, it was too late. And
look at them. They killed everything. Absolutely everything. And it made sense. You were up against a guy who was just going crossbows, archers, and crossbows, archers. Of course, and mangonels. Horsemen are written all on top of that. But guys, Lasky got given the gift of the gods. Valdy says, take this Malian.
But he's taking the Ottomans, which is kind of considered the counter to the Malians.
Oh, and we have a few minutes in the game already. Disgusting. Okay, guys, we skipped the first few minutes of the game. No villagers have died. Let's just take a summary. There are Sipahis, and I just realized this is Malians, but this map is so open. This might be the one map that Malians is ass in.
Is this Empire Wars? Sorry, I was reading chat. I think so. This feels like a really good map for Ottoman against Malian situation here. And look already the military count. Only a couple downs. He's rushing a tower. This game might be over. We might have entered the game and it might be over. This is so many little kills. I'm choking. I'm okay. I'm alive. The healers are here keeping the Sipahi alive, and that already things are looking bad for Lasky. He might be still thinking about that amazing win.
Yeah, no, I think Lasky might be living up to his name for this round. Good guy. At least he got 3 cows on the pen. That's it. Oh, no, we're not done. We're not done. Valdy says more Sipahis. Lasky is like, I'll put a tower on the other side. We're okay.
Saying,
we're okay.
Waiter, more Sipahi, please. This is just Ottoman gameplay in a nutshell. And honestly, if they Valdy, I think you just go, whoa, why are having the monks just kind of chilling in the back is kind of a dangerous concept, for kind of a dangerous potential here. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm still getting my bearings on this game. I'm still hyped from the previous one. We got took from a insano game into the start of this one. So, how are we feeling about this game?
I mean, I have a lot of feelings. I feel like the woodlines are a little bit far. I feel like that Donzo is the last hope for this man, but that tower at the same time is struggling right now. There's no gold. He wants to get that tower. He needs to get the tower upgrade. Valdy is getting siege engineering. Everything's disgusting, and I would like to go to the next map.
I feel like this is actually well set up by Valdy. What for one thing was his other civ pick Zushi. Like, why did he get Ottoman? I wonder. It was everything happened so fast. Everything happened so fast. I just missed but anyway, this is a really good setup for Valdy. It feels like this game's already kind of in his hands. He's going to drop a ram soon. Lotsky has 2 units. He's barely getting resources. The healing for Valdy as well. I wonder with how spread out things are on this map. Some things Lasky might have done different. This might have been one of those rare maps as Malian. You do the trade landmark to get the defensive security. It also seems like he went early second pit mine too fast without having the units to back it up. Well, and Valdy just rolled him after that is what it feels like here.
Yeah, this might be the one map where your defensive landmark makes a little bit more sense, because you don't have access to wood without it. And Malians, they're great getting passive gold, right? But you do need access to wood, and most civilizations just don't allow that. Now, of course, Valdy here is circling his opponent very clearly. Lasky cannot produce anything. You know, when you're making Musafadi as Malians in feudal, it's just because you have gold and you have no wood and you have no idea what to do with all that.
Is Lasky gonna go castle?
Oh God, I hope not. I hope not, guys. Put your hands together. Let's hope not, because this would be the play of the century. But what would he even make from there? He wouldn't be able to afford anything.
Mansa Musafadi.
Oh no.
No, this just feels like it got bad to worse really fast, and this just screams to me a little bit too much greed early from Lasky, and now he's just dead. I mean, Valdy's getting his units healed. Both pit mine's gonna go down. I've been hurt by this before. I don't know how he's going to how Lasky could come back from this.
Oh, he's just now diving. He's like, okay, you cannot have more than 15 villagers, actually, because that's the amount your TC can hold. So, good luck, have fun. I'll see you in the next one. Villager, I will eliminate you. Woodline, eliminate.
You know, the Sapai also have the extra long range, so these villagers cannot get away. They're just getting hunted down. It's 11 vill kills.
Well, he's got one so far, though. Okay, now he's back. Guys, one so far against the world. We know how good sofas are. And Musafadi coming in hot as well. And he's sending the sofa... Oh, I was going to say he's sending the sofa to the opposite side of the base, which is usually a pretty good strategy. Oh, sofa getting a nice kill there. Very nice. But there is about 600 more of those for you to handle. See, I like this about Valdy, because Valdy has no villages on gold, because he doesn't need it. He's just making more units, more archers, more Sabahi, and I'm sure more RAM when he starts going under the TC.
More RAM.
More RAM.com.
More RAM.com. Yeah, and someone brings it up in chat as well. How does Lasky have 3 cows? Like, I literally felt like Lasky did like a very normal opening. I'm gonna get my 3 cows. I'm gonna do my second pit mine without thinking about. I mean, it's Ottoman on a map where I can't see my wood line on my starting screen. Like, it feels like he didn't set himself up for success. Maybe glowing a little bit from his wonderful victory. But
honestly,
yeah, I think Lasky might have just left the keyboard and is just getting some refreshments.
He deserves a bad game
before this next game comes up.
Played
And these
so
Zills are
well
running for
the
their life
previous
again.
one. You can't be perfect.
Right.
And that's what I think is this game's lesson for us. Running
go.
around, keeping
Oh,
Valdy
Spy
busy.
coming around on the other
like,
side.
He can have an off game. We'll forgive it. We'll still be our
Man,
goat.
Spy
We
or does a
believe in him.
disgusting
After seeing
unit?
that last one, we believe in him.
Just-
And it doesn't matter if he just has one
It's
bad
fun how
game.
Ottomans get
And
2
Valdy
disgusting
now,
units
he's
in the
making every
Sapahi
bit
and the
of unit he
Janissary.
can. Things aren't dying. Sofa goes down, and all hopes and dreams
Civ.
are lost. Oh, never mind. There's 2 sofas on the field, ladies and gentlemen. Hope is still alive.
Whoa, I think there was a pause. Whoops. I think.
Oh. Did we have a lag? I think we had a lag, guys. Oh.
I think we lagged and we were both talking. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you perfectly. I could hear you perfectly the whole time.
I think there's a second we were both talking at the same time. I think both of our casting was perfect though.
Yes, we were great. We were great. Good job, us.
Everyone for a second thought they were tripping.
Yeah, sorry guys. We were talking of each other for 1 minute. What? No, we were not. But maybe on the software, guys. We were not on our side. Let me say it like that. I'm not trying to gaslight you guys. I promise. I believe you. Your experience is valid. But on our side, we were just having a conversation. So I'm sorry. I hope our production guy will be able to click the button. Guys, just put !blame in the chat so that we can shift it to cow. Thank you very much. So 2 minutes to go, boys. Dry Arabia, and we have some Sengoku, which honestly, what? Why Sengoku?
So, I mean, Sengoku's still a good civ.
It is.
Sengoku's still a good civ.
It is.
Yeah.
Why don't we see it anymore?
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. Just because they dropped it, literally, it's like they were S tier. And then they nerfed him a little bit, and all the people who only played the best civs, like, I can't play you anymore, and left them. And I honestly feel like they were so good that people just didn't want to play them anymore. But like, they're still doing well in tournaments. They're still a good civ. The basis of the civ is still good. It's just they're not broken anymore. And I think on Dry Arabia, where you have, you know, very even map, things are spread out pretty evenly. You take away Zushi, great. I think it's interesting that Valdy had Ayubid and Macedonia taken away, and KT. Like, Lasky's bans are very interesting if you look at the top there. And then, so he has him go Biz, and then with Sengoku, I don't know. I feel like Sengoku into Biz is a good matchup for Sengoku.
This might be the most diverse lineup of bands we've seen in months.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, I'm honestly happy.
Dude, Lasky wildin'.
Lasky's just redefining the meta. Guys, take notes. Take notes, please. So we can get more of this in tournaments. Now I want him to win. So we can see more crazy bands in top 16. So, guys.
My read on it is like he has strategies he's prepared for his civs that are against the best civs. So he banned out the ones that the strategies aren't good against, maybe? I don't know. I'd like to talk to him about it. But and we're entering the game. We have Lasky on Sengoku on the north side of the map, and we have Valdy on Byzantines on the south side of the map. And we have, once again, the new Biz opening onto berries immediately. No one's doing the slow opening onto berries or Grand Winery anymore. Now, this is just a hippodrome from Valdy to get that pressure because, of course, you have the carts from Sengoku. And it feels like it's going to be a pressure game. Can Valdy out-tempo Sengoku is going to be the question.
And usually the answer is yes. With you being able to have horsemen that early means you can shut down all of whatever yatai number Mr. Losky decides to go for. So Losky is going to have a great time getting a yatai. We see the deer at the top. Deer is going to be a very nice spot for him. There's a boar pretty close to his base as well. But at the same time, they're in the same line. So once you start aging up and Valdy going for the hippodrome, he's going to be able to send those straight there and have a pretty good time at shutting this down. Now, what's really interesting for me is that Losky is going for the straggler trees all around the TC and not actually going for the trees around the Matsuri. So the reason this is a interesting choice for me is the fact that you're up against a guy who's most likely going to sit in your woodline and push you off. And sometimes those straggler trees are the only things that you'll have access to chopping.
Yeah, that's a good point. Though the woodline is very close to the TC. I'm curious how many carts he goes for. Like, if he scouts Valdy, he'll see he's doing the more aggressive age up, hypothetically. So if that's the case, is going 3 carts a little too greedy? I wonder.
Yes, it is. But Losky, after seeing what he's done the previous game, this man's going 3 carts. He has to. It just feels, oh wait, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I spoke too soon. But I feel like Losky, he's shown us he's a man who knows how to push a civ to the edge, and he doesn't plan on backing off in those times. So he's on gold now, though.
He's a man that plays by his own rules, it seems like, this Losky guy.
I like this about Valdy. He's spreading those villages out quite well. Imperial Hippodrome coming out, and with 5, woof, he's gonna keep his 6. Sorry, 6. He's keeping us on our toes.
Do you think he'll go to 7?
No, that would be a crime. He doesn't have any wood. He won't be able to make a horseman. So he needs to at least rally 1 onto wood. Chief, are we getting something on wood? Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, I need wood, guys.
Oh, right. Yeah, right. Horsemen cost wood. Right, okay.
And just like that, that's how you read the players, guys. Valdy also maybe realizing there for a moment, oh yeah, we need those. Because he needs the wood for a horseman, and then he needs the wood for a house. Ooh, and now we're getting a Ryukan at the back, and I love this. Ooh, I love a good Ryukan. Ryukan, especially on someone like Losky, after now watching 2 of his games, he looks like the kind of guy who will push his units to the edge and then bring them back to heal. Or let them keep running around to heal.
The Ryokan is such a weird landmark to me. It feels like they're like, okay, he can heal, and we need it to do something else. 60 population space. Yeah, you can have that. Go for it. Like, it's kind of a weird combo on that one. But yeah, it's really valuable, especially because Sengoku wants to be such a heavy cav civ. You want to be able to do those raids, take some hits, but then come back and heal. I think the key is that the heal is very slow. It's not like the heal on the King's Palace as a comparable example. That one's much faster, but it's still a solid heal. Now he goes for the 3rd pizza cart right after the right during the age up here. Valdy has hit his age up. He doesn't have a horseman in queue yet because he didn't gather enough wood to do it. Or maybe the wood went to the mercenary house first. He wanted to drop the mercenary house first. And he's opening barracks. Losky, he does it again. All of us sitting here going, he's gonna do a stable and make horsemen. No. He said, I'm doing a barracks because I do my own thing.
I don't conform to your rules. I'm going for the forge as well. This is brave. You're not going for the gold. You're just going for the forge. You want to get stone for some reason. And I'm kind of vibing with that. I have no idea what the reason is. Maybe to get a tower upgraded, but at this point I'm out of questions. He doesn't even have the gold for the spearman upgrade. He's gonna have to get that through the stone.
I mean, I assume he's doing stone to get a daimo.
Oh,
But
yes. Yeah.
that's a lot of vills to do that. A lot of vills to do that. So what do you do? Would he do second TC? Would he be so brave?
No, you can't be that brave. There's no bravery in a second TC at this stage. You're playing against
A second TC is pretty brave.
Yes.
Okay. All of you 2TC gamers out there like me, we are brave and we are strong when we do 2TC, okay? Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Yeah, 2TC, those are the real brave people because we get dove. And that is exactly what you guys are scared of. 150, he's still on stone. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat,
That's a second
this man
TC.
is still on... Oh god, he's going for a second TC. Is he going to put it on top of the Matsuri? But there's longbows coming his way. But you're up against Byzantines who can dive you and press... What is
No,
that
he's pulled
thing?
off. No, it's just
Okay.
dynamos.
It's just
Just
diamonds.
diamonds.
Okay. And now
Everyone
he's going
calm
for gold.
down. Okay,
Okay.
he's doing a stable. Yeah. All right. Man, for a second I was dreaming. Because I have kind of a pet theory that you could kind of 2TC on this and just do Mass Samurai to hold. Because Valdy doesn't really have a hard counter to Samurai, but then I think Valdy would just age up to Castle and kill him. But yeah, where's gonna do normal Daimos? He is doing Barrack stable, so now we have the scout not the scout, we have the horseman, or not the horseman, it's a Yari and the spearman to defend the carts.
Oh, that Yari. I'm going to call it a horseman a few times, guys. Apologies. That horseman is going to be so nice against the huge amount of longbows that will be eventually leaving the base. But we saw something out of Losky earlier, guys. This man, he doesn't send the Yari to stay in the base. That thing is going across and it's going to deny resources.
And this is like, once again, we have Byzantine now playing a tempo style, while we have their opponent playing a little bit more of a macro style. And so Valdy's got to do damage. When we saw this before, the Byzantines are not able to get enough damage and lost to being out-ecoed. I'm curious if Valdy is better about getting some cisterns down. What's the cistern number we have at this point?
2. I'm
guessing
predicting
2.
it.
And so, yeah, 2. And so Horseman, he's kind of building up this massive horseman too, where he can surround and kill a cart before it gets away. He's almost there. He almost has enough horsemen to. Oh, he is actually. Here come the spearmen.
Oh, they are coming in to save their
Is he gonna get there in
cart.
time?
It stays alive.
Man, those carts are tanky.
Wow.
They are built with OSHA standards. Those carts. Those carts are built with German Union power.
They got TÜV approved. Only the Germans will understand that. Sorry, guys. I keep making that joke to the Germans.
Valdy's doing 1-1-1 though. Archers, spearmen, horsemen.
He loves to micro, you know? So there's a lot of things in people's playstyle that you can read from what they do. When it's two-dimensional, they struggle with the same things I do. Microing. But Valdy, this man, he's got confidence, he's got radiance, he's got Raiden, as he's going straight for that wall. Guys, that wall doesn't stand a chance. Valdy is near, and you need to fear villagers in shambles. You can see them running to the other side of the wood line, like, oh no, don't touch. But he's probably going to need to go and just repair it to survive a little bit longer, as he needs to get a few more units out here. Because I feel like he's in danger.
Yeah, he's in danger. And you can tell Valdy feels confident because he's crossing his infantry. Usually they wait at home with all their infantry to defend until they feel like a push is viable. Valdy is now crossing his infantry. He feels like he has the numbers, and honestly, he kind of does. 11 spearmen from Lotsky is kind of too much for the amount of horsemen there are.
Elite.
Ooh, and then longbows show up, and that's
Elite.
2.
Elite.
And that's 8 longbows, 1 tapping. Perfect timing from Valdy. And he did the thing where like he's burning one side, but then he sends the infantry around the other and snipes the vills. Very well done.
That
And now this is looking tough for Lotsky. 4 villagers dead
Yes.
and way behind.
All of a sudden, losing 2 of your Yaris, you lose all of so many of your villagers. Now, it doesn't feel like Sengoku with the advantage anymore. This feels like a man who's a sitting duck against the Byzantines, whose economy is not that boosted, but it's boosted enough to scare you. And villagers now running for their lives, and honestly, could invest in a tower. See, I used to be a huge proponent of the tower, but now very much so. These guys are going to need some safety, but we do see more barracks coming out. He is going to make a lot of units.
And now he's going into Samurai. Lotsky loves his Samurai. And the issue is that Valdy now has enough units and enough horsemen that he can both pressure the gold, and while that pressure's happening, he can then go and snipe the cart and get away. And when you have pure spearmen, he can't guard everything at once. So that's one point to your tower. A tower here would be really big just to be able to make it that he can actually defend the carts. But this is the moment for Valdy. Like he's got to get in here and do some damage. 4 villas is good, but there's still 3 carts out there providing resources. But Lasky's issue is also food. He just out of sheep. He has to be on berries. And Valdy knows this. He has his scout right there. He can see, and he knows that this is kind of the moment. Just keep denying food.
Oh, and we see Losky is like, hey, I know what you're doing to me. Oh, and another one, delete. Delete. But Spearmen need to come on forward now. The Daimyo getting a little bit of damage off here, but the longbows are still plentiful. Horses also making their way through, but they are pressing the button and everyone's healing up. But the Daimyo is doing a really good job at cleaning up on the side. Samurai in the mix. They are really the MVPs here.
7 Samurai. And Losky once again says, hey, Valdy, have you heard of a unit called the Samurai? Can I show it to you?
We also heard of villages, apparently.
Yeah, Valdy is holding, though, and that's his only food. And if he keeps him off the food right there, Losky's... Oh, the raid on the backside! But the villagers can throw these hands. They do have the button they can press in the cistern for spears and be a little strong guys. But now the Samurai are starting to push away the units here, and Losky is now able to go out onto deer on the backside of this, and that deer is going to be a lifeline to him. He needs food so bad.
Valdy is a man who reads the situation. We know he is someone who will make guides galore to tell you raid where the resources are, and let's see if he does exactly that. Is he going to find the resources? And my goodness, Losky has watched those guides as well. He goes exactly where the resources are. Look at those spears also just shutting down what they can, but the Samurai numbers are doing work. Longbows, though, still pretty scary. Even though only having 9 of them, they are doing good work at cleaning up these Samurai.
They are scary, but at the same time, the whole goal of the Samurai is just to keep the longbows back. And these longbows can only be made with olive oil. So if at any point, like what you're kind of looking for, I feel like, is can Losky get some sort of horseman circle on these longbows and reduce the number? Because if they can reduce the longbow number, it'll be hard to remass them, and these Samurai are really going to go crazy. But at the same time, none of these units Valdy are making actually counter Samurai. They can kite them forever, but these Samurai, it looks like he's just doing the same strategy. Losky's just like, I'm just going to get a bunch of Samurai. I'm going to run you down because you don't actually have something that hard counters them in feudal. And to respond to that, Valdy's just going castle.
And going castle for Byzantines, it feels amazing, especially when you can start getting cataphracts. And Losky, with his Samurai mass, cataphracts are going to be harder to deal with, but you can see he's still spending every bit of resource that he has to go and send it straight forward. More Samurais, he says. And getting a few spearmen in the mix, I think, is so critical here, because he doesn't know how many horses there are going to be here in the mix. And he knows where the villages are, so of course the Yari cavalry needs to do the work. But now also getting horse speed boost coming in, which means those Yari are actually going to be able to catch up to the units. But Golden Horn Tower has been clicked up. Samurais, they have a target, though.
And this is a pretty key moment for Valdy. During this entire attack, he wasn't just sitting in his base. He secured both deer and both berry patches, so he's continuing getting his longbows out. And he needs to kind of win this game by the time they run out. Like, it feels like the big thing is, with this style of Byzantines, is I'm going to win using all the berries and the deer on the map to make my army and then kill you. Because if they have to go into farms, they don't have the cistern set up, they don't have the Grand Winery set up, farms are a little bit worse. So he has to win off this, and he's well set to do it. Like, Losky does not have counters to cataphracts. Valdy has a lot of units, and the Golden Horn Tower is also going to provide him free mercenaries. So this feels like it's going to be really hard for Losky to hold this.
The age up is about to hit, and when it does, the upgrades come in pretty quickly, but this is also going to be the highlight for Losky to go. And 23 Samurai is more than enough to go with, and that's exactly what he does. But behind it, I was going to say he's going castle himself, but no, he just made more Samurai.
No, more Waiter, more Samurai, please. And now what he has to do is just delay. He's just going to run these guys around Valdy's base forever to buy himself some time. And Valdy honestly could just make cataphracts and send them across the map to just raid, because Oh, can you get the wall down in time? Samurai, get in! This is actually an issue now. I mean, I don't think he's gonna get a lot of Vil kills, but this is so much idle time. And behind this, Lasky's eco is actually looking good. If he can delay this for another minute, he'll be in castle.
There's no gold because there's a little disruption on the gold here, and it looks like these longbows, they may have gotten their upgrades. One cataphract was built, but everything else is kind of struggling right now. Even the spears are still stuck in feudal, so longbows are going to be able to eventually clean these up, but the idle time is critical, and Lasky is about to click it up.
Yeah, but Lasky decided to get the farming upgrade, which cost him the gold to age up, and now he has to reinvest into units.
Oh no.
This felt like he really needed to age up right then, and because of the decision and how much he's losing now, he has to reinvest. I think he just missed his window. These samurai are doing a lot of work. The cataphract died actually at some point. But I think he actually feels safe enough that he just did enough damage. Actually, he's done a lot of damage. Not a lot of Vil kills, but he's reduced Valdy's army. He delayed Valdy's initial production. He's denying the gold right now. Valdy had to move to a different gold. And Lasky did it again. This dude is a magician when it comes to samurai and horseman raids.
And now Sake Brewery coming out with 10. He wants this pretty quickly. The Matsuri range, it's perfect. The placement is going to be wonderful. And all of a sudden, we have mounted samurais going to be running. Well, actually, he might just be going for more samurais, to be honest. I'm saying mounted samurais, but this man, he's shown us he likes the ground variety of them.
I like how you're like, and it was perfect. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that the previous map, Samurai worked perfectly because it was such a small direct map. Dry Arabia is pretty wide, so I think he'd want some cav. He might still just do Samurai. He should at least make some Yari. It's really hard not to make mounted Samurai here, just because there's so much range to raid. But also, Valdy does have a lot of spearmen. So this feels like, yeah, I'll just keep making mounted Samurai, but the issue is going to be those cataphracts. If he gets the cataphract numbers up, it's going to be a problem. But great raids again from Lasky.
And you can see these Yaris are doing work. Even if he just gets like 5 villager kills, this is so worth it. And oh my goodness.
He's getting a lot. He's getting a lot of villager kills, actually.
Every single trade he gets is massive. But now mounted samurai in the queue, and not just mounted ones. We like the ground ones as well. And then finally getting the upgrade. Another few villagers getting deleted. He presses delete 3 times. But it still feels pretty even. All in all, he did a pretty good job at it.
Those berries have been cursed. 8 villagers have died on those berries. That's not where you want to be as a Lasky villager. And now the hot dog cart's getting found out. It's been sitting on Valdy's deer this entire time, which is pretty funny. Now we're getting a part of the game where the carts aren't as good. You need to start getting farms down for them to be better. We're now getting to where did those samurai come from? He definitely did a little corner hide on those. Like he snuck those down the corner during the raid, and now he's back. Oh god, it's so annoying.
It feels like a corner barracks, but it's worse. It's just hiding your units. This man, he is at every single angle, throwing people off, constantly raiding, just not stopping. I'm actually disgusted by his playstyle. This is beautiful. This is exactly what we need in Age of Empires. And eventually the horses do go down, a few villagers do too, but the army is in the base of Lost Key, and he doesn't have a tower or anything to keep those units safe. The wall, also very much unfinished, and a few more villagers get deleted, but he's got the samurai. Oh, he's got the samurai now, and they are looking to connect.
None of those are samurai counters. I mean, you can kite, but the samurai are going to push, and all he needs him just to leave. He just needs Valdy to go away so he can get his villagers back on wood. But that wood line is going to continue to be an issue. And this is where the game's going to get tough for Lasky for a little bit. He did a lot of damage. He was really annoying. But he never reduced the longbow number. So the longbow number is at 17 with 8 more on the way. The cataphract number is starting to rise again because he didn't actually kill a lot of villagers. He just delayed everything. But did he buy himself enough time to be able to come back? So he's going to send the mounted samurai across to do the delay raid and to keep Valdy back. But eventually, yeah, and Valdy just turns around and says, no, I'm not chasing you. My cataphracts can handle that. My longbows are going back to your base. Because at this point, this many longbows, they're going to do a lot of damage.
And they're busy killing villagers as we see that number ticking up. 1, 2, and yeah, there we go. And another one. So, and this is now the problem with that wood line. That wood line that I initially said, you need a tower to make sure that you have access to it for long. Especially when you're up against someone who has longbows. So this is the beauty of Sengoku. When you get to Castle Age, it's usually a pretty simple transition into getting your tower with a springald emplacement, securing your whole Matsuri for most of the time. But Mr. Losky there had focused on raiding instead and building more production buildings, out of which he's not making any units. More production buildings, I say. And that's just going to mean that the wood access is going to be completely cut off pretty soon. And the gold as well.
Yeah, and pretty soon we're going to have this push of Cataphract, Spearman, and Longbow, and this is bad. He has some mounted samurai and he has some samurai, but he really needs his own Yumi here, and he doesn't have it. And now Valdy's going to enter his base, and I don't know if Losky can hold this. This is a lot of units. The TC is strong, and we have mounted samurai pulling 3 Cataphracts, and they're going to get some raids in here, but like that dive on his base is so massive. And here he goes. He's going to try to... Ooh, the Cataphract charge! Ooh! Now, the thing is that the mounted samurai are fighting the Cataphracts. The samurai are fighting the spearmen. So this is a good setup fight for Losky. Now the mounted samurai coming on the side of the longbows are starting to chunk them down. The samurai have completely worked down the spearmen. It's getting close. Valdy pulls the spearmen, but a lot of them are already hurt. So the mounted samurai are working through these spearmen. And I think Losky is going to barely hold. Like, the longbows could just sit here and camp, but I think he's moved his villagers to the other wood line at this point. All the front line for Losky is dead. It's just the longbows.
He's got a few more mounted samurais in queue, though. The problem is just the resources lost here is massive. And now, those longbows are just going to keep pressing delete one by one. I say one by one, but I'm seeing traders in the mix as well.
the guys that come out of the carts, yeah. I don't.
Oh, that's what they are. That's what they are. Those aren't traders. Okay, that's just a count of total of them. I was about to say that would be crazy. Losky about to reinvent the meta here. But the samurai, they do eventually fall to the longbows. You just have longbows with +2 attack. You aren't in a position to really deal with this for too long. Now he's desperately trying to get a little bit of food, but you just see the longbows circling again.
Losky almost had enough to hold. He actually took a pretty good fight, in my opinion. But at this point, Valdy has so much eco. He still has a berry pack, finishing deer, getting on boar, and now he's gonna pump Cataphracts. And I just don't think Losky can match that. His eco is just not gonna be able to keep up.
Now, I'm aware that Losky had cheesed earlier, and I'm aware that this was also a pretty cheesy game earlier. But I am a little bit excited to see him in the future taking on the top dogs.
I don't know if I call this cheese. I think sometimes people say something is cheese if it's just a different way to play the Civ. Okay. Like if someone plays off meta, it's cheese. It's like, no, he played a completely viable method. Cheese to me is like you're exploiting something that is like inherently broken about the Civ. Okay. Like a white tower rush is a little bit cheesy, but like just making the unit you can make in feudal, how's that cheese? I don't agree with that.
Okay, guys, Twitch chat, you'll have to settle this argument for us if that first game was cheese or not. This one, I can understand. But now Sacred Sites on the side of Valdy. Losky, more mounted samurai, and this time he's hoping to actually get some damage done. And honestly, that's his comeback mechanic. You just go into the base and do something, but you cannot take a fight right now, because if you do, you are cooked, and he does pull back.
And this is... And one, Valdy's got all the sacred sites, so the gold income's great. And at some point, there's going to be so many Cataphracts, he can't... Like, honestly, I think Losky needs to start making the not, they don't have crossbows, they have the gunners. He needs to start making the gunners just because these Cataphracts are going to be too strong.
I realize I've
Or maybe I'm wrong. Actually, maybe... Oh, no! It's the Triumph. The Triumph. We all forgot about Triumph for a second. At least I did. Oh my god, he can't take this fight. Oh, I don't think Losky realized the trample was going, but he's sticking with it.
And it's working. Doing well. Yeah,
he's mounted samurai! These mounted samurai are going sicko mode! Oh my god! Jeez!
They did for a while.
He's still losing the fight. I just feel like if he backed up and waited out the trample, it would have gone way better for him. I don't know why he felt like he had to force that fight.
It was almost a W, but he realizes that was it. Honestly.
Losky will never forget that first game. But Valdy comes back with a very strong game 2 and then closes up in game 3, even surviving through all the Losky shenanigans.
Honestly, I feel like Losky could be our new B. I want to see more of this. Losky,
I want to see more of him, yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully EGC takes a nice little following and make sure that they can keep track of this guy, because
Who knows? He might be taking down one of our goats. So, ladies and gents, we have Valdy making his way through to the next and qualifying round. So we just saw, oh my god, this man, he was just killing everything. And I love that. Longbows are just God's gift to this world. And constant raiding by Losky made it look like there was a glimmer of hope. But Valdy prevailed.
Yeah, I mean, Valdy just stayed calm, kept his villagers alive, just kept running around until he got back on resources. And Losky just never quite get that mass he needed to push back through. And that's the thing, this strategy works a lot better on smaller maps. This bigger one, it was just hard to really shut down Valdy fully. In this fight right here, it's like if he's had like 3 or 4 more mounted samurai before this fight started, he might have turned this, wiped the longbows, and it's a completely different game. But that's the margins. That's the margins we're playing with at this level.
And every single trade that happened here, I feel like Losky almost equalized it with his constant raiding, but there's just that level of being a little bit too deep or a little bit too greedy here and there that can offset it. That was definitely a weak point for him in that last position too. Guys, let's take a quick look at the bracket and see how things were progressing, because I saw some Twitch chatters going wild because we had a little upset.
Show me the bracket!
Dun, dun, dun. Kiljardi taking down Sassy 2-1, and Kiljardi and Valdy for the next one. Honestly, that sounds like a great one. YZY taking down Demo 2-0, and MSN taking down Scatterbrain with that 2-1.
Baltoon 2-0 Mio Micah. Now we have Numadon versus Baltoon. Louis MT versus Creators happening right now. Louis MT's up 1-0, but all of these matches are great. YZY versus MSN is going to be a great one. Kiljardi versus Valdy is going to be a lot of fun. All of these are great matches. It's hard. Honestly, it's hard to choose which one to watch. Luckily, I don't have to make that choice, so no one can get mad at me.
I'm really glad we don't have a say in this, because Kiljardi and Valdy versus Numadon Baltoon, I have no word. So there's a trade here. Kiljardi and Valdy, this will be a 2-hour set. Maybe 2.5. But Numadon and Baltoon, we might be here until the next EGC start. So, guys, that's up to you. You can convince them in Twitch chat to spam it through. But ladies and gents, let's go for a short break. We'll see you in a second.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. This is a series. I know I'm live. Can I have a dramatic pause entrance? Sorry, I'm arguing with production. This is my first time. So we have what I think is going to be an amazing series. We have MSN versus YZY. YZY is a player who has been tearing up the ladder. First time I've watched them in a tournament setting, but already they've won some big games. MSN, the young up-and-comer, I guess we can say that every time. At some point, he'll stop being young, but he's still young right now. And we get to see them battle off here today on King of the Hill. What do we think about this matchup on King of the Hill, Wayman?
I mean, Rus has a pretty good reputation on this one, especially considering it's up against China. And I know you mentioned something about those Chinese strategies. What strategy do they usually go for in King of the Hill?
I'm pretty sure they do like a Song 2TC into I'm joking. We're gonna see Pro Scout. We're gonna see a Pro Scout. Wayman for a second was looking at me like, no, don't go down this road. No, it's gonna be a Pro Scout. The question is Roos gonna Pro Scout? Roos has a lot of options here. They both have defensive landmarks they could put on the central sacred site. The thing that's kind of busted about Roos on King of the Hill is that they can just drop a bunch of hunting cabins all over the forest, get a lot of passive gold. And so you kind of have two civs that both get gold in a lot of waves. You have Roos that's getting gold from hunt and from trees somehow. They just take the gold out of the trees. And then you have China getting gold from taxes in the production of units and the dropping off of resources. So fun matchup.
China has a really good way of controlling the middle of the map, though. And I'm not just talking about a Barbican, you know, but eventually it does get there. But it feels like China has a little bit of a better timing when it starts to move out. On the other hand, Rus is Rus. You mean, those towers are great. And especially when you're the one moving out, you don't even need to Pro Scout. Usually it's counted by walling or towering and gathering right from there. And this is not something that MSN would be afraid to do. Now, MSN also recently getting back from boot camp. So we know that this man is practiced and prepared for this qualifier. Now, he's definitely one of our favorites to qualify all the way. If not today, definitely tomorrow. So we have high hopes for our young lad. But looking at the draft for a moment, we're seeing a consistent ban on Zushi. What a surprise. But again, Rus sneaking through. And I'm honestly very surprised to see this. It feels like there's a little bit of a Rus talk that we haven't really experienced just yet. And I guess we'll see the rest of it in EGC, the rest of the tournament as well.
It feels like it's kind of personal preference after Zushi. After Zushi, kind of just depends what people feel like is the best. Everyone agrees Zushi's busted, but like some people think Rus, some people think China, some people think Ottoman, some people think KT. Just kind of depends. I want you to keep your eye on MSN pick 2 clock. I've seen MSN play 2 clock. He's got 2 clock, and I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to play him on Dry River. And just be aware. I'm putting that out there right now. But here we go into the game. We have YZY for our Canadians playing China on the west side of the map, and we have this MSNDK on the right side of the Rus, opening up with that double hunting cabin like they love to do.
Why the Canadians? Why did you single those poor people out? Because of your pronunciation?
Well, the Twitch chat wanted it. I'm just trying to be a man of the people.
Okay. Just making sure. So do we say YZY or YZY? Oh, I can't say. No, I'm YZYing all the way. Okay, YZY it is. So guys, for all of you who disagree, you are wrong and you're getting banned, so be very careful. But we do see our hunting cabin opening as to be expected on both sides. Very nice, lots of gold. And if you are an enjoyer of the Gamba, let's decide how much that one hunting cabin is going to get, because oh my gosh, it is on a lot of trees. Look at that.
Oh, that's nice.
Is this the one game or the one matchup where you don't go Abbey, or do you still go Abbey?
I would hunt in that cabin. Well, it's tough because it's tough because the bonuses of the landmark are still very good, and you want to make, and now it's big Rus meta to make a mass of monks, warrior monks. At the same time, though, you just get such a natural, easy to defend, massive amount of passive gold and food from that hunting cabin landmark. So if there's any map they do, it'd be this one. But I'm also curious to see MSN's opening style, because MSN is generally a very aggressive player. He's famous for his 1 TC all in ABBA. he likes to get in his opponent's face and play off that. He's a big horseman enjoyer. So I'm curious if this is gonna be a very aggressive game. Maybe his goal be try to only allow one deer pack, but shut down the second. It is very far away if you look at the deer pack locations, and just try to play into this closing style of maybe try to catch YZY doing something greedy and have a good all-in timing, because this map's not that big. So it's not like it will take a while to reinforce as well. So I'm interested to see what he goes for here. And he does open Golden Gate. No Kremlin from him.
Love that. Golden Gate. No, I'm just hoping we get a high trade house in the corner. The Golden Gate is there. So we go back to the olden days. Horse archers serve there as well. But I want to take a moment to look at the deer too. So the deer on the map on the south side of MSN space, that one has a little opening there at the top too. So it's going to be very easy for professional scouts to take alternative routes. So it's actually pretty nice there for YZY. And on the top side, it's also very far out. Not really something that's easy to defend or, to snack. So MSN might consider that himself in a way. So I'm wondering if it's still worth it when you know your opponent is going for it too. Because of course you're just splitting it 2-2.
There is also a legitimate option for Roos to go 2TC here. There is a Golden Gate 2TC timing. We can get down a second TC really fast, buying it through the Golden Gate. You drop it on one of the deer packs, and then you wall up, because it's fairly easy to wall this map. And that way you're getting both a deer pack and you're getting an eco bonus, and you can still be dropping hunting cabins. It's just a thought. I don't think that's MSN's style. He's not really known to do a 2TC like that, but I have seen it done in work in this specific matchup on this specific map as well.
With 2TC, you have to always wonder, is this going to be too slow to really pay off? But honestly, it has shown us time and time again, with the right timing, it feels good. Now that village that he's building all the way out there, it makes me a little bit worried because it's quite far out, especially against a civilization that loves to go for lots of scouts. So, brave man coming in. But with these vills, my big question is, what is going to be our production building of choice? It has to be a stable because you want to get your scouts out, but also it's going to shut down if MSN. Yeah, so stable is the way to go. But going straight for a horseman then, be able to shut down at least a little bit of it. And then you have a little bit of map presence to just run around and shut anything down that might come out of MSN's base. But MSN, he is very much not spending any resources at all.
This feels like a fast castle.
Yeah.
It feels like we have a fast castle coming in. And I'm not the biggest fan of the fast castle directly into China pro scouts. I think Roos can do it, and obviously, I mean, once again, MSN prepares. He knows these sort of matchups. I'm sure he's prepped this and he has a plan for this. I'm just interested because I think this might work just because of the size of the map, but not even getting a single deer pack while doing this fast castle, that means he's going to go relics. Like, I feel like this means we're going to see our relic landmark, and he's going to be trying to get the relics and maybe do a really quick early sacred site and just play around sacred site. But we'll see.
I'm really surprised in this because I'm asking, is there enough food for this at all? Now you have a horseman out on the map. This is going to at least, and a second one joining him as well. Because I think YZY in a way is expecting MSN to go for pro scouts. Especially because seeing all those villagers under the TC, you're feeling like, hey, maybe this is a man who's going to need a lot of food here. But now, he is putting himself in a very peculiar spot. You're not going to have access to food to make any units. It's really not going to be an easy one at all.
Also, these two horsemen provide such massive value. If he did read the fast castle, which it's pretty clear fast castle if he scouts at all, then it's like, great, two horsemen, I can go burn hunting cabins. I can not let him gather gold. He has to do everything passively. And if you notice, he's trying to wall off because he wants to do the high trade house, but those two horsemen force him to use wood he didn't want to use. So in your own games, folks, you'd be surprised how much just two horsemen, how much damage they can cause your opponent's trying to be really, really greedy. But we see MSN's going to go straight to the high trade house, wall it up to protect it, and that's going to be a lot of value. A lot of value. Now, can YZY punish this by taking more than just his two deer packs? That's gonna be the question for me.
Oh, and the problem is there is a horseman. There's a horseman in here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no.
The other one's here, too.
No.
Oh, this is disaster. Oh, he caught him. He caught him. Oh, wow.
And luckily, catching that one is so critical, but he gets a villager kill at the same time, and that is massive. Horseman will go down, another one going down, and now YZY is the man
who is only getting himself some deer, but he has access to all the deer. And the problem is the food is mostly depleted. He's going to have access to one deer spawning every now and again.
Dude, I love the villager fight animation. I don't know if you ever like really zoomed in and watch it, but they'll like stab with their ship and then they'll do this little like kick and like go away. So I just think it's a fun time. So here we have the horse archer. Surprise, surprise! Horse archers coming in, and this is a map where he has a good time with the horse archers, but it's also an easy map to wall. So there's a potential here that these horse archers can get neutralized fairly early. Though this version of this map spawn actually is pretty wide open. Sometimes this map spawns with it being a lot easier to wall. But age up hits, horse archers come in with the landmark. That's really all the food he needs. This deer, with how cheap horse archers are food-wise, he can kind of just have this deer and use the Golden Gate to sell and make a lot of horse archers. I assume he'd want a monastery pretty quick as well for these relics.
I feel like you're very optimistic on the amount of food that poor little high trade house is going to provide, because man, this is going to be a hungry roost for a while. But maybe him adding in a farm every now and again is going to be just enough. But we do see the food already pumping in and horse archer numbers slowly increasing. Now, I want to see him sending it straight to the deer, but we saw already a few of the deer being taken away by YZY at the south side of Emerson's base, that one we talked about before. So he has gone for a little bit of the greedier scouting pattern, but the astronomical clock tower coming in means that we're going to be getting lancers against these horse archers, which, honestly, not the worst.
Oh, those villagers are about to go to an almost empty deer pack. That is so sad.
Oh, it's going to be a surprise. There's still 4. And a wolf.
Nice.
Four deer. That's still
Diversity.
350. Oh no, the scout's coming. No. So what's interesting is, you know, usually China would want to do map hacks, but YZY is going to do astronomical clock tower because one of the most busted things China could do on this map is just make mass boosted nested bees. Any siege coming out of the clock tower has extra health, and those nested bees do not die. A very common way China wins is just taking the central sacred site, making a bajillion nested bees, and never dying. So I think the game plan's pretty clear here for YZY. MSN has to basically not allow the center to be taken. And that's going to be his entire goal here. Because the second YZY can set up there, it's going to be really hard to push him off.
Oof, but these lancers are doing a really good job at just existing and getting a few trades off. The problem is no relics are in sight, and yet another deer has been going.
Oh my god. And I think YZY did that on purpose. He saw the greedy fast castle, was like, I have to take one of his deer packs. Like, I absolutely have to get one of those.
And the right one was chosen, especially like closer to the base. You know your opponent is exactly going to be focusing on that one when he starts moving out of the base. But now with these horse archers, he is running around hoping for the best. But we are finally going to get some relic gathering as the first Moria Monk is coming out. But with all these lancers on the field, he needs a lot more horse archers to make this work.
And it's just so much micro load. And if anyone could do it, it's MSN. MSN, great micro, a lot of APM, scout dedge, but like as of anything of these horse archers, one slip up and you've lost half your horse archers. So it's like it's such a on the edge of glory plan where it's like you're just constantly trying to do just enough damage but not throw everything away. And like right here, all of a sudden the knights show up and he has to get out of there. Personally, when I play horse archers, they all die. But here, he's at least trying to keep them alive, which is good news. But his eco is exposed whenever they show up.
And the problem is those are a few villages on those 2 deer. They're going to be targeted by the knights any second now. That's exactly where they're heading. But now with the amount of boys that he's got, he's going to be able to fight these ones down. He does need to get +1 to be able to actually do some, or at least a little bit of damage to these lancers. But the villages on those 2 deer, at least they are providing a solid source of income. I would like to take a quick look to see if he is desperate enough for a farm yet. Or if he's still like, no, I mean on the other side. No, the man's just chopping. 1 deer at a time.
I have another question. Does he have any tickets? Has he been spending those Golden Gate tickets regularly? He has. He buys food. See? He's just been buying food constantly with his Golden Gate tickets. Because he's getting so much passive gold from the hunting cabins and from the landmark. Now, if he does get enough horse archers to start 2-tapping knights, then this is going to get really bad for YZY. Like, as China, you're often kind of looking for a dive timing at this point. But Emerson's really starting to get those numbers up. He's starting to get his arrow attack up as well. And he's starting to get the relics. I don't know if he's actually grabbed any yet, but he does have 3. Oh, I think he has got some. How many does he have? Yeah. He has 1 with 2 coming in. That's great for him. And that's the thing. He can just keep doing this Golden Gate buy and be okay on food for a while.
Now, the less horse archers he loses here, and I know this sounds very obvious, the better, because they're going to go get healed up, and they are very, very low. But +1 finally coming in. And now, with all these warrior scouts, he's slowly going to be able to start thinking about that once those last few relics come on in. And another lancer coming in. As he charges in, he could have gotten 1 kill. But I don't know if he's walled off completely at the back. Oh, he has not, but he's desperately trying to get one, and fast walls at the speed of light isn't going to be on time.
There's opening. I think there's trees blocking it from being finished. No, okay. For a second, it looked like it couldn't close. Can we get back to Vil kill count in a second here? I have to see what this raid did. But now these are going to get cleaned up, and how much are they going to take down with them? That's the question. Only 2 Vils killed so far. I'm sorry, one Vil killed so far. I didn't really do much at all. Emerson did get wheelbarrow just in time. He just got wheelbarrow, so his Vils were able to get away. I wondered if he got Vil health boost textiles. Probably not, but that would also explain why he didn't lose much.
Now, these lances are quite expensive to lose, and he is losing a bunch. Now, those villages are unupgraded, but still surviving all the way. We do have a few of those gold villagers needing to run for their lives. A few of the buried boys are also in danger, but he's fast in the reaction, and Emerson showing us why he's the next big kid on the block and gets his villagers out safely. But those lancers, they are looking for more damage. As we see the fire going off at the front there too, he is just attacking on every single angle and loses focus for a moment.
But there's so many horse archers here now.
+2 attack is in, so the TC fire is going to help this as well. But this is going to take a while for him to actually be able to clean this up. The food is slowing down now from YZY, and I would love to take a look at how those villages are gathering, because those deer packs are very much still displaying on the map. Has he been able to pick up? Yeah, he's slowly bringing them in. Not too hastily.
But MSN did a great job hunting up scouts early in the game, so it really felt like he was able to slow down the food income, because there's not a single fully taken deer pack except the one near BC's, not BC, I'm sorry, so next to Emerson's base. I'm reading chat at the same time. And now we do have YZY going out with the Borbican on the north side of the map, which is exactly what he needs. That boar is going to provide so many resources, and it's on berries as well. That's a lot of food. Food he needs really bad.
And losing all of these horse archers is massive, and he just looked away for a moment. But again, it's actually, he should be able to replace these. With the relics he's gotten at this point, he should be in a very nice spot. And now he doesn't have enough warrior monks to try and heal these boys back up to life, but this might mean a transition will be underway at some point. It does feel like there's a moment here where knights are going to do pretty well, but he does need the income for this. And the food, this is not fully set up just yet. Villagers, again, in shambles, needing to run for their lives, but they are in a little bit of danger. They do fight back, though.
He has that textiles then, right?
No, he doesn't. Oh, no.
Oh.
Now he's starting to lose more villagers.
That's now 9 dead vills. And here's the thing, like, he really needed to start hitting that like 30 to 40 count. Where'd the boar go?
The boar's there. It's just a little bit closer.
Okay. He was paused. Okay. You wanted to start hitting like at this point like 30 to 40 horse archers to start really just melting. But YZY did a great job lowering those numbers, buying space with the Borbican, and getting walls up. So now YZY plays this game where now that he's got his base safer, he's got food, he's going to remass again, and then the next goal is to then secure the central sacred site. Can he get like a keep down there and start playing siege and defense? That's going to be his next big goal.
No,
but
he does
MSN is
have the...
No, sorry, keep going. No, sorry, go.
He does have the ability to get into the base for now, as the wall is not finished up just yet, but he needs to kite these perfectly. Again, he is able to replenish them, but just
not fast enough with the Lancer numbers to match it at least, especially now with the Barbican and the extra villager production. He is going to need to make things matter, but oh my goodness, the rest of the boys have arrived and the takedown should be a little bit easier.
The boys are back in town, and he got the health on his horse archers, so now they're a lot tankier. They can tank at least one more hit from the Lancer, I think. I don't know exactly how much health they get. We can check that in a second. 25 more health. Yeah, that's like one more knight hit, which is a pretty big deal, So, oh, and this wall's still not done yet. He needed those walls up, and now these horse archers are in, and they're going to cause so many problems. This is MSN's chance. MSN's got to get a lot of Vil kills here. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Oh, wow.
He might even be able to equalize those villager kills, and quickly does more kiting. 2 groups, exactly what you need, and he focuses on what needs to die, villagers. Those Lancers, though, they're still pretty annoying, but now we see the income just falling flat. Oh my gosh, another
so many
bunch.
Vils. This is the worst feeling when playing against Roos, and the horse archers get in your base, and your villagers just evaporate. It's so painful.
Now MSN, he's got the sacred site too. He's got the horse archers running for, oh my goodness, just sniping as they go. Now the Lancer numbers not being able to be replaced, but still China is equal on villager count. So this is not the end of the world, but it's starting to feel like it.
Yeah, but just look at the overall eco. While their villager count's the same, MSN's eco is way better. The passive gold is carrying him so hard. He's getting about 700 gold passively with no villagers on gold. Which is he put the rest of his vills on wood and food, and it makes his eco better than YZY's. And now that he's taken down some of these knight counts, he's killed some villagers, and he's taken the central sacred site, I feel like at any moment we're going to see MSN shift to getting stone for a keep, secure the central sacred site, and then it's over. I mean, those 4 relics are doing a lot of work too.
Having that much in the bank, you feel pretty stable with all of that investment. The thing is, YZY has 51 villagers on this map, and those horse archers, they've got more than 51 arrows in them. They definitely can find more damage, and they're about to, but the boys are just gonna go and idle out. But now we see 375 food per minute. That is not the amount of food we're looking for. But MSN at the same time, now more horse archers being produced. He has to keep them in the base though, because those Lancers are going to be able to do quite a bit of damage.
And I think it's really important. It's small, we missed a lot of it, but MSN did a lot of scout sniping. So like, it really adds up, but there's I wouldn't be surprised if there's 6 to 8 deer carcasses on the ground, not in YZY's base. And those really add up when it comes to your ability to maintain night production.
And the beauty of horse archers is you can snipe things out if your micro is perfect. But you look away for 1 second and you lose 3 of them. So this is showing us MSN is comfortable doing exactly that. But he's only microing 1 group at a time. You can see this is taking quite a bit out of him.
MSN, can you please get the second mouse set up and the second screen so you can micro 2 groups at the same time? Thank you.
I mean, he can't be perfect, right? But he's getting there. And, ooh, picking off so many of these. Now, finally, the boys are stuck in the base, and they will be picked off. Producing the Warrior Monk, trying to get through. He gets an attack off, but doesn't look like the boost has gone all through. MSN, though, he has the setup for this. He's got some farms. He's getting this economy in a very good spot.
He's 2-tapping knights at this point. And it's like, when you're 2-tapping knights, and eventually he'll be 1-tapping, the amount of knights YZY needs to be able to do anything is too much. He just doesn't have the eco to make that many knights.
Especially with the boar eventually running out. Oh, and the boys are going north. They're going to the Barbican. The Barbican is under siege. There's only a space for 8 villagers. And there's a lot more than 8 here.
Ooh. That might be all the boar wrote on that one.
I'm not going to acknowledge that.
You go. No, you go.
We'll find it. This is the first day. We got to warm up. Now, these Lancers are just getting picked off as they come out, and villagers desperately walling up. You can just see this man is holding on to a dream, and that dream is painted in walls. But horse archers, they get counted by walls pretty well, by the way. It's just, not when they're inside of where the walls are supposed to keep them out of.
Yeah, when they're already in the base, the walls don't feel as good, that's for sure. And basically, YZY has 5 minutes and 50 seconds to figure out how to counter 48 horse archers. His answer is more knights, and he has no farms. So once the berries run out, once the boar runs out, he did finish the wall. So these horse archers are now stuck in the base, but he's just gonna run them up to the wall so the outside horse archers can help. Hey, we're over here. We're over here. And MSN's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep. Actually, MSN's going in. And I'll give you one guess what he's going to do with that Imperial Age.
Oh my goodness. Go into the next game, baby. But yes, I agree. He was going to get it on the sacred side and just ensuring he gets the beauty of that game. YZY being completely out-microed here by the MSN Danish god. Milkshake thief, but a fast player nonetheless. Do you know the milkshake meme, by the way?
I don't.
Okay, so when we were at Masters of Steel, MSN yoinked my milkshake out of the fridge. I made a YouTube video about it. About the big controversy, yeah, and I got it on a photo that he yoinked it. So he will always be the milkshake thief in my heart. But I will appreciate his gameplay because that was phenomenal.
I'm guessing he tried to do the whole youth like me. What are you talking about? I'm just so hungry. I'm a growing boy. It was in the free for all
fridge.
My bones, they hurt. I'm growing. Oh, look at this matchup coming up next. He's 190 wet. That's what you mean. I don't know. But this next matchup, Gorge, KT versus Ottoman. I think it's interesting that YZY said I'd rather play against Ottoman than Malian.
Now, getting both of these civs in one game, I'm excited to see because Ottoman has always been banned. But Knights Templar, these guys, they're in a very healthy spot right now. It feels like there's not much that can take them down. A lot of people are struggling with so many different styles that they get to go for. But while we have 4 minutes and 46 seconds, guys, let's take a moment.
An eternity.
The draft. We have so much time for the draft. And like you mentioned earlier, we have Tuckluck. I am so happy to see some Tuckluck action because I think Tuckluck right now is the lowest played civilization on ladder as well. People are just not vibing with the Elephants.
But people who are good at there are some guys and some gals who they see a weird civ that people don't play and they're like, I'm gonna make this work. And there are some absolute monsters on the ladder up in like 17, 1800, 1900 elo who will just dominate with Tuklok. And it's brutal. They're so good with it. And I think it's starting to seep into pro play. And I think that especially on hybrid maps, there's some moves there. MSN also grabbing Golden Horde, which I feel like is good. Also is I feel like there's a lot of different variations of how people view about Golden Horde. I'm sorry, I have American pronunciation of things. I'm trying my best. Then you have HRE, which I feel like is a very specific use case. Like I feel like HRE is the type of civ you're trying to match it against what you think is a good matchup. If you're looking at YZY's draft, I think he's got a good lineup of civs.
YZY has your more standard civilizations, the ones that people are like, okay, this is what a standard lineup looks like. MSN's like, I'm gonna take a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I want a little bit of aggression. I want to be able to boom a bit. I want to pull a little cheese here and there. I know you're gonna say it's not cheese, but MSN always brings a little bit of lactose into play. So I am hopeful that we get to see a little bit of that. But with Malians getting sniped the second time in a row, it's telling us that I let you have Malians, but you're not going to get Malians. This also, again, puts him in a spot where he gets to decide what civ goes on through. Maybe he does not go for Malians on Silk Road. As we saw earlier, Malians on Silk Road just doesn't have the same kind of ring to it as it does on a map that has access to wood. But yes, so no Ottomans. On Gorge, Ottomans, they have two openings, right? They have a barracks, or they just go for military school. Against KT, how do you feel about that barracks opening?
I don't think you do it. I think you do a normal military school opening, and it kind of depends because I kind of hot take that I feel like KT 1TC feudal is actually pretty good. you age up super fast. You can immediately get a sacred site going, and then you don't really need to be on gold. You actually have a lot of pressure. You can go from that. And Chevs actually hold up okay against Sipahi. It's not amazing, but they do pretty much better than a horseman does. I'm interested if YZY does a Dark Age rush as KT, but as Ottoman, I feel like you really only want to do a Dark Age barracks on like a hybrid map where you're actually want to make a lot of spears like Deny a Dock. I don't think you're doing that in most land maps.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, they want to shut down whatever KT tries to do. And KT, with them for a while just going for 2TC, it felt like that is the way to deny it. But they have so many things that they can do now without even thinking about 2CC. So, yeah. Ottomans, maybe we get something standard. I would love to see a little bit more of Sipahi play. I feel like KT, they're really hard to kill once you get a keep up. But there's a timing there where the Sipahis can seriously pay off. I think the barrier of just getting through the KT second TC and the fact that they can make units that handle everything in the early game, it feels quite rough. But Ottomans, if there's a civilization that can handle it, it's Ottomans. So I believe, I'm a believer in the Ottoman shutdown. I just hate KT. So seeing it go down, it's a sore point for me.
I don't know which one I hate playing more than Ottoman or KT. KT, it's like once the keeps get up, then all of a sudden it just becomes a drag out game. You're like, I'm just losing. And against Ottoman, like you blink and there's 8 Sipahi in your wood line, you lose all your vills. So either way, both of them have the things that can be frustrating. I'm very curious how this plays out. And we're gonna see because the game is starting now.
Oh my goodness, we're going for stone. That's so good. So MSN getting his stone for his wonderful old, what is that thing called? Military school. There's the go. Oh, guys, sorry. Oh, you're so cool. Oh, just refresh the page. Just click the button, you know? Gramps? Just press it. Oh. Nice! I hear sheep too. Guys, let's roll. And look at that. A house! House opening from KT. That's crazy. But there is a little bit of a crime going on here. Those villagers, look at where they're gathering that sheep from. I feel like there's been guides made about that. That sheep...
that sheep's not efficient, or you're losing 1 food per minute gather.
Yes. That sheep is not optimal, actually. We're supposed to be able to get the sheep under the TC, because right now they're running back and forth, and that is not optimal.
Unfortunately, this is an auto loss for me at this point. You're gonna see the food really drop off. Okay, can we see? He's just doing a normal military school, right?
Okay, why do we sound like Beastie? Oh my goodness,
go.
baby god, we just got accused. Oh, now with the military school, oh my goodness, spearmen coming out very slowly, and one day will arrive. But that thing is annoying because once it lands there, it limits you. You don't just get to go for gold all you want. You just need to accept the fate that there is now a spear, and it can be troublesome. But luckily, the Knights Templar, they are built differently. They just get to drop off wood to the sky. I love that for them. I hate that playing against it, but it's great for them. You know when your boss is like, oh, the company made so much money and it's doing so great, but you don't get a raise. That's how I feel about KT. I look at them dropping off wood to the skies and I'm like, that's great for them, but I hate it. Good job.
They chop down a tree and they find an onion. It's crazy stuff. That's why I think actually KT is a low key like great beginner civ. You don't have to make a lumber camp. You get food from wood. Your villagers can just be sent anywhere and gather. It's pretty nice. But he's just going to pull off a goal and not even worry about it. And we are seeing a Magna wall. He is making sure he can gather stone. And for those of you who are new to the game, if you attach a wall to a resource like that, it makes it blocked off. So he's going to wall backwards so that the spears can't bother him. And this looks like a 2TC.
I am in. I'm committed to this. I love it. Thank you, YZY. We needed this. And the beauty of that is just your spears come in a rasp, but they're going to run through the TC to get there. Honestly, with 2, you might be able to get in there anyway. He needs to make sure that that bad boy is nice and deep. Oh, he is. He is
Principality of Antioch. Let's go.
Tell me about it.
So KT has 3 upgrade options. Every single one gives a bonus as well as this unique unit. In this case, the Principality of Antioch. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that. Someone's mad at me. It gives you extra melee damage and also unlocks the Sergeants. The Sergeants is one of the weirdest units in the game. They are a melee unit that throws an axe, so they do melee damage, but they're ranged. They're very slow. They're very expensive. But you mass them up, and it is insane. One unique little thing they can do is if you're ram pushing them and you have a bunch of sergeants, they can just snipe the ram. No problemo. They also have a lot of melee armor, so they're great against other melee units. And archers will do okay against them. You just need a lot of them. But once the archers really get out, they start to die. So it's interesting he's doing this. It could be used sergeants as a defensive. It could all just be he wants a little bit more melee damage on his units.
I am not a big fan of imagining a mass of sergeants just coming at you, but I feel like that's exactly what's in store for MSN. The beauty of them is they don't actually do too badly against Sipahis either, because you can still use the mobility of being ranged to outkite while still doing that melee damage. So
kiting is not their strong suit, but it is something they can do. I mean, in chat, raise your hand if you've been Sergeant Rushed, proxy-based Sergeant Rushed. It's definitely annoying. Also, shout out to all my 2TC enjoyers. We're getting a 2TC game off the rip. Love to see it. And here comes the spears. They're a little too late to stop this. They can be annoying, but they're not going to stop it. I'm curious. You would think he'd put it directly on the gold to really secure gold, but I think he cares more about the deer. So here comes the spears. All he has to do is pull the Vil back, and it's going to look, oh, the Vil's got hands! And then they're going to pull the Vil back. And, ooh, is he going to... If he can get one, that'd be pretty big, but he won't. He's just slowing down the initial build of it, but it will get up.
Oh, and he does need to... Ooh, that one's getting dangerously low there, sir. Gets one. Pretty big play right there. And the boy's going down.
Especially because KT has less Vils from the jump because their age up burns a villager during the age up. So it doesn't burn them physically, just like you can't make one while you're aging up. But
yeah, in Age of Empires, we don't burn villagers unless you're Byzantines.
But this is interesting. A lot of people kind of live by a credo that you should never 2TC against Ottomans. Though KT 2TC is often considered a very strong defensive TC, mostly because the food with wood gather bonus just makes you a lot more sturdy, and you have less need to like force yourself out onto food. But Ottoman is an amazing feudal civ. So I'm curious if MSN loves to fight in feudal. He loves horsemen. He has the best horseman in the game now. So I assume MSN is going to go for just an all-in, while YZY is going to do the Knights Templar thing and make so many archers that your eyes will bleed.
I'm actually surprised in the archer decision here. Okay, it makes sense because you're going to be up against the spears. You're also going to be up against archers, naturally, but the Sipahis, they kind of delete them pretty quickly. So the archers, we're going to need a ton of them pretty soon. Those spears standing in position already. And it feels like MSN is already mentally preparing himself to jump. But very smart move here by him, making sure that his villagers, there's not going to be too many to not be able to garrison in that TC. I think there's one extra out of all of them. So he makes sure that he gets his villagers in a very, very safe position here.
Yeah, and it's interesting. He felt safe enough to even greed out by going for a pilgrim immediately. Like, he didn't even feel like he needed to immediately make units. He went to pilgrim and then started making archers. And while, yes, Sipahi will cut up archers, the goal of YZY is he always want to take a fight away from his TC. And you want to be able to do damage as they enter your TC area and leave. So I think he wants to build that archer mass first, and now he's going into spears. The Antioch will help with spear damage as well. Minor, but really, really nice. And wait, whoa. Did MSN do the Meter Vizier point?
Yes, I was about to say that is interesting. Why we're going for Mether when we're so used to seeing, you know, imams, especially when you're diving.
I need someone from Vest in chat right now. Right now. Explain. But yeah, it's weird. You almost always see the healers. I guess he values the movement speed. He doesn't need to make metters. He now has 2. I guess he really wants the movement speed. For what exact reason, I don't know. It is really good with Mass Sipahi. It's really good with Mass Knights. Gives him a lot of movement speed. But when you're fighting against a 2TC, I feel like you kind of want the healing. So we're going to see what MSN thinks here.
Now, with the archer numbers increasing, it's great. Again, you're going to have such a good response to the few spears and the archers from your opponent. But with 2 meters, you already are going to deal with the extra ranged attack bonus or the ranged defense bonus. So those archers, when you're diving a TC, it feels so much less scary that way. But the villagers now quickly popping in and out, but as the deer expire around the TC, they need to go further and further, and that is where things start to get a little bit hairy.
Exactly. And that and he found the scholar, and these spears are here, but 2 spears are not going to kill 5 Sipahi. He's just going to micro them out. And which is once again why I'm curious about the choice of no imams, because you'd feel like you'd want to heal here, and he's trying to get some hits on villagers. But you're right. Ranged armor with the Metter ranged armor as well just means you're tanking TC fire no problem. And that's why they're so good at attacking 2TC.
Now you can see this start. Ooh, okay, never mind. YZY, quickly. As you said, that's a lot of archers. Now, of course, MSN, he does have quite a bit, but with the units not all being together, this gave a little bit of breathing room to just be able to pick off a few and get those villagers back on the deer, because you need the food right now. +1 ranged attack coming in for YZY, so it tells us he wants to keep making archers, even though he may have seen those methers already.
That pilgrim was trying to just slide by, hit like just covering his eyes, nothing to see here. It gets caught. Yeah, I mean the ranged armor helps the archers, it helps the TCs. He knows a dive's coming. He does not have a lot of units right now, and MSN basically needs to make something happen the next 2 minutes. It feels like he has a lot more units now. KT will start to get more and more and more. Once again, that food from the wood just gives him so much ability to survive without food, and he's going to be dropping the farm. So. You're generally he's getting the ram tech now. He wants to hit that push within 12 minutes. It feels like.
What point do you decide to go for the sergeants? When do you decide to go for the sergeant? Because it feels like
too
expensive. Because of the gold.
It's too expensive, and they're so food expensive. It's much better to do mass archers when you're under this much pressure. Which is why it's weird that he did Antioch. Because I feel like you want the healers instead, because you can make a couple healer boys and just let them heal up your units between fights. So both of them picked weird options. MSN with the Vizier option, YZY with the Age Up option. But here comes the Ram. I assume we're going to see
multiple
2 Rams.
Yes. He has to. This would be a very brave move to go without the right amount. And now he instantly uses the gold for the +1 range defense because he realizes, hey, this is going to be a ton of archers. I am going to need to deal with this. And villagers tapping out that, those deer pretty quickly. The problem is, it feels like that is the main source of food that's going to be in a lot of danger pretty soon. Now, the villagers getting that upgraded tower, so critical at this moment, especially with the double ram coming in. But now, the spearman numbers are going to be great to try and shut this down, but the problem is the archers are scary. Not going for the tower, though.
Interesting, Emerson just did the Imam Vizier point, and he left the Imams out in the front of the base. The Imams are just out at the front of the base. They're healing themselves. He sees it.
He sees it.
It might be a bait. Might be a bait. Don't follow. Oh no. Oh no. YZY, don't follow. Oh geez. Oh geez. Oh golly. And that's a surround, and that's a lot of Sipahi. And he hits the fortitude. Wow. Was that fortitude the right move? I don't know. Ooh.
It feels like that was a really bad trade for him. The problem is spears died, yes. But you just lost one of your mechters. You are most likely going to lose one of those imams as well, as the archers are closing in. They are actually going for the military units instead. Imams stay alive, I say, but no. He pulls it back just too late, and MSN just bled the most important units of his comp.
I'm flabbergasted. I think part of it is that MSN made an interesting choice on that fight. Sapahi have this special click ability called Fortitude, where they can increases their attack speed, but they take way more melee damage. You usually do it when you catch villagers or archers out by themselves. He judged that there was not enough spears to be dangerous, so he hit the Fortitude, and I don't think he realized how many spears were there. There weren't a lot, but they just tore him up.
Enough.
Like he lost so many Sapahi on that fight. And also, I don't think MSN had enough archers on that push either. So YZY lives. We're past the 12-minute mark. He's going to stop dropping more and more farms. And during this fight, he went out and took deer. So now he's on deer. MSN is not checking. And all YZY has to do is just keep making archers and spears. Just keep making archers and spears.
Now, this is, again, a very deep dive anyway. So with this, he sacrificed so many resources. But now, YZY is floating gold. He's a happy camper. This man can now just change the suit any time. Now, out on the deer. Ooh, hello,
where are these
boys.
villagers going?
Where are we going? YZY with the vision. Now these guys are going straight for the stone, most likely, to try and get an upgrade, right? Oh, no. These guys are Knights Templar. They can just...
Are they towering?
They can just gather. Love that.
Is he doing a sneaky tower?
Yeah, he needs to get an upgrade for it, though. That would be funny. They're lost.
Okay, but here's the thing. The entire time this fight was happening, Pilgrim, he didn't leave any units to kill the Pilgrims. So the Pilgrim was going. He went out and took deer, so now he has food. This feels so KT favored at this point. Like, basically, YZY just needs to not die in this next push, and it feels like he's going to be in a good position. MSN has remasked very quickly. 32 spears is nothing to sneeze at. The tower, very well placed, so he's not going to lose the villagers on the deer. And... honestly,
Sergeants?
oh, now YZY is going sergeants. I think this is a little bit of a bait. MSN has a lot of archers. If I'm YZY, I just keep making archers. You want that archer mass. But he wants to go into sergeants, and I don't think he can hold this TC anymore.
Now, with the archers, he just needs to keep sniping out things, because for him, that TC has already paid off. It's 40 minutes into the game. Even if he loses this, his whole point here is just to kill as many military units as possible without losing so many villagers. But 5 villagers in there are definitely not be happy about going down. Unfortunately, some of them will pay the price. But now, these archers need to keep picking off. He already got the value. He needs to pull back and make sure he survives for a bit longer, but it feels like these archer numbers are getting thinned out. MSN on 33 archers is crazy.
But that tower is feasting right now. It's been taking out so many archers. I honestly think, like, people are in the chat are saying Sergeant Throw. I agree. I just don't understand that. I would have preferred horsemen to sergeants. Like, if you really want to make units, use the gold to buy food. Like, I don't understand the sergeant. He's still gonna hold because the amount of archers he's producing right now is off the wall and his eco is really good. But that was an interesting choice to say the least.
Now, YZY is significantly ahead with villagers, and like you said before, with KT, this is something you're always behind on. But now it feels pretty good. The problem is just now with sergeants, he's making a lot of them, but it's still against a ton of archers, and that starts to feel more and more questionable as time goes on. Villagers back on gold now, but he's still staying solidly in feudal.
At this point, I just like... I don't like MSN has military schools. I assume he has 2. I don't know how he outproduces Knights Templar at this point. He only has 1. Like, I don't know how he outproduces him. I assume YZY has a good amount of farms at this point. He's on berries. He's on deer. I wouldn't be sorry if he takes boar soon. He does have 5 on stone, so it feels like he might do a feudal keep. Interesting enough, but it's just bad. He lost his imams. He lost his Sapahi mass. And for Sapahi, not Sapahi, for Ottomans, that's an issue. And right now he's towering MSN's wood line, though MSN caught it. It was a brave attempt. That's some low conk gameplay right there. Trying to tower the 2 villages that tower the wood.
Hey, if it works, it works.
If it works, it works.
Apparently
That was silly. That was just fun.
A top 32 gameplay as well.
I know.
We're not doing it wrong.
It's just silly. He's not doing anything wrong. It's more of just like, I think it's... I'm curious if he even sent those 2 villas on purpose. I felt like he thought he grabbed like archers and actually realized it was 2 villagers. But now the sergeants numbers are starting to get bigger. They're starting to tank a little bit better. And if I'm MSN, I'm just asking myself, like, what do I even do? How do I get back in this game? Because eventually he's going to burn through the food on the map as well. He has 1 deer pack left, I think, and 1 berry pack left.
Well, for him, it seems like he feels confident enough to just keep pushing.
Honestly, those vills, instead of doing the tower, I think they should have proxy barracks and just sent units into his wood line. Actually would have been a better move. I like that from chat. But this is just... YZY is just going to keep making it... And he's going to passively gather the stone. I think at one point he's just going to drop a fort. And then at that point, it's like... Oof, what happens now?
Oh, but the problem with the supply is there's still so many to actually handle this. They pump out so quickly. I'm so surprised how well he keeps up with this. Mephi's now coming down. Ah, both of them. And Sabahi going down next. Sergeant's going to be taking care of that ram finally. And the archers are going to try to prevail here. But the Sabahi numbers are still pretty scary. The archers very quickly focus firing on the spears to make sure this is not just for YZY to tank, but that's still a, 13 villager difference?
Yeah.
So he's in a pretty good spot.
This has been the forever fight, and MSN has had some rough moments on the unit micro. The biggest thing is that he keeps putting his meter with the Sapahis when they charge in, and then when they pull out, the meter runs behind them and literally just shows its butt right to the archers and they die. So he's had the meta issues. He's lost his EMOMs really early. This has just been like against the KT2TC, you need to play pretty tight to be able to get the attack you want with the amount of units you need. And MSN has just made a couple of mistakes here that have really set him back. And he's holding, like, YZY is not exactly pushing him across the map, but he's not pushing YZY into his base either. The one bonus, YZY is not on 2TC. If YZY was still on 2TC, this would be a much bigger issue, but destroying the TC does mean he's not getting, like, a massive build difference.
Let's go see what Vizier Point he went for. We heard that Vizier Point pops. What are we getting?
He got Anatolian Hills, and then, whoa, he got villager production speed. 75% faster vills for 4 minutes.
That on 1 TC?
YZY also has 2 minutes of TC idle time. I think that was happening during when the 2 TC was pushed.
Okay, that does feel like quite a lot now that I look at the number. 11 seconds per villager. It feels like a great comeback mechanic in a way, but at the same time, I don't think this is going to be enough here as these boys are just snacking right through them. We see a lot more archers coming out of the side of YZY, and MSN, it feels like he stopped producing archers as he's rallied most onto food for a while. Why does he have 30 on food? That's going to run out soon.
Well, it's funny because this really feels like we've done this archer fight for 5 straight minutes. This has just been them fighting with archers for literally 5 minutes. And the issue is that the longer this goes on, the better it is for YZY. His pilgrim's still going. Eventually, he's going to get this fort down that he's been saving for. He gets food from wood gather, so he's always going to be able to make archers better. Honestly, though, if the 800 stone was units, this game might be over already, but I guess he just really wants the fort. I'm curious where he's going to drop that fort, though.
Oh, he's already decided it's in his base at the gold. Isn't it? Yep.
And he's protecting his starting farms with it. Honestly, not a bad fort. I like it. I like it.
It protects his wood line as well, as he's migrated a little bit to the left of that fort as well. And now we can see people rallying around getting rid of the pilgrim. So now going straight for the deer pack as well. So MSN realizes, hey, this has to come from somewhere. So next up is going to be a bunch of villager kills. But at the same time, MSN has been catching up with that. Picks up both pilgrims here, but pilgrims will just be re-rallied onto the other side because now it's going to be a lot safer with a keep there. Very well.
Yeah, you could also just see YZY. Like, once this fort comes down, he'll get another one. He's just going to play left side of the map, secure the left sacred site, be fine. He's going on boar right now as well, and castle is legitimately within sight. Once he goes castle, MSN's nowhere near castle, and MSN's really burned through a lot of the food on the map. Second TC coming down as well. MSN's basically got to do a lot of damage right now.
MSN asking himself, is Ottoman strong enough to keep this push going? And wow, the split is insane to me. Still 34, 36. Yeah. Now going to be doing a little bit of a push here on the production buildings, actually. The problem is just the melee units. There's not a lot of them, so it does take a while to actually get there. And a ram being built on the other side of the map. That might be a misclick. Oh no, it's going to deal with the towers, I think. Yeah, there we go. He just needs to handle the tower.
It is annoying.
There's no wood line
Those 2
access.
towers are annoying. Very annoying. This tower's fully upgraded as well, so he doesn't even want to try to push it. It just feels like where does MSN attack? You know what I mean? Like, I guess he's gonna try to deny this Pilgrim line, but really YZY should just take a second, age up, upgrade his archers, and you know, win the game. Though MSN has remassed a lot. 43 archers is no joke. Oh, he did go castle. We didn't see the.
All right, a little bit stuck,
and he's doing heavy spearmen. That's
exactly
right, folks.
What this comp needed.
These spears are heavy. They have been eating. They have been working out. These are some heavy, heavy spears.
That is the most worth it tower I've seen in a while. Look at that. It's going to get another villager. It's probably 3 dead villagers by now, just on that one single tower. That is disgusting. They got wood, though. Wood's back on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. MSN, he's snacking. But now the problem is we have 15 spears coming in. And guys, this composition from MSN is going to struggle just a tiny bit. And there's no food for the man. So the food is currently in a state of disarray as this guy has spent everything on making units. So with these spears, there's a timing. And I feel like the timing is now. So unfortunately for him, the attack is imminent. And plus 2 upgrades coming in.
I don't know if I want to take this fight against 43 archers.
Yes, now's the time. Do it.
Are these sergeants upgraded? I don't think they are.
We don't need upgrades.
They are. They are. Okay.
Upgraded. They are upgraded. Yeah.
I mean, he has a meter. This might be a little. Well, the heavy spearmen are coming in. I guess at this point it's also just like. It doesn't
matter. This is over. Those spears are gonna tank things for days. These archers firing down 1, 2. More spears coming in. Disgusting. Everything's dead.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's also kind of worth it for YZ just to keep fighting, just to force MSN to keep producing. Like, you don't want to sit back and let him sneak a castle age in, so he just needs to keep throwing things at the wall here. These heavy spears have no direct counters, so he's going to keep building up that amount. He has 3 pilgrims going, and it's a GG.
YZY. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. So YZY showing us that KT is great again, and I didn't doubt it for a second. KT is KT. I was rooting for MSN because he's not playing KT.
Gathered 3,000 stone in this game. That's
a little
insane.
Bit more than Ottoman.
That he could gather that much stone and still be able to produce the amount of units he did. KT, fun civ. Fun civ.
Now, the early villager kill felt good, but MSN... I'm shocked at both these civilizations. The fact that both of them could keep up this production at this rate when it was getting this tight was insane. With no imams, with none of those initial mehters, especially after losing them initially, this felt pretty even for a while.
It felt even, but also felt like YZY was never really in trouble. Like, at no point was I like, ooh, this is looking pretty bad. Like, even when he lost the second TC, it was like, he has plenty of units. He almost threw with the sergeant switch, but the second he'd sniped the imams and slowed down the initial push, it felt really hard for MSN at that point. And YZY just played the KT2TC the way it's supposed to be played, and it's really, really hard to beat. On the other hand, if we look at our next matchup, we have HRE against Ayubid. Notice the civs that were sniped. Lancaster and Took. Luck. Tough luck, Tuklock.
Tough luck.
You're not being played this time. And so, as I said, I think it's really clear that it's a really good 7 hybrid. People want to play against it. HRE versus Ayubid. What do you think about that matchup?
HRE and Ayubid is also, I feel like an old tale of time at the moment. Because for a while, it felt like HRE does really, really well against this. But Ayubids, they are pretty good at out-fast castling. And also just catching the relics as fast as the HRE can. So I feel like, I have no idea. I don't know what the situation is with the current meta, but I feel like Ayubids should win this in the early stages, especially when the Manjaniques start pushing and you get onto the Chapelle. But do we even see Chapelle? That's the real question. So HRE hasn't had a lot of airtime because they've been in a really weird place in the meta. So I guess these guys will tell us what is viable and what is not. But all in all, I think Ayubid's has a little bit of an edge here.
Well, this is an interesting map, right? Because Dry River is a hybrid map. You do dock play on it, mostly because every pond has 5 shoreline fish. That's a lot of fish. So it's worth it. If you compare it to Rocky River on the ladder, which those lakes only have 3 shoreline fish, that's not as worth doing the fishing. Here it is. Both of these civs have legitimate good fishing openings. Ibid usually also has an option to do the really fast age up into immediate pressure onto docks. So I'm curious if HRE is going to open into a dock into units, or is going to open just units and try a denial. Because Ibid has a lot of options as well. So I think the scouting is going to be interesting and how they play that out. Look at our current setup here. Louis has moved on. Numadon against Baltoon is 2-1.
Honestly, I'm really surprised to see that. That is wild. We have 3 games already completed between those two. Maybe this AoE break did them well. Now both of them have found that aggressive bone in their body. But kiljardi and Valdy 1-1 now. And from what I've heard, kiljardi has been showing a lot of teeth recently. Gramps is waking up and he's ready to take down the kid, it seems. But I would love to see what that one ends up as. And finally, the series we're all watching, YZY and MSN fighting for their spot as well. But Creator, already going to be going to tomorrow's qualifier. It's still a big name you have to face. A lot of these names that we see here today, I wouldn't be able to pick out like clearly who will make it. Because looking at this bracket, guys, we're still waiting for the game. So no worries. We get to discuss it for a little while. We have Creator, that is a very big name recently. Ayame showed a lot of teeth in the last time, and 2-1 is a pretty close one anyway. Then you have Numadon, who, you know, is in the running currently, but at the same time, Gully is also steadily improving. Scatterbrained at the same time, a big name that comes in and out as time goes on, and I mean, you can go through the rest of that bracket.
It feels like Numadon is someone who's always been right there. Plays a lot, grinds a lot, improves a lot, and he's always just been right at the edge from making one of these qualifiers. I'm kind of looking through the rest of the list. I mean, anyone who made it today has a chance. I think it's people who lost it a little early that could surprise people. Scarlet Devil always all of a sudden has a series in him where you're like, whoa, where'd that come from? As well as Scatterbrain has also had moments of brilliance, and some other people have been working really hard recently. Sass has improved a lot. I'm still looking at the list here. I don't want to offend anybody if I forget somebody, but I don't know. This is, and I'm saying Jiff. Oh yeah, Jiff. But I don't see him on for tomorrow. I don't see him on for tomorrow. Oh no, yeah, he's 7th. Yeah, Jiff also. Jiff Music has surprised some people as well. So there's. I just think that that tier below the top tier has a lot of players, all working really hard to get better, and it's only a matter of time before a few of them finally break through.
It's crazy to me that we've reached the point where it used to be like you had your top 2 and then you had your top 4, very clear top 4. And now the top 8 is starting to get a little bit blurry. And here from like 8 to, I would say 20, or not 8 to 20, let's say from 10 to 20, it's starting to get even blurrier. So these guys getting pretty close to each other in skill, and I'm just getting worse.
I think honestly a big reason for that is the civ diversity as well. When the game first came around and there were like 8 civs, a lot of the talk in these tournaments was how like everyone knew for this civ against this civ you do this, and it became about pure execution because everyone had the exact way you play against each civ. With 20 civs, a lot of times these guys are like, I can only pick, 10 I really work at. You can't practice every single matchup. It's impossible. With this new drafting style, your favorite civ might get picked off every single time. So pure execution skill instead transfers over into who has the best versatility, ability to read the map and the game and the situation and adjust faster. And I also think the skill leveling has started to break more even as well. Like it's harder for the best players to get way better, but the people who have been improving can improve fast themselves. That's just an education thing. But yeah, it's been really cool to see.
Now, ladies and gents, we are rolling on in, and YZY opening with no dock.
No dock.
That's
That was not on my bingo card. I honestly thought AUBIDS is the obvious one, but you can see that that was expected from the other side. Like, hey, let's see if you're going for a dock. But apparently MSN sees he doesn't go for a dock, goes for a dock of his own with all that wood. We can see that's going to be a nice fishing economy, and this probably makes him feel pretty good.
So my question is he going to fast age up into, I assume, just units? Like, he's going to do a very fast age up into immediate units and then attack the dock before it can pay off is going to be the move here, which IUBID is definitely capable of doing that. And that's the thing, is like, IUBID players don't really like doing any Dark Age fighting. So if there's a chance that's going to be spear versus spear, that's not really it's not really a strength of IUBID. HRE is just, their Dark Age eco so much better. So I think also the calculus is, as IUBID, I don't want to get into a Dark Age back and forth with HRE.
And I like this from an MSN. He's making sure that he gets one, or I guess 2 fishing boats for him, and then he's going to go for the age up. So his age up should match pretty equally. Well, it depends what YZY goes for, but I'm expecting him not to go for the cheaper age up, because that is definitely not something that you want a bonus to be stuck on. So in this case, I guess a good all military wing would do the trick, right? Or do we still go? No, we wouldn't go culture. Not a chance.
Well, healers are always a safe bet. He could do the logistics wing, the one that gives you resources, so the second he ages up, he can immediately drop production. Reinforcements is fine. Okay, he has reinforcements. The nice thing about reinforcements, you do get the free Desert Raider, and your cav can drop rams. So it allows him to then have a really flexible, like, movable comp and still siege if he needs to. And he gets that Desert Raider. So a lot of good options here. I think a lot of it's actually just personal preference. Like, what do you think is going to help you out the most in this situation?
Yeah, and with a camel, you have that ability to, like you said, to get the siege. You want to be able to get the ram out. And then once your ram's done, you just send your camel to go and raid. But MSN, he's going to match this very, very quickly. As we can see, already ready to click up with that age up. And 2 fishing boats is more than enough to really help. And with 7 on the age up, oh my goodness, Minework Palace is a choice here. I'm happy to see this, because with Minework Palace, you're going to have your special upgrades. You're going to be able to get your upgrades for cheaper. And especially in a matchup like the AUBIDS, every advantage helps. Just get another prelate. If you need the boost, just get another prelate. It is what it is.
Yeah, the All Pikes upgrade feels so important for HRE against IUBID, because the Horseman Desert Raider interaction is very weird. Like, they each counter each other. So it's kind of like whoever has the most in that moment will just completely wipe the other. But the +2 damage from the Alpikes upgrade, it's really big. And as well as just getting, like, your armors for cheap and fast, it just makes these early engagements so much better for HRE.
Now, I'm actually quite surprised to see how much he's saying, okay, cool, I'm going to stay on this dock, I'm going to get more fishing boats. But YZY is also moving out and getting his own docks down. Double dock placed already, so he's going for his own boats. And not... that camel is not going to be the biggest of concerns, I guess.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you can't just ignore water completely. He's already dropped 2 docks. So, I wonder if the thought process is, I'm going to open up with a few boats, and then I'm going to use my free Desert Raider to kind of, like, buy me time, and then I'll get into units. Did he drop production as well? Can we check his base? IUBIDS? He didn't. Okay, no. Here comes the Desert Raider. And he's using that Desert Raider to buy space.
But that Horseman is going to be more than enough to handle this. We see that second prelate. Oh my goodness, he made the second prelate. I'm so happy.
Sick.
So getting that second prelate to make sure that you get all of your villages boosted, and beautiful. Getting ourselves a barracks. He's going to start pumping out units. Now the Desert Raider doesn't have a goal just yet. Just standing around, watching things as they progress. Second Horseman also on its way out, but the Horseman is going straight for the dock.
Desert Raider's just here, aura farming, just showing off. And here we have our first 1v1 interaction. Fight! And immediately the Horseman needs to get out of here. Like, this is not a good starting attack for him. YZY is going to get a couple more hits in. I think what's also big about adding more prelates, one, you need the boosted eco. That's important. But the second big thing about the prelates is the ability to send your units back and heal. Because with YZY's choice, MSN now has feudal healing. He does not. So MSN can keep taking little skirmishes, slowly chunk down YZY's unit health.
And now getting a stable of his own, he is planning to make more units, but he's got 4 on gold here. And this is the interesting part. Usually when you get into a spot where you're having enough on gold, you get to make that decision. Hey, I've got enough on food. I have the 2 docks going to be busting in. I have a tower on my gold as well, which puts you in a spot where you're like, hey, I could invest more. With the amount of villages he has on wood, you can make a military ship to defend yourself, and then a castle age, it's a little bit different. But of course, he still has to be careful. That is going to be a huge amount of horses that are going to be very annoying to handle.
Dang, those horsemen got harms. You see how far they're throwing the torches? They're just tossing those things. Yeah, and it's interesting because I'm curious if YZY commits to just pure Desert Raiders. That's been kind of the thing you see a lot from IU bids, and it can work. The HRE is able to use spears to catch up, but let me tell you, once you get a certain amount of Desert Raiders, it's really hard to break them. And so I think MSN's going to be very wary about, at some point, he needs to kind of force a fight just to make sure that the Desert Raider number doesn't get too high. We already get the first boat protecting the first dock. At this point, YZY is ahead by 1 fishing boat, but MSN is sneaking out to dock the other 2 docks right now. And so
Disgusting.
now, a big thing is like both these players have to be so careful about the units in the middle of the map that neither of them can deny docks on the outside. Like if YZY dedicated Desert Raiders just denying outside docks, that's an open lane for MSN to just dive his base for another docks. And so both of them have to be very careful with their positioning, and this allows each of them to try to like sneak some greed in different parts of the map.
Well, we've seen MSN make horsemen before, and this man, he controls them well. He brings them out of the darkness and springs them upon you. So him on this many horsemen already, I'm kind of feeling excited for the plays he would be making here. But of course, now you have to be careful to avoid those Desert Raiders. And so far, he has not been able to avoid those. The Prelate, you can see, is just inspiration for days. But villagers running quite far to deliver that wood. I'm actually quite surprised to see, because MSN is someone who optimizes pretty quickly usually. But he's making those villagers work hard.
And now he's going for the dock push. This one doesn't have a boat on it. I mean, a defensive boat. Yeah. The spears can sit here and delay as well. He's getting the alpikes at this point. So once this comes through, he has melee armor, he has melee attack, and he has the alpikes. His horseman will be ready to take a really good engagement. This is like his go point. He sees that the Desert Raider number isn't that high. Ooh, oh, and then if one more shows up, and that could be the difference. Ooh, those Desert Raiders.
Ooh, and it's just too much. The upgrade comes in. Oh, that's so much damage.
Oh, then the military, he has double military boats. And this is why the location of YZY's docks is so important. He was able to take the 2 middle ponds, which means he now has 2 military boats covering the central avenue towards their opponent's base, which just makes any crossing by MSN very difficult and opens up this lane for YZY to pressure and then run and hide between 2 military boats every single time. It's just really well set up.
Oh, he wants to go in, but he knows how difficult this is going to be. If he just loses 1 or 2 more horsemen, he's tried desperately to make a few more. He does have all those docks set up and ready to go, but oh my goodness, this is getting so scary. He needs to rally his units backwards, and we do see those prelates. They're healing up, but when they're healing, they are not inspiring.
And I think there's some argument to be made that maybe MSN should have gone to mass archers to counter Desert Raiders, but the issue is that he's making them out of stables. The second MSN shows archers, YZY can just go into horsemen, and even then mass Desert Raiders do pretty well against archers themselves, so it's kind of a tough choice for HRE on this matchup.
But the horseman numbers, they are scary enough to make sure that this is not going to be easy. And they get on top. Ah, never mind, they don't get on top. The boats are everywhere.
The boats, it's so brutal. And like, it just means that MSN can never really truly engage onto it. I wonder if YZY is going to start roaming here. Yeah, he's going to start roaming here in a second. He actually took the dock away from MSN on that right pawn. So now they're each on 3 pawns. And almost similar number of boats as well. And now he's going to dock the other one as well.
And we see the villager backing off, but all the Desert Raiders are in position.
Ooh, this could be big. This could be big. That's a lot of horsemen. And no, he's not going to try for it. Every time he has a moment, like 2 more Desert Raiders show up, and then he can't do it anymore. That's how like small these margins are for this horseman fight against Desert Raiders. Is that like 1 or 2 more Desert Raiders can swing the fight.
Oh, when all these spears getting picked off is massive. Or not all of them, but a ton of them already getting dangerously low. And it just doesn't feel like MSN has an answer to this. His answer is going for the villagers, but no, he turns around and he's like, hey, let's fight this, Mr. Camels. But realizes this is not going to be something he can fight with boat support. Now, YZY still just making Desert Raiders. He sees this is a one-trick army and it works. Picks off tries to pick off a villager there from the dock, but doesn't get it. And now we need to see if that boat is going to get shut down. MSN making boats, making a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and YZY says, camels. There's more camels.
And now he has so many camels he can just shoot the boat. Have you ever seen a boat that gets so many arrows taken that it just sinks? Because that's what he's doing.
Now, the horseman numbers, it feels good, but there's a different plan up for grabs. And it looks like MSN not making more horses here. He is thinking about other plans. And with 7 on gold, those plans include some creative things, I would say. I really hope to see this being a castle because even if he goes for a castle, what does he get out of it? There's nothing he really gets, but advancement wing coming out and YZY says, I'll get something out of it, brother.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, advancement wing's so smart. He wants to get that age up now because aging up the Desert Raiders makes him, he can push immediately. He could get a healer if he wants as well. And he wants that timing. Like, this timing here is going to be so big for his upgrades into a push. What does MSN get out of an age up? He could go for relics and try to, like, out-eco. He could go burger and maybe get better units to chase down. I don't know. It's tough. Like, there's no good solutions for HRE in this matchup, I feel like. Except, like, just a good push where MSN has to fight. Or YZY has to fight and MSN just has a few more units. But then he just does this. He just runs away. And the second they get away from the spears, he can pull and just start.
He gets this around, though. And this is a really good exchange for him, but he goes very, very deep here. I'm a little bit worried about this.
TC and a tower. And he just runs around. Like, he can just wait this out forever, right? He needs to keep this Desert Raider mass alive for the age up.
Now, you want to make sure that the Desert Raiders are completely thinned out, but now you have 3 horsemen left, and you've just sacrificed everything. Burgrave is coming on in. Emerson doesn't care about relics, he cares about units. And he wants to get that charge off even better. But now the problem is, YZY has units, and MSN, he has some boats.
MSN threw away every single horseman for like 3 Desert Raider kills.
And a villager.
And a villager, but that, I mean, YZY has played this so well. His location of his units, making just enough Desert Raiders to be dangerous, but then getting an age up in, getting a good amount of docks and getting his own fishing up. Like, I've been really impressive with YZY in this game.
The real question is MSN in position to pick up the relics the moment he ages up? Because if he is not. This tells you he's going to get intercepted pretty shortly, as we see the red blob coming everywhere. But at the same time, crossbows coming out, and men-at-arms going to be the name of the game. And honestly, I feel like men-at-arms might just be the answer he was looking for. Yo, they're being built so quickly, especially with all this income. He does have the resources for this. Yeah. As I say that, I realize...
It's like, I mean, yes, if you want to use really, but it's not a solution. You can buy tiny stuff like that. Oh, Desert Raiders are going to do so much work delaying this. Look at this, the kiting of the Desert Raiders is just so problematic for anything that MSN wants to do.
Oh, and you're starting to respect it. Pulls back now. But you can see the relic play from YZY is also already getting his dervishes in a spot as well. 14 men-at-arms already, though. This man, oh my goodness, he's just getting everything for those guys. He is fully committed to the men-at-arm lifestyle, and this is so MSN of him. Does he have a relic? Please tell me he has a relic.
He has the men-at-arm upgrades. I guess he could do a lost key here and try to get so many men-at-arms that he just runs to his base and wins. But these Desert Raiders are gonna kite him forever. And that's a nice bit that Desert Raiders, that every time he runs away, he's gonna run back up and get some hits. The second he does this, he's just gonna run away again. And the trades are just so good for YZY every single time, and then runs them into the boats again, and it's just the same song and dance, just again and again and again. I feel like YZY is getting more relics, but you're right, that was a moment for MSN. One, he never made more than 2 prelates in feudal, and you think he should have more prelates. And then if he had more prelates, then when he aged up, he could have had them spread out and taking relics already, but no, just missed opportunity. And I don't blame him. There's so much to be thinking about in these games. There's just so much happening.
The relics now going over to YZY side. We see that 2 of them are still on the map, so he's definitely got the advantage there to be able to make that move. But I see some blue dots over on his side on the big stone as well. So while this fight is going on, oh, there's a yoink, firstly. And on the stone, can we take a quick look at the stone there? Ah, sneaky villager. I love that.
Ooh,
Nice
the sneaky vills.
Oh, but the camel's sword in the fog of war as well. The relic being yoinked from the ground. And now going to be picked up here. Wololo coming in, but... Oh, never mind. I thought he was at least going to scream to the skies for a bit. But he puts the relics right on top.
What's interesting here as well is that since he did a military wing, at any point in time when he feels like it's push time, his camels can just drop whatever CG wants and make the push. Like if he wants to, he could quickly drop like 10, like he could drop like 5 to 10 springolds and push with springolds into the men at arms. He could do mangonels or manganiques. But I'm curious, what is YZY waiting for? Like what's the point in time where he's like, I have enough to now win? Because both of them are kind of producing at an equal rate. Neither of them can. Oh, a second TC.
Yeah.
I mean, and MSN's getting the 17-minute wheelbarrow. That's going to be a big deal. And it just feels like anytime MSN tries to engage, YZY is like, see ya, and also here's like 20 arrows as you leave. It's tough.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like MSN has a plan here either. He goes for more crossbows, expecting to get camel lancers against him, but not a single camel lancer was thought about this game. It has been camels, but no lancers in that mix at all. And oof, putting that relic in the dock, that's going to be great once you get to keep it, but it feels like that one is not going to be for the keeping. Especially with all these camels that can switch to melee form at any point. But men-at-arms, still focusing on those men-at-arms. And like you said, if he's got enough, maybe there's a timing where he can just push and take everything down. But with the amount of units coming out of YZY, this feels like mission impossible. MSN now, thinking about the relics here, he's going to be able to secure his base. He doesn't have the stone he needs for upgrades and such, but especially against this composition, I feel like he needs it.
Yeah, I feel like, oh well, there nairs that keep coming down for IE, but I feel like there is definitely something to be said about maybe if he could just secure, like, get walls up to delay to stop raids, maybe get a keep down somewhere. But it's just like any time a fight needs to happen, he just can't engage into it. And now YZY, I mean, he got the second TC down. He's now getting a keep down. He's now switching into crossbow horsemen. Interesting enough, no more desert raiders. I'm curious. Yeah, he's not including them in the army. So right now, he's doing this switch on the low, but that's 24 men-at-arms. He's gonna need a lot of crossbows for that to be viable. But it feels like he's actually doing a secret switch of his units, and once he has enough, then he'll go in for the kill. But until then, he's just gonna use these desert raiders to delay.
And that is a very viable answer here. With the crossbows, you should be able to get these out pretty quickly anyway. Now, the problem is the food is going to start running out, and there's only one of these civilizations that have an easy-ish time to do a food transition. So HRE is going to be able to do that a bit simpler, but because of the prelates, of course, I say that, and I see there are 8 prelates in question here, but you still have to ask yourself, aren't there just going to be camels on top of you to take them down? But, ooh, this looks like it could be some kind of surround here. A few of the desert raiders going down, but no more desert raiders are being made.
You know, I mean, that's a really good point in that Ibid has the worst farms in the game. So if this becomes fish pods are gone, we're now moving into farms. HRE farms are going to be better. That is a pain point for them. At the same time, though, oh, that's a good raid. The unit quality is in YZY's favor. I feel like the desert raiders are really good in Imperial if it goes there. These crossbows have the special upgrade that when they get a kill, they get movement speed, so they can gap close after a kill. They can do manganiques, they can do spring ults. There's just like it feels like IEBITs have a military answer. So then the goal of that's a good find. So then the goal would be an economic answer from MSN, but the path there is going to be a difficult one, especially after losing all these villas.
That is a huge amount of losses for MSN, especially. MSN is not... Oh, his base is so unkept. You could just see places for raiding everywhere.
Oh,
now
those
crossbows getting caught out.
Let's say crossbows with no front line. Find the massive horseman. The horseman switch and crossbow switch is here. And I feel like we're starting to see the start of the plan coming together here. Now the Desert Raiders are rejoining with the horsemen, the crossbows. Once the crossbows catch up, these men-at-arms are going to have a tough time. The horsemen are just going to dive straight into the HRE base, and they cannot be caught. They're faster than anything that MSN has. Now he's just going to turn and burn this dock. I don't know if that's worth it. I think all the fish are gone. But at this point, it starts to feel like things are going to get tougher and tougher for MSN, who basically just has crossbows at this point.
And those crossbows are great in theory if you're up against camel lancers or anything of the sort, but these Desert Raiders are just having a field day. Sure, he's able to pick off a few, but in a one-for-one trade, this is a YZY with full map control, a keep, and able to move out. Also with that second TC, he's just getting further and further ahead as we see 32 total villager kills already rearing its head, and MSN desperately trying to use this market. But
buy food,
there's not much left to save.
It's starting to look pretty tough here. I think YZY's has just been orchestrating this perfectly. He had exactly the steps he needed to take to be successful. He's got his walls up, food secured with farms. He's got to keep up. At this point, I don't know what MSN can do besides a completely insane throw from YZY here.
I'm actually so shocked to see at how this worked out in the end, because it felt like MSN was okay by that point when we talked about him being able to food transition, and then all of a sudden there was a camel raid.
Well, it's because YZY saw all the men-at-arms appear on his side to raid, and the second he saw that, he went, go time, and just ran to his base. And MSN doesn't have any walls. No walls from MSN means nothing actually stopping the Desert Raiders, and it's GG.
YZY looking like a competitor of the top to try and qualify for for next week's cup. And this is disgusting. Is our resources stuck? Yeah, I was about to say, Knights Templar? What? 3,000 stone this game too? This guy's crazy. Lots of stone, but YZY doing an absolutely smashing job at keeping MSN at bay.
YZY, just clinical, surgical in this gameplay. It was beautiful. Hell yeah.
And now, this is match point. This is the qualification station, and we have arrived. YZY.
Choo choo.
Choo choo, boys. Just keep in mind, it's 4 a.m. for YZY. So this man is playing at this quality at 4 a.m. So
Gamers don't need
10
to
out
sleep.
Of 10. He said, Cow just told us he went to bed at 7 a.m. his time yesterday. So this man is running on no sleep. Maybe that's the advantage he's had. Maybe this is what you need to get to this level, is just no sleep, only game. He wants to close this out, guys.
No
this is going to be the final game.
Game.
YZY said so.
Where does he come from Twitch chat? China, correct? Am I right on that?
China? Yeah. But look at this fight. This was the fight that lost MSN the game. I feel like this was the critical point. The moment he dove this deep, he threw it.
He needs enough horsemen to fully surround, because if he just lets him kite, it's just not going to go well for him.
And YZY showing us camels are king. I remember when I was trying to do the Only Cams series, when I would just make only camels. And honestly, it was very difficult.
Yeah.
But I think with the... Yeah, but that was back when we didn't have AU bids. I think I should give it another try. After watching this, I'm inspired. These guys are pretty feisty.
Well, it's funny how both of them have won a game where a horse archer unit is like the main way they won the game. And it just shows that, I mean, horse archers are such an amazing unit. Any civ that has them, they're such an amazing unit, but they require so much high level, like micro to make work. And YZY just had great control of his Desert Raiders the entire game. Like ultimate control of his Desert Raiders. And we got the next matchup. We got YZY on French versus MSN on Golden Horde. What do we think about this matchup on Dry Arabia?
Ooh, Golden Horde's cooked. Absolutely cooked. Yeah, I know. I had this conversation with a few people and I got told, I was like, yeah, this should be okay for Golden Horde. No, apparently it is not okay for Golden Horde. You just have better knights. So, knights against other knight, dead. That's it. That's the combination. You can't shut down French and Dark Age. Have we ever heard of a Golden Horde rush?
Spear rush.
The spears? No, we haven't. And French on Dry Arabia, depending on the spawn here, I feel like, yeah, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one because Golden Horde, just like French, they go out. But the knight to Khan aggression, knight wins. So even with the horses that they get, they just are worse knights. So all in all, they might have more horses for a while. Yeah.
I think there is, on some maps, I think Golden Horde can do okay against French. This one, with how far away food could potentially be, this will be a little tough, especially with the nerf to stockyards recently that made stockyards more expensive. It used to be that Golden Horde could just survive on, like, if they could secure like one deer pack and then immediately go into stockyards, there was kind of a use spear and hold mechanic that you could do and then get to castle. But it feels a lot harder, man. Or like, it feels a lot harder than that now. And I think Golden Horde just really has to play around towers. I think it's a small bonus, but the towers, with how much tankier they are, plus the edict that gives you more health, if you can force fights around your towers and then use the health to take better fights, that's a way to try to force French into a bad fight. As French, you got to avoid those type of fights, secure food, deny food, and if there's a push in feudal, great, but I think another classic, just like mass knights until you can get a castle timing upgrade fight, because the weakness of Golden Horde is that their age up is super slow. So if you can catch Golden Horde on a slow age up while you get your knights upgrade to castle, that's an over.
And one thing you mentioned there is about the food. A Golden Horde goes out on the map. You get a Golden Horde moving out at every stage of the game. If you want to shut down Golden Horde, they're going to be on deer. They're out there. But so are you as the French. So from what I've seen in the last game, I feel like the better raider will take this. Yeah. And MSN has an uphill battle.
It really feels like Khan and Torgood should be used to just constantly raid while you build a spear mass. And then actually just make horsemen. I would make Keshiks, too expensive. You do horsemen, Torgood, Khan, and spear. And every time you secure food, just drop a tower. And I think you got to be aggressive on your first food grab. I think you do the style where while you're aging up, you get a lot of wood, secure the first deer, and play around the first deer pack.
One thing that I've seen work in this matchup as well for Golden Horde is, like you mentioned with the Horseman Spears, it just outdoes the Archer Knight combo from the French, especially when you are able to get on top of the archers. But then the other thing is, do we just not just go for a bunch of knights and overwhelm? Because we've seen a lot of players do exactly that. They just control the knights perfectly, raid around, and yeah, put them...
The funny thing is, Torgood with Khan damage bonus, and if you do the cheap Torgood of extra health, they actually on cost-to-cost basis hold up really well against knights. The issue is you can't produce them as fast as French can produce knights. But if you can get enough of them paired with spears, paired with horsemen, you can take a good fight. Especially, and once again, if you make French take a fight that's favorable for you, near a tower with the health bonus. I do this thing where I play a civ for a few days in a row. I tried a lot, and I was surprised how much that little health buff can actually make fights turn. But it's not easy. I think the road for the Golden Horde player is more difficult than the French player on this one for sure. But hey, it's time for MSN. I mean, if you look at his options, think about what he could have done. He's on Dry Arabia. He has to put Malians out there, so he knows what everyone he puts against is going to be picked. You go JD, 2 o'clock. It's like, I think Golden Horde's your best bet there on Dry Arabia.
I would have loved to see a little JD action.
JD against French
is a worse French.
You don't do JD into French
Really?
at that level.
It's that bad.
It's really bad because French can get more knights. And on French versus JD, who has the most knights? And JD just gets like killed constantly. just gets wrecked.
Imagine a bunch of nice JD spear movements. See, I've been facing up against French a lot on ladder. I feel like French is turning into a very popular civilization again. Guys, remember those days when the only civilizations we saw were HRE, English, and French? On ladder, it's starting to feel like a mishmash of KT and French. And French, it feels like such a well-balanced civilization in general. Like, you have constant pressure on the map. If you are an aggressive player and you actually don't run your knights into TCs and spears, you actually get really good return for that, for those extra villages and so on. But now with Golden Horde, what is their bonus that keeps up with the knight or with the French bonus of the villagers?
Well, you get more villagers. I don't know how that compares, because technically Golden Horde produces villagers faster than the average civ. I think it's still a little bit slower than French, but they're keeping up. Their stockyards are much better than farms, but they are an expensive initial investment, but they are better than farms. The production speed, once you start getting a lot more productions buildings down around towers, is really good. Health bonus is good, but you know, they're knights, man. It's French has knights, so that's tough. Anyway, we're in it. We have MSN on Golden Horde on the southern part of the map, and we have YZY for my Canadians on the northern side of the map.
Now, looking at our spawns, we have a nice back gold here from Mr. French, and a nice little wheelbarrow opening, which makes sense. You are not too phased about getting your knight out a few seconds earlier. You want to get your upgrades.
Whammin'.
So,
Whammin'.
Yeah.
Look at the deer for Golden Horde. Look at the deer.
Is that a beastie spawn? Oh, not a beastie spawn. Sorry, is that a marine lord spawn? That's a marine lord spawn.
If I'm YZY, I am... Pause the game. Pause the game. This is one wall from having 2 deer packs, 2 berry packs, and a stone. All behind your base. That is insanity.
That is... And the funny thing is, guys, just so you know, this game had to be remade because I think YZY crashed. I feel like he crashed himself into game number 5 here. That is a beautiful spawn to have. Unfavorable matchup, but a beautiful spawn.
I cannot believe this spawn. And on top of that, if MSN just drops the tower on that deer pack, he secures deer and berries. And protects his second Uvu, which is also in the back of his base. Look at that! What is this?
YZY about to see this and going back in shambles, thinking, hey, maybe shouldn't have crashed the first time.
like literally I actually can't get over this. This is everything is behind his base. This is it's like the AoE4 gods decided they want a game 5. They're like, we must have one. But we'll see if YZY can overcome.
Yeah. And now, usually in the Dark Age, we're not expecting anything crazy, of course. But in Feudal, this is now the big question of Golden Horde. What do we age up with? And if it's not Canon the Door Goods, I will be shocked, I say. He pulls off of gold at the exact moment, though. He gets 1 extra gold. Very, very unfavorable. I can't believe MSN overmined like that. Disgusting. But sends them all on food instantly.
Yeah, building carts is a throw. Building carts, I feel like, is only usable on hybrid, where you maybe you'd use it as a dock drop. But I think the biggest issue is building carts just take so long to like actually build. Like they don't just instantly build. You have to like wait from the fully. It's such a waste of time. No, you gotta go contour. That's what she does. And we're not seeing the trade landmark. That's surprising. I'm joking. But the very normal upgrades, I'm curious if MSN is going to go straight into a tower drop into production, which is a little bit slower, or is it going to open production into it and then like secure a tower later? That's what I'm curious about.
Now, MSN making sure he gets all the wood in the world as needed. And now, if I'm MSN, I ask myself, like you said, we have to be aggressive with our food sources. French, looking at the sheep situation, are not the greatest, but of course this is Dry Arabia. You do have enough for that initial bunch. The deer pack is in China. The other one, a little bit exposed.
Serbia.
Yeah, that's my goodness, man. I'm about to go visit that deer pack. It is far. And for him, this now begs the question of how am I going to be able to just get the real damage with my knight? Let's go see what that villager is building at the back there. Hello.
Immediate barracks.
Barracks, yeah.
Opening barracks, which is tough because it might be in range. Like, you really want your production to be in range of the tower, but he's going to want to tower the deer. Which means his barracks won't be under tower unless he's a little bit careful with it. This also might have been in a match where it would have been worth it for MSN just to deer push to get as close to his gold as possible. But yeah, gotta open that, get a few spears out, and then he's gonna use the spears to secure the tower location, I think.
This feels so good. Just getting those first spears out, you're gonna respond to that knight without breaking a sweat. Your Khan is gonna follow suit. And then your Khan's the one raiding, while the knight is desperately just trying to get one charge off without getting impaled.
Mm-hmm. And this is key. Like, he can use his Khan and pull at least one knight on the French side of the map. Like, one knight then has to stay on the French side of the map to stop the Khan. And he's actually going to go for first Uvu. Or fresh Uvu instead of... Is this going to stop the Uvu? Oh my god.
Apparently so.
Oh my god, he denied the Uvu.
Man. Oh my goodness. Can you believe it? And the villager shift clicked backwards, I guess. I don't know if this was intentional or if it was just backwards, but we do see the spears making their way forward. And instead of just staying and securing the area, he's like, hey, I could just send these and make more.
I actually like this a lot because technically your best time to push French is like now. Because he opens up with immediate Khan, double Torgood, and 2 spears. YZY has 1 knight. And YZY has to drop a tower immediately to protect his goal. So this actually is a great moment for him to push across the map and potentially deny deer. If he can deny the deer, keep YZY in his base, this is a great start for MSN. I don't think he can stay there permanently once the archers come out, but I love this early aggression. This is actually a great moment for him to try to keep YZY contained.
And I think a great learning moment for all of us, Twitch chat. I hope you guys wrote down your notes for the game. The knight gets the charge, not off, but the spears will deter them. He might be able to get a hit off eventually, but the spears are doing the work. And already out there on the deer, we can see villagers building it up quickly. Oh, charge gets cancelled. That is major. And he will get a villager kill though, but the knight already off HP, and he's going for another one.
Oh,
the villagers are fighting back.
Oh no, the other spear was killing the scout. Oh no. That's so worth. The delay of the tower, 2 Vil kills, massive. Absolutely massive.
The knight getting its first charge off pretty quickly. But now YZY, he's getting the gold he needs. So this is... Ooh, and he's already planning to move out to the deer. He realizes how important this is. You're on deer, I need to go on deer. And with you only having spears, that's not really a problem of mine. But with the gold that he has... Oh, also getting survival techniques pretty quickly. He knows how important this is going to be. To just keep making knights.
They're both getting survival techniques. And I mean, I think this is what MSN was trying to deny. But the early knight dive completely broke the focus, the ability to do that. And now YZY gets to go back out on deer. Which I think MSN really had a chance to stop that. But instead, as long as he secures his first deer pack, he's in a good spot right now. Production-wise and unit-wise. I'm curious if he goes for another barracks. Does he do a stable now? He's going to cross immediately. Is he going to cross? He can. That's only 2 knights. Like, honestly, he could cross with all of his units right now and be fine. But he's just going to send cav.
And more knights are underway. And we do have the archers that are going to try and be a little bit of protection. But they're quickly going to get cleaned up by these other units too. Now, the knights looking for a bit of damage. The problem is just everything is in one spot. The spears can just stand exactly there. And there's 8 of them already. MSN is a very happy camper.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dream start for MSN. Outside of the 2 Vil loss sucks. Like, that's unfortunate, and it really hurts. At the same time, though, you got a lot of food secured. You got your second Uvu down. You're pumping spears. You're going to have consistent Torgood production. And, no lie, the Karash, and if you can get melee armor as well, like, or ranged armor. If you get the crash with the ranged armor, your spears do a lot better. Your Torgood do not take any damage from archers. And that starts to become like a legitimate good fight for you if you want to take that.
Oh, this tower, we'll see where those are coming from. The problem is now Keshiks are on the way, and YZY feel like he's unprepared for this. Now, Keshiks are worse knights, sure, but they do pretty well against your 4-5 little archers and knights, especially when they're accompanied by 11 spears. That is a huge amount for you to try and focus fire, and those few archers are not going to be able to do so. And he's not constantly producing units.
I don't know. I think I'd rather have the gold be used on upgrades. He has no eco or military upgrades outside of survival techniques. Oh, that's a great die by YZY. Perfectly found. Didn't get the wall up in time. That's 2 more villagers. Like, if this game ends up in YZY's favor, I think a big part of it's going to be these early village rates. 4 villagers down already. That's a significant amount of eco. But it is expensive to make these double Keshiks. That's, I think, 240 gold and 200 gold every click. Every time you go for it. It is 2 Keshiks, but like, I don't know. Right now, YZY has the vill lead and has all the eco upgrades. That means his eco's already a lot better. And he's going to put into units. He's got to win this. He got one. That was pretty big. And now the spear's going to be here, but here come the archers. Can he take this fight? He has no... I would have really loved range armor before he took this fight, but I think he feels the need to get damage. He feels like he has to do something after losing 4 vills. So he's going to go for these vills on the deer.
Oh, and those villagers being on the back deer, there is a bit of an opening in the archers. They have a target in mind, and that garage is exactly it. So, trying to get any bit of damage on that group, but doesn't find anything just yet. And YZY... Now 7 villagers ahead. That French boost alongside the 4 kills is feeling extraordinary.
I mean, he's about to have 6 Keshiks. He's going to get another Torgid pack soon. If he waits for I think YZY might be surprised how much heavy cav he has in a second. And he's going to snag those 2 archers. That's really nice. But he really, he's getting wheelbarrow and ranged armor now. That's going to be really important. I don't know if I'd want to take this fight before ranged armor.
And he quickly tries to target fire what he can, but that's the problem with all of these horses on top. Villagers going into the tower. He needs them to be in there. All the knights getting impaled. He needs to pull back here at the same time. The horse is taking quite a bit of damage, but the archers are focus firing what they can. The knights have lost focus, and a few of them are just fighting the spears head on. A bunch of them... Ooh, taking a lot of damage, and it feels like that was a pretty rough trade, especially considering he doesn't have chivalry.
That was an amazing fight, and I don't know if I re-engage as wise. Ooh, there's a lot of low health knights. It is so worth it for MSN to dive onto this.
Now with the Keshiks, he tries to... Oh, the full HP ones are there, though. It looks like he's got enough to actually try and do something about this. It feels a little bit strange to see YZY on 1 food, though, because we realize that's all he's got. He's got villagers in the north, now desperately trying to get a little bit of income, but the production has completely halted.
Wow. I mean, if MSN had 2 more spears, I think he wipes those knights. That's how close it was. But it still was an amazing engagement. Pushes him off deer. And he knows. He knows he has to be on the deer pack north and the berries north. So the second he's done burning this tower, he's probably just going to rotate over and go check that. Yep. And now MSN can go take his other deer pack. He's still finishing up his first one. Has MSN started dropping stockyards yet? I'm curious. Can we do a very quick peek? Yes, 2 stockyards. That's pretty big. That's a lot of food.
That's 8 farms already set up, and having a position like that feels insane, especially when you are just here to keep on producing and denying French. He's putting himself in such a good spot to just keep taking this. Now, I hope for his sake that there's a tower over there, because I have a feeling this is going to be disgusting. There's no tower as a million villagers are idle, running for their lives.
Honestly, if I'm YZY, I might consider making spears just for home defense. The number of cav for MSN is getting super high. Yes, you're matching of knights, but... Oh, counter raid, which is exactly what he needs to do. He has to run.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, they're coming back!
They're going...
Lord have mercy! Oh, we missed it! Oh, what's going on? This is crazy! He doesn't get a single vill! That was...
They could just put a tower down. They could put 2 towers down. He's got the wood. Boys, put the towers down. Survive. Because right now, that's the only hope you've got. YZY, he's a brave man. Let's go see. Is he building the towers? We see the blobs.
Two ships crossing in the night, just completely walking past each other. Now, MSN is taking this time to wall the right side of the map, which now secures him a whopping deer pack, berries, just amazing. On the flip side, YZY is on both deer packs and berries. This feels like he's on a razor's edge. He's on a razor's edge. If he can't hold this, it's game over for him. Like, he needs this food so bad. He has no farms. And MSN already getting down stockyards. It's such a big deal. It's so much consistent food. They're better than farms. Like, like the 2 stockyards on 8 is much better than 8 farms. So it's a great investment for him. Oh my god. And that's a lot of knights. Okay, YZY has gotten the knight count back up, but the spear count is also rising as well. He just has to avoid taking this fight till the spears get here.
Now, that's an interesting part here. Now we've gotten the point where, hey, MSN had to invest in the stockyards, so it did slow him down a little bit. But YZY, as we see this engagement, he needs to just focus out the spears, and then he should be able to take this. These knights are basically full HP again, and not minding a good old charge. The scout getting dangerously low, and even the spears are now falling victim to these knights. But he does have to be careful. The archer's in position, and you see the Keshiks. He's just trying to get every single charge off he can.
The biggest issue is MSN didn't respect the knight remassing and didn't make the amount of spears he needed to properly take this fight. Now he's just going to run half of his cab right onto the archers, and he's going to turn out and try to grab a few. A Karash here would actually be a really big deal. Missing that really hurts. I don't know if this is the fight he wants to take. He's away from TC. That's a lot of knights.
And he's already lost every single spear he had.
Oh, this is not the fight he wants to take. Oh, I think he misread the numbers on that. The funny thing is, MSN has the resources. He has plenty of gold he could use to buy food. He needs to remass spears way heavier than he has. Oh, don't go back out, MSN. Oh!
He's charging in, thinking that this is the answer. More spears following in, but the problem is the archer numbers are still there to try and stop this. He's not on top of them, and quickly, just making quick work of everything here. The Khan is doing his best at doing the little damage he can, but the knights prevail because they're just better knights.
You know, honestly, that fight didn't go as bad as I thought it was going to go for MSN. I think we don't realize how good the Khan damage boost is, and I think MSN feels okay about taking that fight because now that he's fully on deer and berries with a few stockyards, I think he feels like his remassing ability is really good. He's now going into archers, which I am a little concerned about. I don't know if massing archers at this point is going to help very much. I think he just needs way more spears, which as Golden Horde, you're perfectly capable of massing a lot of spears. So now this becomes a knife's edge for MSN. Can he remass well enough to take a good fight here? YZY is now back fully on food. He's burned the deer pack. He's aging. Oh, wow. YZY has turned this game around.
The problem with aging here is, does he have the resources to keep this age? I guess so, because he's going to be able to go back onto the deer pack on this side. He's already back on there. He's still got a few berries in the bank, and his 3 little farms just sustaining a whole economy. But look at that, MSN. You are a hungry boy. But the problem is he cannot age up. He's just stuck making units.
And here's the thing. This is the worst position to be in as Golden Horde, because your age up cannot be rushed. Your age up will take the amount of time it takes, and it takes so long. And this gives YZY all of this time to set up the perfect dive. And on top of that, while he's aging, he can't make Torgood. So that also means one key part of his comp is just unmakeable during that time. It's going to be really hard. He's basically going to have to make a whole bunch of spears, take fights only near his TC, and hope he can survive till age up. He has the food. If he can get to age up, he has great food economy now, but the numbers are just really tough.
And every unit he bleeds like this brings it closer to being game over. We see the villagers just popping in. He's desperately just trying to survive this. The TC Fire honestly could do the work he needs it to do. And you can see Dot instantly focusing the archers only, because that's the only thing that matters here. Khan doing its best here too. Villagers popping in and out. But overcommitment here from YZY a little bit.
Feels like the villagers popped out to give a little slap. And oh, maybe a little bit of an overcommitment. All of a sudden, here comes 6 Keshiks around the corner that he wasn't expecting. And now this is going to be a rundown. A little bit too aggressive from YZY.
we see this now too many times. People are just diving under TCs, sacrificing so much, and every single time paying the price. Now MSN's like, hey, I'm just going to keep making units. No need to age up anymore, boys.
Well, I think this opens up his age up, honestly. He's saving for it now. He stopped making units.
Oh.
He's going to get there, but it'll take a long time. Now, now the bonus is must be Yazig. That's the right choice. The bonus is that all his villagers are working, so he can still produce while this age up's happening. It's just going to take a while, and I think he might have overstepped a little bit. Both sides keep going a little too far on these chase downs.
Oh, those spears. They need to turn around and try to give the archers a bit of breathing room because the knights are just working their way through them. Now, knights getting on top. Spears, just everything here. This is where you turn your knights, your spears around, even if you just have two, and try to get your archers out because right now everything is just bleeding. YZY, he starts to push, and honestly, with those orbs, he is going to get a pretty solid comp. Every upgrade in the book now on his side, and farm transition, feeling alive.
He just, and once again, where's the spears? The remass on the spears was a bit slow. He might only have one barracks, which is really painful. He needs at least, I would love 3 barracks at this point. This is another good engagement. The archers are not here to snipe spears. These spears are doing a lot of work, but he can't fit all those villas in the TC. He can only fit 15. So now villagers are dying. The spears are now dead. There's not enough spears on the, oh no. Oh no.
They're trying to stay alive. Oh my gosh, there's Keshix trying to stay alive here too. Villagers are now ready to fight as well. Knights, you are no match for my villagers. But the archers are trying to perform miracles. Keshix at the back there trying to clean up what they can, but he sees the villager fight is not something he needs to take.
Oh man. This is just so
around,
painful.
Impale them. You're just getting killed for no reason, sir. Oh no.
Now, these knights didn't have 2 ranged armor, which would have made this dive even more successful. MSN hits age up, but what now? He has no resources. He has a lot of wood. So if he can get YZY to back up, the one thing he has going for him is that he has a lot of stockyards. And he could parlay those stockyards into a comeback potentially. He has enough wood to drop a second TC, because Golden Horde does wood-only TCs. So he could drop a second TC, use Musky Yazik to hold. And also Musky Yazik provides passive wood, so he's getting a lot of wood right now. He is going to survive this push, but the road ahead for MSN is going to be a tough one.
I mean, YZY is also not at a deathly amount of units here. He's getting his relics too. So, all in all, great position for YZY. But now, what upgrade is that MSN is getting for the stockyards?
That improves the stockyard. Right. If I'm YZY here, you already have what 600 food in the guild hall. Just start going heavy on gold. Get your keep down. Go heavy on gold. Go imp. There's no reason to push into this base. There's towers everywhere. He's gonna go heavy spears. Just age up, honestly. MSN will take forever to catch up, and you're kind of throwing away the issue potentially dying in like a base dive. He is doing mass arbitrary, but
he doesn't care, Paper Cat. He's like, I'm just gonna keep pushing, boys. Watch me go. And the stockyards are completely exposed there. He doesn't even put a tower on them. Not those. The ones at the bottom, there are more, and they are very, very exposed.
Rushing the tower.
That little tower? Yeah, that little tower is not enough.
I'm trying to say, what edict does he have in his golden tent? Because he needs the health one on, but he needs to get this tower up for that to work. No, he has the production speed, and he needs to make his con and Tor good. And he hasn't remembered. Oh no.
Now at the tower, ready to perform miracles, but spears need to get on top of the knights, and on the knights they are, but the crossbows are doing works. Arbs don't feel like they're melting whatsoever. MSN, it doesn't really get any upgrades for those towers either.
I be running.
He's like,
now
I can eat berries. Cheers.
So the thing for Golden Horde is that because you're getting this stone from the Uvus, you can tower spam really easily and like get a bunch of upgraded towers and hold that way. But it just feels like he's so far behind. I feel like there is a glimmer, and that is like just booming, getting stockyards down, hold. Golden Horde does have a sneaky passive eco if he goes the stockyard edict and is able to get gold from stockyards. That can help him as well. but it's going to be him having to do some insane defensive holds for that to work. And as I said, like YZY has all of his eco upgrades, all of his military upgrades. He has a guild hall pumping, so at any point in time in his back pocket, he has an Imperial Age, and this just feels like a massive uphill battle for MSN.
Now the Knights getting on top of the stockyards again. Even just getting a charge or two off, it feels worth it. It gets Villager. But now he keeps diving. He keeps diving. The spears chasing the Knights. It makes a lot of sense. But now we have spears coming for the crossbows.
And
sure, they are gonna be able to clean. Oh, at least do some cleaning. But now the Knights are causing so much idle time. And these arbs are just taking care of anything that even looks at them funny. Now the Knights are running all free just at the back. And no one is willing to take care of them. Oh my goodness.
Oh!
They're dead, Peppercut. They're all dead.
They're dead! They're dead! Not all of them, but a good amount of them. And this is just, YZY has not let his foot off the gas 1 second. He knows to give Golden Horde space is really, really bad. And so he's just been literally, it feels like he's just been rallying his units into MSN's base.
Oh my gosh, there's just so many dead villagers. Yes, lots of dead Knights, guys. That is a ton of dead Knights. But when you have 30 dead villagers, it feels okay. It might be worth it. It might be worth it. MSN now having no gold income either. He is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Take a quick look at the relics, please. I believe that's 5.
Red
on
Palace.
The side. Yeah, that's 5. That's 5. YZY not going to be having any income problems late game either. Getting himself into a spot where he can just push from the Red Palace and fall back and be protected.
Yo, this is just not a good situation. This is the right push. He catches him dropping the Red Palace. Does he have enough units in here? I mean, it's only 20 villagers building it, but but the Pavis Arbitraire are just so good. And they're going to tank this. Their melee armor is like 5 at this point. Red Palace is coming up, and I think we're going to see a GG right after this thing hits.
Red Palace into GG. Garrison, my boys, we say, and just get everything under it.
Thonk.
MSN stays.
MSN stays. It is match point, I guess, but... I'm not... What's in the... You know, in the end game, I'm not feeling so good. It's
just slowly disappearing into the background.
Just slowly disappearing. I don't know. I mean, all these games are defined by these like sliding doors moments. MSN catching the villagers out in the open and completely missing like 10 villager kills. His opportunity to get there and like have a good fight, but he didn't make enough spears, didn't catch the villagers out, took a bad fight in front of his base, and it all fell apart. Like, just like that. And that's what it feels like fighting French a lot of the time. It's like you feel like you have them on the back end, then one bad fight, and they're back in your base, and everything falls apart.
I see Twitch chat also saying that Red Palace should have been in the base. No, we want to secure the sacred sites and then build siege and siege our opponent down from the front. You don't need to think about your base at all. You have a TC, and your TC, it fires crossbow shots basically. You are living your best life. Nobody is getting past your TCs. And is that a second TC from him as well? YZY on his... Yeah, I think he went for a second TC in his base. Yep. Yep.
He's
so that
eating
thing
good.
also shoots rockets.
I mean, if this was ranked ladder, he probably goes for it on the wood line. But like in this case, it's all about it's all about just playing smart. If you put it inside MSN's base, you know, maybe he stops it. But if you put it on the gold, there's no way he stops it. You secure the big gold. You just got to play the game at this point. Big gold denial, secure sacred sites. MSN can't stop you.
Now, with that Red Palace, you just put a nice little siege workshop there. And one unit, you just get yourself one single cannon, royal in Papercut's heart. And you slowly start firing through, breaking his soul with every single shot, because there's nothing he can do.
I mean, MSN has good food income, but YZY has the similar food income and 2,000 gold a minute. So 3 Sacred Sites, 5 Relics. He's getting tight barns. He's upgrading his arbs all the way. This just feels like MSN. You know, it's match point. He has to try to see this to the end, but he can't even leave his corner of the base. Once he burns through that gold, it's going to be really tough for him. So, you know, YZY is just playing the mass arbitrier slow chokehold style. 55 spears are not going to beat 40 arbitrier. It's a tough situation.
I love that he doesn't even get the knight upgrade. He's like, I don't care about these.
Nope.
I'm going for horsemen. You guys just charge, and when you die, you die. It is what it is.
To be honest, Arbitrary Horseman is the actual goated French comp. Your arbs are just so good. They're so hard to kill. At that point, all you really need is just Horseman to tank. And they're so cheap. And they're so cheap with, if you build Horseman out of a keep and fluent stable, it's like they cost nothing, so.
No, honestly, I'm quite surprised to see 55 spears, though. And MSN, he's now looking for that one moment to try and push. And honestly, this is maybe the one chance he has. But 55 spears against all those arbs.
And it's Pavis arbs
sad.
in the choke.
Yeah. Those spears are just stuck. They're the most stuck spears as I've seen in my life. They're just like, you know, they're just swinging their little sticks around, hoping for better days and slowly dissipating. They were 55. Now there are 6.
I think the spears killed like 5 Arbitrier in that chokehold. YZY.
An attempt was made.
YZY showing that he is someone to be legitimately feared in this tournament. I'm really excited to see some new blood get up here, and boy, did he have some good games. Those are just some amazing games. And shout out to MSN, getting very close and just running into the brick wall that is YZY.
That was an insane series to watch, and MSN, he's going to make a lot of people scared when he lands on their side of the bracket tomorrow, but looking forward to see the kid making it all the way through. YZY, though, like you said, new blood on the block. I'm excited for it. We're having a lot more Chinese representation in our top 16, and they can keep things spicy.
As someone who plays very late night America, which means I'm often playing against early China gamers, they are scary. They are a scary bunch. There's a lot of, and they also are not afraid to come up with their own unique strats. I feel like some of the most unique and fun strats that exists in AoE4 often come from the high level Chinese players. They come up with some crazy stuff.
It feels like they define new ways of playing the game, and then people just improve upon them.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually pretty crazy to see. But, guys, let's take a quick look at the bracket and see exactly how the other games have been going. So, we are getting some noises here at the back, and I have no idea what those noises are.
I don't know what he said.
But
Cow cheered
fine.
about something.
Oh, YZY first time qualifying. Woo, says Cow. Yes. Chat.
Congrats!
Making it all the way through. Louis qualifying, as we saw earlier. Numadon taking down the Tuna 3-1. And there's one more match between Kiljardi and Valdy. Grandpa is taking one of our youngest players on. And we'll see who makes it through all the way.
Oh my gosh. It's 2-2? Brother, that's a...
Yeah. I hear we kind of want to bully Cow into it, but it looks like he's fake. You guys, he's saying fine. Woo!
Are we going into game 5? Let's do it. Let's do it. We rub our hands together. We're eating tonight. Put us in, Cow.
No, that was actually very sad. I actually said in our secret little chat, it's Cow's cold, and Cow sends a little picture of Pepe sleeping, and then I call him out on stream, and we bullied Cow. Guys, we're going into Gramps against Valdy to see who's going to take that final spot. I love that. I love that we're setting it up in the moment. That is so cute. I love it. Nice job, guys.
Everyone praise Cow.
Right at home.
Praise Cow.
Praise Cow. I think this might be Chum, though. Oh, there's a timer. Oh, wow. Okay, so guys,
Chum.
you finally get this. Chum at work, guys. This is your moment. this is your moment. So, lots of brackets coming up. Oh, we have Zushi getting vetoed. What a surprise. Everyone in shambles. KT. Wow. Thank goodness.
I want maybe we might be seeing like it's you always ban KT and Zushi because everyone's been pretty afraid of KT, and then we saw KT freaking dominate. So
yeah, there's a reason for that apparently. Now, is our final map Dry River, says Cow. Okay, we're going to Dry River. I can pronounce that one actually. Wow.
Oh, hello.
It's us. Oh, you're muted. Am I muted?
I'm not muted.
Oh, okay.
Am I muted?
I just saw you yapping. No. I saw you yapping and I didn't hear you yap on Discord. It's okay.
I think I'm on a little bit of a delay.
It is what it is. You can't be perfect.
Rarely am I.
So, guys, we are now in our first day of the EGC Masters Fall. How insane is it that we're back? There was a little bit of an AoE hiatus, and honestly, for the rest of the year, we have some big tournaments coming up, and I'm really happy to see that the competition is thriving. Because when you think of the competitions coming up, you run into the point of where you're like, the top 8, the top 4, and we have no idea what that looks like right now. So while we see who's going to be joining the top 8 in the, well, I guess today it will be the top 12, I hope you guys are excited. So what is waiting for us? I know we've got Homestead Cup announced for next year. What is anything else announced for next year yet? Oh yes, we have our LAN in Poland as well.
Okay.
And I wonder, I heard some rumors about some other things happening as well. But I guess Twitch chat will just have to wait and see.
Rumors.
Just some rumors.
Misdirection. Yeah. Secrets.
Yeah.
All right, we're in. We have Ness Valdy on House of Lancaster and kiljardi on IUBID.
Ooh, and we are getting a nice opening, ladies and gentlemen. That's a barracks. So, boys, I hope you're strapped in. It's time for Valdy to be aggressive.
So, for those, the UI is a little messed up. This is 2-2. This is game 5. This is for all the marbles. Marbles will be stolen here. It seems like IUBID has been saved for this map a lot. It feels like IUBID has been the designated hybrid civ, as well as House of Lancaster and HRE have been very common on here as well. Now, unlike YZY, who we watched earlier, just go straight to feudal, kiljardi is opening block, and Valdy's countering.
Now, he does get a little bit of vision here. The scout gets just tickled a little bit. It almost felt like that could have been a Whammon scout, but Voldemort slightly better than me. kiljardi, though, he's going to be facing the deadly spear. Now, we saw how someone else dealt with this earlier. Just go for a small amount of fishing boats and then go to feudal age. So we'll see if kiljardi feels that same way, but he's got 9 on food.
Usually in this style for IUBID, when you see the pressure coming, you just immediately go quick age up. Yep, there's the quick age up. The idea being is that you can quick age up into units and push the spear back before they can burn down the dock.
And now with that single spear, and I like this from Valdy. There's one spear and that's it. And a lot of wood. So it feels like this is going to be a dock follow-up right after. Yeah, the dock coming on in. Bottom side there, but now you're up against AUBIDs that has aged up. And now I'm wondering, is this going to be as safe as he needs it to be? Do you just go for a fast castle out of this if you are kiljardi and just overrun? Do you allow your opponent to go for the water without doing anything? But he's got 5 on wood, so he's probably going to be making a unit surprise.
I feel like you can't fast castle on this map. If you just give the water away, you have a very tough window to win, and if you don't, then you just get outmassed. So like you have to fight in some capacity. I'm curious if he's going to do the pure desert raider, which has become very common, or is he going to do more of a mixed comp? Can you do mass desert raider against Lancaster? I think the biggest issue is that the yeomen move fast enough to make that a more difficult proposition, and the hoblar, actually I think desert raiders just wreck hoblar, so hoblar aren't an option. So I don't know. This is an interesting matchup between the uniqueness of each civ, but the advanced marine does give Kiljardi this like window to try to set the tone.
Now, with that singular spear, you can see he's just being out here trying to, I mean, create the presence. You want your opponent to overreact to this. Now, by now, he knows that there's only one spear on this map. Valdy also going for that age up pretty quickly right after. But now, gotta ask yourself, doesn't feel like one of those times when Lancaster actually gets to think about manners whatsoever.
I mean, with how fast Kiljardi's aged up, I think Valdy just cares about getting the age up quick and then making units himself. I wouldn't be surprised if he does the same thing he did in this when he played Lancaster against Losky, where he just doesn't do manners for a while. Like, there's just no space to even get a manner in because you're afraid of falling behind unit-wise.
Now that spear is making God's work happen as we see him just firing at that one little ship. But Abbey of Kings, I love this. I love this, but it's dangerous. Because with Aeobeds, we've seen what camels can do. I like having your protective building, but I know these guys know best. And they say, House of Lancaster, oh, Abbey of Kings is better. You can heal up, you can keep raiding. And we saw this before. Now we just need to see if you can actually do the horseman raiding without losing them. The problem, I just realized, House of Lancaster doesn't have horsemen. Yeah, they're in a tough spot, actually. Never mind.
The Hoblar do not want to fight Desert Raiders. They would get absolutely crushed. Now, he is going to go manor early. And that's the weakness of this quick age up from Kiljardi, is that he couldn't, like, immediately go into units. He aged up and then had to drop the production building, and now he got his first unit out. But it did at least create the threat of him making a ship, so Valdy couldn't keep his spear around the dock anymore. Kiljardi instead goes second dock, and now he is on 2 docks, while Valdy is on 1.
Now, that extra bit of income from the fish is going to be a huge determiner of this aggression. Because now with Kiljardi, you can see he still has that 3 on gold. This leaves options open. So we know 3 on gold means we can afford upgrades. We can afford units. We can just make Desert Raiders if we want to. So with this, if he just goes for Desert Raiders, we've seen how good this works before. Maybe we stick to that. Now, this was, of course, a different series. But if our YZY knows that, then Kiljardi certainly does as well. And we see another Desert Raider being queued up. This man is going pure Desert Raider, and I'm here for it.
And another dock. So while Valdy goes into the manor, during the manor gather, Kiljardi's dropped 2 more docks. He's now on 3 docks. So each have chosen their way of combating this. I'm curious if, archery range. So a lot of people in the last game were like, why didn't HRE go archers? I think part of it is that there's so many Desert Raiders, it would have been hard to get enough archers to impact the game, but also Desert Raiders can run away. Yeomen are faster, and then if they take a full-on engagement, the Lord's health buff on the Yeomen will make them work a lot better against Desert Raiders.
Ooh, and getting that little element of Yeoman is so much better than just dealing with a bunch of archers. I think that's something we also gotta keep in mind. These Desert Raiders, they still have the range situation, and Yeoman handled that pretty well. Oh, and we already see a few of them queued up here. Now, him trying to scare this little lake is so important, and he gets himself a nice little archer ship, pushes the camels off, and now Valdy looking a little bit more confident between all of this. Did he go for... He has 1 manor. Okay, so he went for 1 full manor, and now just making sure that he makes units. I like this. It's like a responsible amount of manors to just optimize around your economy. I want to play Lancaster now. Thank you, Valdy.
Lancaster's a lot of fun. I highly suggest. I think it's also worth it to force them to build a fishing ship on these outside ponds. I mean, attack ship. You're not going to really fight near that pond over there, but forcing Valdy to invest in an attack ship is just resources he can't put into land units.
Oh, and that reaction time from Valdy is a masterclass, but Desert Raiders making our lives more and more difficult as time goes on. 2 villages. That is massive. Valdy only having 3 fishing boats as well. This is good for Kiljardi, and he's already read into that. Gets 6 villages on gold. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is changing direction. He might still stay aggressive, but he gets to age up whenever he feels like it. And I feel like Valdy might actually struggle with that. A few camel lances in the base and he's tickets.
Yeah, he's not going crazy into the castle. He's getting wheelbarrow now. I think he wants the flexibility. The 2 vills is a good sign for him. This might also just be, it'd be easier for him to get his upgrades and more desert raiders. Valdy does see a lot of vills on gold with the scout though. Good scouting from him. I feel like the issue with going castle is if Valdy gets into a lot of units, he could dive you right when you hit castle timing, and the yeoman can just hunt down vills. So he has to be very delicate with this. I think Kiljardi's probably looking for one good engagement or something that can make him feel safe going castle. The one advantage he does have is that going pure cav while Valdy has to go yeoman, even though yeomen are fast, it does mean that he can kind of keep Valdy locked in his base. Anytime Valdy leaves, he circles and goes back to the base. Valdy has to turn around.
And you can see that mobility really showing its head. He's trying to get that raiding group to do its thing. And the horsemen step quite far forward, and you can see quickly getting damage on those camels. Kiljardi is going to need to make sure he gets himself a boat there to defend himself too, because those boats are sitting ducks right now, as the yeomen have the range all the way from China to there, and they do get their victims all along.
A little bit greedy to do more than 3 boats on a dock like that when you know that your opponent is going to be active on the map. And then he just loses 3. So that's tough. And then the horsemen show up. Not a lot of spears here, so these horsemen are going to feast. Now, the units do have extra health because of the 1 lord, and this other attack boat gets some good shots. Ooh, the yeoman took a lot of shots from the attack boats, but all the desert raiders do go down. He's going to try to surround this lord, I think.
Oh, he wants to go deeper.
Oh, yeah,
he
doesn't
goes
want them to
for
heal.
all the low HP ones because he knows that this is on... Oh, he's got the King's Palace behind this, so he needs to be able to kill these low HP ones. Will just live another day and make your life hell. So he picks off every low HP one he can, and it's a big dive, but at the same time, it has been worthy already. Kiljardi, Grandpa, is just setting the tone, and now 13 on gold.
It's a little too much on gold.
Yes. A little bit of a miss macro there.
I think he was rallying to gold the entire time this fight was happening. So he made more horsemen during the fight because it was going so well. But now he has way too much on gold. I think any second he's going to realize and pull off a gold a bit. And this is his time. This is his time to go castle.
But with the mobility he's got, he can keep those raids going, or at least the running going. That's all he needs to do. He stopped making camels completely. And with the 11 horsemen, it feels like Valdy's yeomen are kind of just dead weight.
Yeah, but Valdy starts getting more spears, and without desert raiders to snipe the spears, eventually this will turn Valdy's direction. I mean, Kiljardi, I'm worried about his macro. Like, just imagine if this was 500 gold, 1,000 food. He's clicking right now. That's an amazing timing. Instead, he has to wait for the food to catch up, and you can't rush your age up as IU bid. So there's this window for Valdy to get the units pushed back in and potentially do some real damage during this age up.
What do you even go for here? Oh my goodness. You go for raids, apparently, as Valdy gets attacked yet again. These horsemen are relentless, but don't commit too much and lose all the horsemen. We've seen this play out before, and this is not something anyone wants to afford. But Valdy just delays him. The villagers idle yet again. Oh, and they hop in and out, but the spear is this time in position, and the tower does do quite a bit of damage here, but at the same time, Valdy gets forced to produce more, and growth is the weapon of choice. Kiljardi already being ahead with villagers, with ships, and now just getting further ahead.
I really thought he'd go healers here. Nap up 3 relics immediately, but growth is great as well. It'll boost all his berry bushes, so he has even more food on the map. It will give him more villagers, so even more eco lead. But the healers would have been a really big deal, both for surviving a push, but also for grabbing relics. And I think Valdy, he has that internal clock. He knows I'm not seeing a lot more units. I'm seeing a lot of raids. So to him, this screams he's trying to age up. And Kiljardi doesn't feel good about sticking near the base. He's going to come back to try to delay these yeomen. And there's still a minute 10 left on this age up. This is the perfect timing for Valdy. This is when he could do his maximum amount of damage. And this is what I was talking about earlier about the miss macro from Kiljardi. He should already be in castle. But being too heavy on gold has set the timing back a little bit. And now this is Valdy's chance.
Now keep in mind, he does have 1,200 gold, and this means he doesn't need more gold. So he is happily pulling off, knowing that there's an attack coming, and just going to the other side of his base, realizing, hey, I don't need this. I am going to play it safe. But he's investing into archers now. He needs wood. He needs a lot of everything, but Instead, he is going to deal with a lot of longbows at the front of his base. The problem here is, and we can see now with him banking this many resources, he is planning on getting those camel lances, but the problem will stand. They are going to get at least damaged quite a bit the moment this happens. Oh, and villager pickups left, right, and center. Those 6 extra villagers he's going to get does not feel that good right now.
And honestly, a good response here might just be Mass Gulam just to get him to go away. But I don't think he has the wood to drop the barracks. And Valdy's doing a good job. He's just hounding these wood lines, making it impossible for him to drop any other production. He's going to be sitting on the production too, so any unit that comes out, it's going to take a lot of damage. And the Yeoman Spear comp is great right now. I wish he had all 4 lords there, but 2 still will provide a lot of health upkeep. Now, since they're infantry, Kiljardi's done a good job just rotating his villagers around and away, but Valdy's reading it. He has a group of units going north just to check for units running all the way around. Or he's securing that boar. Oh, maybe? I don't know. But, like, he can tell, like, Kiljardi's villagers are somewhere. Like, it's pretty clear he's running them all over the map.
But he sees a ton of villages.
6 Camel Lancers in queue. Verse 13.
He needs this. Now, those villagers are doing mass migration right now, and the problem is those villagers are very much idle for a while here. And Valdy now, he gets himself into a spot where he can age up too, but it opts to just go for more aggression. Now, the yeomen, not in the greatest spot here, but the camel lancers have arrived, and that's exactly when these archers want to strike, and they get the spears pretty quickly. Camel lancers will prevail.
Wow.
Cut. I think he's cooked.
Oh man. And this was like what small thing, but he didn't upgrade the horsemen. He knows the horsemen are done. Camel Lancers are king. And the biggest issue is that Valdy's entire army wasn't here. He had a third of his army over chasing vills or attacking docks, something north, which means he didn't have his full army here. And that really matters when fighting against castle level units. Now Kiljardi has castle archers. He has camel lancers coming out. He can just back up to his base. His villagers are all over the map. And Valdy's mass infantry, he can't go find them. He's now making Hovlar, which should help potentially going and find villagers or taking these fights against archers. But if Kiljardi just gets enough archers and camel lancers, it's over. And Valdy's in that weird position where he wants to go castle, but if he stops making units, he dies. So he just has to like keep pushing and hope that he can break through.
The problem is he's making units, but those units are not going to handle camel lancers. Nothing he makes here handles camel lancers. He's got a handful of spears and hobalars that will melt at the sight of a camel lancer. He is able to shut this down here a little bit on the dock, and this is good. But Kiljardi is not really struggling for food right now. The only thing limiting him is the gold, so he's just making more and more units that he can afford. With the wood starting to stack up, 43 on wood, this man is going to be ready for any farm transition he dreams of.
Yeah, and Kiljardi just sold wood, I think, to get ranged armor, which is going to be the most important upgrade out of all of them. Ranged armor with both his archers and on his camel lancers is going to make it so these yeomen just don't do anything. And
those camel lancers.
It's this stuff where like, he needs to be aggressive because he doesn't want Valdy to age up. But I'm a little bit afraid of him potentially going a little too deep and losing his units. You really want to wait for the ranged armor before you dive all the way in the base. But Kiljardi smells blood. He's going for it.
Does not have the patience. He's going straight for it. Spearmen perfectly target fired. Camel lancers, they barely look like they're taking any damage, and there's more coming. So 1,000 wood in the bank. He's ready for anything, but this push is critical. It keeps Valdy under control. Valdy knows Kiljardi is going to be our last player to qualify for today's part, and Valdy needs to fight for this tomorrow.
Kiljardi! Woo! That was, hey man, he was like, I need to end this now. I gotta go take a nap. I gotta end this. That was, I mean, Ayubit has just been doing really well on Dry River, especially. Just like we've seen 2 different ways to play it, and both ways looked really good.
Oh, he has shown us that age is just a number and takes down our young Chad Valdy. I love it. I love it. By the way, guys, it's okay to joke with Kiljardi about the age. We all call him Grandpa. He memes by it. He'll survive, so don't worry too much. We love Kiljardi. He's just a stern old man who destroys everyone.
Such a wise man.
Congrats. Well, he's the kind of guy who makes walls only when he needs them. Yeah, he's wise enough for that. He's not... So, guys, that brings us to our final qualification, day 1, and tomorrow there will be more. So,
I hope you guys are ready for an absolute destruction of games, because now the competition's even tighter.
I mean, every series was a good one. What a day. This has been just awesome series after awesome series. The level of competition's really stepped up. And man, I had a blast. What a good time.
Yeah, I actually really enjoyed casting with you, Papercut. I'm really glad we got to meet in this way. Before we started, by the way, guys, it was like, tell me everything about you. You know, they're very aggressive. Get them out of their shell. But Papercut doesn't have a shell.
Yeah, she was like, what's your credit card number? What's your social security number? What bank do you use? Accounting number. I always ask new people their accounting number. I'm like, okay. And I just like put it all in the Discord chat for her. So I think we're friends now.
Well, it was lovely to have you around, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of our weeks. It was awesome. So guys, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I hope you're happy with our qualification. Just let's quickly jump to the bracket so everyone can have one last look before we set production free. And just like that, Louis, Kiljardi, Numadan, and YZY, the new kid on the block, making it all the way through to the top 16.
If you don't know who he is, learn the name, because it looks like YZY is here to stay. So if you don't, I had a lot of people go, who's this guy? He's the guy beating the people you know. That's for sure. So learn the name.
That was deep. I liked it. Guys, that's it. We're done. We'll set you free. So, ladies and gents, go enjoy Mr. Corvinus. I see our raid is all locked and loaded. Thank you for joining. See you guys back here tomorrow. And yeah, bring your Amazon Primes. Guys, support EGC. They make these things possible. Then, see you tomorrow. Ish.